Within the tranquil confines of the Konoha hospital, the only sounds are the faint beeps of medical machinery. On a hospital bed lay a weary young boy, slowly opening his eyes as consciousness gradually returned. Yet, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, an overwhelming discomfort surged through his body, compelling him to cry out. However, when he attempted to speak, he discovered his throat felt as if it had been scorched by flames, rendering him utterly voiceless. A wave of frustration washed over him as he pondered, is it just because I haven't slept for several days and then caught up on rest? How could this happen? Upon awakening, not only was his throat in distress, but his entire body ached as though he had been crushed by a heavy truck. Suppressing the pain, he struggled to turn his head and began to survey his environment. The sight that greeted him made his eyes widen in astonishment. He found himself in a hospital room, surrounded by empty beds, devoid of any other patients. At that moment, a petite female nurse approached his bedside. She examined his condition with a nod of approval before softly uttering, "The demon fox has awakened." Hearing this unfamiliar language stirred a tempest of disbelief within him. Island language? Did I really sleep my way to the island? Just then, a dull thud echoed as the heavy door creaked open. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the doorway, and his eyes widened in shock at the figure that appeared. Yet, in an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. The individual was clad in the iconic green vest of Konoha from Naruto. Upon recognizing this familiar attire, his lingering doubts evaporated. Lying there, though weakened, his expression remained calm. He understood the implications. He had traversed into a new realm, signifying that his former self had perished. "Naruto, how are you? Is your wound all right?" "Naruto, what does that mean? Am I Naruto? How could I possibly be Naruto?" He scrutinized his hands, then shifted his gaze to Irika's earnest expression, and finally glanced at his reflection in the window. Golden hair, a youthful frame, and 6 whisker-like markings on his cheeks, these features unmistakably revealed his new identity. "Are you feeling all right, Naruto? Please, let me gather my thoughts. I'm feeling a bit disoriented," he replied. Indeed, he was Uzumaki Naruto. He was elated to have escaped the hellish existence of his previous life, but simultaneously troubled by the reality of becoming a younger version of Naruto. Those who had watched Naruto knew all too well the hardships of his early years. Now, as Naruto, that grim past beckoned him, welcoming him into its embrace. What lay ahead? Gradually, Naruto began to introspect, contemplating the kind of person he aspired to become. Reflecting on the narrative of Naruto alongside his former life, he reached a resolute decision. "I wish to be a free person. The shinobi world and the village are of no concern to me, whether in war or peace. I shall remain indifferent. I will live by my own will." With a clear direction for his future, the tension within him dissipated, and weariness washed over him like a tidal wave. Slowly, he closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. As the first light of dawn filtered through the window, it gently roused Naruto from his sleep. After a simple wash, he exited the hospital. However, rather than heading to school, he made his way to the riverside. Having not eaten since the previous night, his stomach growled with hunger. The hospital did not provide food, and lacking funds meant he couldn't purchase any. Fortunately, he still vividly remembered the location of a nearby stream. Guided by his recollections, Naruto soon arrived at a crystal-clear brook, its waters glimmering in the sunlight. The gentle babble of the stream was soothing to his ears. He rolled up his sleeves and pants, stepping into the cool water, eagerly observing the movements beneath the surface. Before long, he spotted several plump fish. With swift reflexes, Naruto deftly captured 2 lively fish. Preparing them, he set them over a fire to grill slowly. As time passed, the fish turned golden and crisp, releasing an enticing aroma that made his mouth water. Seeing that the fish were fully cooked, he couldn't resist taking a bite to tea that moment. He mused, perhaps relocating here isn't such a bad idea. Yet, he knew this was merely a fantasy. The Third Hokage would never acquiesce to such a notion. He might even be keeping a watchful eye on him. Moreover, enduring the rainy days and winter in the wilderness would surely be a torment. That a house was far more preferable. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual in the bushes behind him. Turning his head, he soon spotted an elderly man approaching him. Without a doubt, this unexpected visitor was the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Long time no see, Naruto, the old man greeted, seating himself beside Naruto without hesitation. Hiruzen gazed at the fish grilling over the fire and inquired with delight, Naruto, are you having a meal? May I have one? Absolutely not, Naruto replied without hesitation. Quickly, he snatched one of the grilled fish, biting into the left side with vigor before immediately turning to the right side for another hearty bite. After all, he had only caught 2 fish, which had taken him a good part of the day to prepare. How could he possibly share with anyone? However, when Naruto heard Hiruzen affectionately call him Naruto, he deduced that the original Naruto must have had some prior interaction with the Third Hokage. But so what? He was not the original Naruto. Given his current frail condition and gnawing hunger, he had no intention of sharing his hard-earned meal. On the other hand, Hiruzen, taken aback by Naruto's unwavering refusal, stood momentarily in surprise, his expression a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. But who was he? The Third Hokage. After all, a mere child was hardly a match for him. With a gentle smile, he addressed Naruto. Why not Naruto? Even Grandpa is feeling hungry. Catch your own? Naruto retorted, oh dear, I'm too old to go in the water. Could you lend an old man a hand? Get lost. Chapter 2. The Grim Reaper. After consuming the fish, Naruto departed without a backward glance. Observing his exit, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of suspicion. Could it be the Nine-Tails? Yet, he was in close proximity to Naruto and sensed no trace of the Nine-Tails chakra. Kakashi, he called out, prompting an Umbu ninja to kneel before him. Lord Hokage, what is your perspective on this? Lord Hokage, it seems Naruto was merely famished. Famished? Indeed, Lord Hokage. After all, Naruto did not eat anything yesterday. And given his current physical condition, catching 2 fish must have been his limit. With this explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood. Naruto had simply been protective of his food, much like a small animal. I see. Kakashi, continue to monitor him. Yes. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dilapidated dwelling, Naruto's dissatisfaction with his circumstances intensified. Wasn't it customary for travelers to possess some form of advantageous ability? System? Are you there? Silence ensued. Papa system? Brother system? Sister system? Mama system? Open sesame. 10 minutes passed. Angry, what a complete farce. How am I to navigate this world without any special abilities? I can't possibly follow that old pervert as my master, can I? But if I refuse him, am I to seek Orochimaru's guidance? Absolutely not. The fate of becoming a test subject awaits those who do. Yet, it appeared there were truly no other options. Let me try once more. Another 10 minutes elapsed, and Naruto came to the disheartening realization that he was utterly devoid of a system. This is intolerable, completely intolerable. As these thoughts surged like a tidal wave, Naruto's sense of despair gradually gave way to weariness, and he slowly succumbed to slumber. Upon entering the realm of dreams, Naruto opened his eyes once more, only to be met with an endless expanse of darkness. Despite the inky blackness surrounding him, he could distinctly perceive the outline of his own form. However, all other entities were shrouded in this profound obscurity, rendering them invisible to his gaze. Where am I? Is this still Konoha? At that moment, an eerie and chilling laughter shattered the silence. Naruto, gripped by terror, turned towards the source of the sound, and before him stood a grotesque and hideous apparition. The ghastly visage was so horrifying that Naruto instinctively recoiled in fright. Oh my goodness! However, as he regained a semblance of composure and scrutinized the uninvited guest, an indescribable fear welled up within him, for he recognized this monstrous figure as the legendary Grim Reaper. Is that not the Grim Reaper? Naruto exclaimed, his voice laced with despair and helplessness. Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him, and he screamed hysterically, what the hell? Who has cast the Shikifuin upon me? I'm just a child. In that moment, Naruto's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, for he fully understood the terrifying implications of the Shikifuin. To compound his despair, he had only just crossed over into this world, and his life was just beginning. He did not wish to perish without understanding the circumstances surrounding his demise. Yet, as seconds ticked away, the Grim Reaper remained expressionless, fixated on Naruto, showing no intention of striking. Gradually, Naruto regained a fragment of his composure, discerning an oddity in the situation. Could it be Sarutobi Hiruzen? No, that was unlikely. After all, the Shikifuin was a forbidden technique, and that petty man would never impart such knowledge to others. Furthermore, if he were to employ that technique, it would lead to his own demise. Examining the Grim Reaper further, Naruto noticed something amiss. When the Shikifuin was activated, the soul of the caster should manifest before the Grim Reaper. Yet, at this moment, there was nothing but emptiness before him, no sign of a soul whatsoever. Could it be that this was not the result of the Shikifuin? This thought flickered through Naruto's mind, reigniting a glimmer of hope within him. But then, what were the two glass orbs suspended before the Grim Reaper? At that moment, one of the glass orbs drifted towards him. Upon closer inspection, he saw a red and black fox slumbering within one orb, while another contained a blonde man in peaceful repose. The Nine-Tails? Minato? Unable to resist, Naruto touched the orb housing Minato, and instantly, visions of the past flooded his mind, from his school days, to meeting the red-haired girl, to their marriage, his ascension to Hokage, and ultimately, the moments leading up to his death. This is Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God, various sealing techniques, Rasengan, and this. To his astonishment, he had inherited such a wealth of ninja techniques. Everything was in place. All that remained was the chakra. Fortunately, within the memories of Minato, there existed a detailed extraction method. If Naruto wished, he could extract it at any time and place. However, now was not the ideal moment. Should he act rashly and begin the chakra extraction, it would undoubtedly lead to a series of unforeseen complications, especially concerning Danzo. Wait, perhaps there was no need for excessive concern. The seals within him contained the chakras of both Minato and Kushina. Should he find himself in dire need, they would undoubtedly manifest to assist him. Thus, he could easily claim to have seen Minato as a pretext to attempt chakra extraction. After all, as Minato's son, such reasoning was entirely plausible and would be difficult for others to dispute. With a plan in mind, Naruto hesitated no longer and swiftly commenced the chakra extraction process, adhering to the methods etched in his memory. As moments ticked by, progress was initially slow, but as Naruto adjusted his breathing rhythm and gradually grasped the technique, he began to distinctly feel a subtle, yet tangible energy coursing through his being. Is this chakra? Just then, without warning, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to the waking world. He glanced around in confusion, and upon recognizing the familiar surroundings of his cozy little room, he realized that everything he had just experienced was not merely a dream, for he could undeniably feel the chakra within his body. This signified that all that had transpired was not a figment of imagination, but rather a genuine experience. With this realization, a radiant smile blossomed on Naruto's youthful face. He recalled all of Minato's ninja techniques. Should he give them a try? Perhaps later. He had just awakened, and his stomach was growling. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 3. My father, fortunately, there were still some provisions at home, including a few packets of instant noodles. After finishing his meal, Naruto intended to step outside to practice the ninjutsu swirling in his mind. However, as he opened the door, he was greeted by a familiar large face. Naruto, why haven't you gone to school yet? Irika, call me teacher. That hurts. Irika swiftly struck Naruto's head with a chop, eliciting a mix of annoyance rather than pain. It wasn't the blow that irked him, but rather the contemptuous gaze Irika cast upon him. It was a look filled with disdain and disgust. Indeed, Irika had once harbored a deep hatred for Naruto, stemming from the fact that his parents had perished due to the Nine-Tails. Had it not been for the Third Hokage's intervention and the incident involving Mizuki, Irika might never have changed his views. Naruto glared coldly at Irika, questioning, "What do you want? What do I want? Look at the time. You still haven't gone to school, and you dare ask me?" He then grabbed Naruto by the arm and dragged him toward the school. As they walked through the streets, Naruto noticed the disdainful glances from passers-by and shopkeepers alike. Each pair of eyes seemed to convey contempt and loathing, and he could even hear muttered curses directed at him. Look, that demon fox is out again. Why doesn't he, the Hokage, just lock it away? It would be better if it were dead. That cursed fox has caused me to have an upset stomach today. Listening to their harsh words, Naruto felt his anger boiling over. After all, he was new to this world and had committed no wrongs. The unjust scorn and cold stares were infuriating. He yearned to retaliate against them. And as for the one complaining about their stomach issues, what did that have to do with him? He truly could not fathom how the Naruto in the anime could forgive such people. Magnanimous? That was utterly impossible. Placing a hand on his abdomen, he felt a life within him, one that constantly tormented him and would continue to do so in the future. The demon fox? Ah, yes. He also housed the Yin Nine-Tails within him. Speaking of which, after coming into contact with the fourth Hokage's glass orb, He had acquired the knowledge and wisdom of the fourth. What would happen if he touched the orb associated with the Nine-Tails? Would it result in the fusion of yin and yang? Would he gain the vast chakra of the Nine-Tails? Or would he merely seal another Nine-Tails? Lost in thoughts about the Shinigami, he unconsciously found himself at school. Upon entering the classroom, Iruka promptly pushed him into his seat and then began his lesson without acknowledging Naruto further. Everyone, thank you for waiting. Please open your textbooks. Today we will continue discussing the Will of Fire. The Will of Fire? Well, I suppose I needn't listen. Time for a nap. When Naruto awoke, he noticed the sky had darkened. It appeared the school day was coming to an end. Observing that only a few students remained, he made his way toward the exit. This time, he opted not to return home, but instead headed to the stream he had visited the previous day. There, he found solitude, free from interruptions. Shadow clone technique. As the smoke dissipated, 10 copies of himself appeared before him. The shadow clone technique allowed the memories and experiences of the clones to return to the original upon dispelling. A veritable cheat for Naruto's training in the anime. Let us create 10 clones. It's just an experiment with this ninjutsu anyway. Yay! Success! Now, let the training commence. Naruto's method of climbing trees differed from what Kakashi had taught him. At this moment, he was just beginning to learn the skill. Generally, the higher one climbs, the more painful the fall when losing one's grip becomes. The 10 clones sprang into action, each seeking out a suitable tree. They pulled chakra into their feet, crouching slightly before stepping onto the trunk. Once one foot was firmly planted, Naruto cautiously lifted the other, preparing to ascend further. Yet, at that very moment, he lost his balance and plummeted toward the ground. Ouch! 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 X10 all 10 clones failed. Fortunately, because Naruto had maintained a crouch position, the fall was not from a great height. Thus, while he hit the ground, the impact was bearable. After several attempts, Naruto finally managed to stand steadily atop a tall tree. Not too difficult. However, he was not content merely to stand still. He boldly began to move along the trunk. Gradually, his movements became more fluid, and he even managed to perform a handstand on a branch. As he gazed at the world upside down, he was reminded of a failed moment from the manga. Is someone coming? A sudden gust rustled the leaves, and a figure quietly approached Naruto's location. Naruto, where are you? Grandpa has come to see you. The third Hokage, it seemed, had been watching over him. He must have noticed Naruto practicing and decided to pay a visit. Hey there, old man. Old man. Naruto, you're getting cheeky again. Yet, upon witnessing Naruto's rapid progress in climbing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely astonished. Climbing trees was neither overly difficult nor too simple. Given that Naruto's mother was Kushina, he undoubtedly possessed immense chakra. Additionally, having the Nine-Tails within him meant controlling chakra would be more challenging than for others. In less than a day, he had managed to climb a tree. Naruto was a genius. Naruto, I have a question for you. I don't want to hear it. Cough, cough. Naruto regarded Sarutobi with disdain. The old man, despite his age, still couldn't kick the smoking habit. Naruto, for your safety, I hope you can tell Grandpa. Are you training? Yes. And who is teaching you? My dad. Cough, cough. Honestly, you should just quit smoking. It's dangerous for you. Cough, cough, cough. It's fine, I'm fine. But Naruto, you said your father? Where did you see him? I don't know. It was pitch black, and a mysterious blonde appeared, asking me to call him dad. Oh, what does he look like? Blonde hair, blue eyes, wearing a green vest, draped in a white cloak with the fourth Hokage's name on it. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi began to doubt the veracity of Naruto's claim. Although Naruto's description matched Minato, the fourth Hokage had perished, having died due to the Shiki F gene. He was well aware of that sealing technique. It meant the user would be sealed away forever. Could it be that Minato had some contingency plan? That was a possibility, given the reliability of this child. Did your father say anything? Not much. He just called my name and said he was my dad. Oh, and he mentioned something about the third Hokage hiding information. Grandpa, what did you conceal? Cough, cough, cough. Naruto, do you know that I am the Hokage? Upon hearing these words, Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was he being treated as a fool or a blind man? With a single hand, he pointed towards the Hokage rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed his gaze and chuckled awkwardly. Ha. Your powers of observation are truly remarkable. So what is it that you are concealing, Grandfather Hokage? Naruto, when you grow older, I shall reveal everything to you. But the time is not yet ripe. Oh, very well. Sensing that he had deftly navigated the situation, Hiruzen felt a quiet sigh of relief within. Although he could not ascertain the veracity of Naruto's claims at this moment, some matters were indeed better believed to be true than to dismiss them as false. After all, Naruto was the son of Minato Namikaze. If Minato were to learn of Naruto's various tribulations, it could potentially yield unforeseen repercussions for both Naruto and the Nine-Tails sealed within him. Thus, from this point onward, it was essential to provide for Naruto. However, upon reflection, he realized that the inheritance left by Minato and Kushina had already been significantly depleted, and there would be many future expenses to consider. Therefore, it was impossible to hand over any money to Naruto. Nevertheless, this did not preclude him from exploring alternative means. At the very least, he could address some fundamental needs, ensuring that Naruto had enough to eat, warm clothing, and a comfortable place to live. This way, not only could Naruto's life improve, but perhaps he would also feel a sense of gratitude towards him. It was truly a twofold accomplishment. Of course, if Naruto were speaking falsehoods, it would not be a matter of great concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily extend his assistance to Naruto under the guise of his own name. After all, Naruto would remain oblivious to the truth of the situation, and in the end, he would likely still harbor feelings of gratitude towards him. Having made up his mind, a gentle and benevolent smile graced Hiruzen's face as he softly addressed Naruto. "Come, Naruto, let us go together. Today, grandfather wishes to treat you to a meal." Chapter 4, Training. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old man, is this the grand feast he promised? A bowl of Ichiraku ramen is considered a feast? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Naruto staring at the ramen before him, and for a long moment, he did not touch his chopsticks. Finally, Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and inquired, "What is wrong, Naruto? Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking?" Naruto replied, "Forget it, I'm starving." He took a tentative sip, slurping, slurping, slurping. "The flavor is acceptable. I'll have another bowl." After devouring his 7th bowl, Naruto finally felt his stomach was utterly filled, leaving no room for even a morsel more. He patted his round belly, letting out a satisfied burp. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and gestured for Naruto to follow him. After a brief walk, they arrived at a brand new residence. Naruto's eyes widened in curiosity as he examined the house before him. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the spacious and bright interior. Compared to his previous dwelling, this place was nothing short of a palace. Particularly striking was the enormous window, which was 3 to 4 times larger than the one in his old home. Even though night had fallen, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room and imparting a warm and cozy ambience. Excitedly, Naruto dashed to the bedside, gazing at the expansive double bed, unable to resist the urge to jump on it. The bed was soft and springy. He then turned his attention to the neatly arranged furniture, appliances, and the smooth, clean floor. Everything was pristine and perfect. "Naruto, you will be living here from now on." "Great. Naruto, it's getting late. You should rest early. If you need anything, feel free to tell Grandpa." Got it, got it." The next morning, sunlight gently poured into Naruto's room through the window. He awoke leisurely, stretching his limbs as he climbed out of the plush bed. With bleary eyes, he yawned and wandered towards the kitchen. Arriving at the refrigerator, he pulled the door open, and to his astonishment, he was met with a dazzling array of fresh ingredients neatly arranged inside. Seeing this, Naruto rolled up his sleeves and began to showcase his culinary skills. In no time, delightful aromas wafted through the kitchen. He eagerly set a plate before him at the dining table and began to devour his meal ravenously. After satisfying his hunger, Naruto contentedly patted his round belly and let out a loud burp. He then swiftly formed hand seals, and with a soft pop, a shadow clone identical to him emerged amidst a puff of smoke. "Now, you will take my place in class. Leave it to me." The clone turned and dashed out the door towards the school, while Naruto reclined comfortably on the sofa, propping his legs up and relishing this rare moment of leisure. Although attending school could be cumbersome, it was a form of protection for him. Currently, he lacked the ability to undertake missions for income, and with the 4th Hokage as his guarantor, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was reluctant, he would have to provide Naruto with living expenses. However, should he become a ninja, that financial support would cease, and he would have to rely entirely on himself. After approximately 10 minutes, he gradually rose from the soft, comfortable sofa. It was time to begin his training. His plan consisted of physical conditioning, ninjutsu study, and research on sealing techniques. Despite having the invaluable knowledge imparted by Minato as guidance, He lacked a systematic approach and could not learn or acquire these ninjutsu techniques all at once. Each skill and related knowledge would demand his own diligence and relentless practice to truly master. Consequently, Naruto decisively employed his signature skill, shadow clone technique, and created a total of 10 clones to delve deeply into the esoteric art of sealing. Subsequently, he swiftly made his way to a crystal-clear stream nearby, where he conjured an additional 25 clones. Among them, 10 were assigned to practice standing atop the water's surface. Another 10 dispersed to focus intently on ninjutsu study, while the final 5 clones were tasked with logistical support. As the original Naruto, he did not slack off in the slightest. Instead, he prepared himself for rigorous physical training. He loosened his joints and diligently commenced his warm-up exercises. After completing these preparations, Naruto nodded in satisfaction and began to speak to himself. All right, when it comes to training, the most fundamental exercise is undoubtedly running. After all, in battle, aside from the crucial chakra, stamina is paramount. If one aspires to build a robust physique and enhance their endurance, long-distance running is undoubtedly the optimal choice. With that thought, he took a deep breath, regulated his breathing, and without hesitation, set off on a long-distance run. Notably, during this run, Naruto did not utilize chakra. Time passed. Second by second, gradually, sweat began to bead on Naruto's forehead, trickling down his cheeks and soon soaking his thin shirt. Nevertheless, despite this, Naruto's pace never faltered. He maintained a steady rhythm as he pressed forward. As he continued running, he began to feel fatigued. His shadow clones, observing from a distance, wondered aloud. How far exactly is 10,000 meters? I have no idea. Forget about the original. Physical training requires breaking through limits. And let us not forget, the original possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and is nurtured by the chakra of the Nine-Tails. He will be fine. That's true. Let him keep running. However, not far off, in a concealed corner, Kakashi's sharp eyes remained fixed on Naruto. Kakashi silently monitored Naruto, his gaze unwavering. He observed not only Naruto drenched in sweat, diligently training, but also contemplated various questions in his mind. After observing for several days, Kakashi could not contain his curiosity any longer. Why is this kid working so hard? He knows he is the son of the fourth Hokage. He should understand that he could lead a carefree life of luxury. What drives him to train with such unwavering dedication? With this thought, Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, delving deeper into contemplation. Chapter 5. Regretful Shadows. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was indulging in his pipe, his gaze fixed upon a crystal ball resting on his desk. Within its depths, several voluptuous women were depicted in a bathhouse, scrubbing each other's backs, bathing, and soaking in the warm waters. Enraptured by this delightful scene, Hiruzen's eyes widened in amusement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh my, such ample proportions. Surely, that is a handful. Good heavens, the jiggling. Hiruzen. Lost in the captivating spectacle before him, Hiruzen remained oblivious to the presence that had silently materialized within the confines of his office. When awareness finally dawned upon him, he swiftly diverted the image with lightning speed, abruptly raising his head. To his surprise, a figure radiating an aura of profound age, decay, and death stood silently in the once empty chamber. Feigning composure, Hiruzen inquired, Danzo, when did you arrive? Why did you not announce yourself? I did knock. Did you? Well then, what brings you here? The nine-tailed Jinchuriki is capable of utilizing shadow clones. Hiruzen, do you not believe I am owed an explanation? Upon hearing these words, Hiruzen's countenance darkened considerably. Slowly lifting his head, he fixed Danzo with an intense gaze, his voice laced with icy resolve. Danzo, are you presuming to question my authority? Undaunted by Hiruzen's piercing glare, Danzo retorted with conviction, Hiruzen, you are well aware that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki must be safeguarded. For the sake of the village's security, you must entrust the Jinchuriki to me. I will mold him into the village's ultimate weapon. Enough, Danzo. He is Minato's son. I will not relinquish Naruto to you. He shall inherit the will of fire and become an indispensable asset to Konoha. Hiruzen, you will rue this decision. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You. Danzo spun on his heel, exiting the room with a resounding slam of the door. Hiruzen remained seated at his desk, his gaze lingering on the spot where Danzo had vanished. Subsequently, his attention drifted back to the crystalline orb upon his desk. Within its depths, the image of Naruto diligently training gradually materialized. Although he could not definitively confirm whether Naruto's vision had indeed been that of Minato Namikaze, he had no choice but to place his faith in the boy. Meanwhile, in another location, Naruto was engrossed in his arduous training. Even without explicit knowledge of Danzo's visit to Hiruzen, Naruto could surmise the likely outcome. Regardless of his status as Minato's son, the Third Hokage would never allow Danzo to have any contact with him, given his unique position as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. As close confidants, Hiruzen was intimately familiar with Danzo's character and his hidden intentions. Therefore, there was no need to fret over Danzo's machinations, as Hiruzen would undoubtedly ensure his protection. In essence, he was safe and could focus on his training. However, these thoughts were interrupted the following day when Hiruzen arrived unexpectedly. Naruto inwardly groaned. Not this old codger again. After entering the dwelling and engaging in a lengthy, rambling discourse, the Third Hokage abruptly inquired, Naruto, have you made any new acquaintances at school recently? Acquaintances? He had forgotten about that aspect. Although he had dispatched shadow clones to the academy, they primarily occupied themselves with slumber. There was no time for socializing. Moreover, why would he seek companionship? Who would desire to befriend him? Naruto's formative years had been characterized by suffering and isolation. Since he was destined to endure this existence, why should he seek companionship? Overwhelmed by a wave of melancholy, Naruto responded, Grandfather, you are aware of my circumstances. No one has any affection for me. Nonsense. There will undoubtedly be those who accept and appreciate you. Oh, who might that be? You must seek them out yourself. Where? Begin by looking at the academy. I am confident that you will find someone there. Upon hearing these words, Naruto understood the underlying implication. Given the Hokage's statement, he had no alternative but to attend the academy in person. Simultaneously, Naruto speculated that the old man would likely take action, issuing directives for the offspring of prominent families and shinobi to initiate contact with him. However, this development would inevitably disrupt his carefully planned training regimen. On second thought, it was said that haste makes waste. If he continued to train with the same intensity as the previous day, he might inflict considerable harm upon his physical well-being. Consider Rock Lee, for instance, who, prior to receiving guidance from Might Guy, had simply toiled away without any structure. Such relentless exertion would undoubtedly have strained his fragile physique beyond its limits. However, with Might Guy's expert tutelage, Lee was capable of overwhelming most genin with his solid taijutsu, even without resorting to the 8 gates. Therefore, he required a mentor. After careful deliberation, Naruto concluded that he should attend the academy, become acquainted with his classmates, and endeavor to forge friendships. After all, a friend in need is a friend indeed. With renewed resolve, Naruto nodded emphatically. Grandfather, rest assured, I understand what is required of me. I will attend the academy dutifully. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the foliage, illuminating the streets of Konoha. Naruto, with a spring in his step, made his way towards the ninja academy. Unlike his previous routine, he refrained from employing shadow clones to fulfill his attendance obligations. As Naruto entered the classroom at the commencement of lessons, he exhibited no signs of drowsiness. However, while he remained awake, his attention was not focused on Iruka's instruction. Naruto's heart was filled with discontent for the curriculum. The ninjutsu lessons were a repetitive droning of the 3 basic techniques: transformation, substitution, and clone. These were far too rudimentary and uninteresting for Naruto, who already possessed a repertoire of advanced techniques. The cultural studies were equally tedious, filled with the will of fire and archaic Japanese poetry and prose. After completing these studies, there was no practical use for them. The history courses had been altered beyond recognition by the Third Hokage. The book had become a glorification of the Hokage's achievements, particularly those of the Third Hokage himself. The title of Strongest Hokage was, in Naruto's opinion, a shameless act of self-promotion. The accomplishments of other ninja clans were glossed over, and the achievements of the Uchiha clan, which had once been glorious, were not mentioned at all. Even the achievements of the Senju clan, one of the founders of Konoha, were ignored. Additionally, many of the other courses were abysmal, either vapid or taught with dry, repetitive methods. Naruto concluded that the academy was in the business of churning out cannon fodder. Chapter 6. Friends, although the courses here are exceedingly dull, it is fortunate that both commoners and ninja clans alike send their children to the ninja academy. Naruto arrived here just in time to forge some friendships. He does not require an abundance of friends. A few reliable and trustworthy companions will suffice. As for the approach, he need not create chaos like the Naruto from the anime to attract attention. He simply needs to seek out individuals with whom he can communicate. Such individuals are not entirely absent. Naruto slightly turned his head to observe a few classmates in the classroom. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, and his destined rival, Uchiha Sasuke. The first four are relatively easy to approach, as their parents would not oppose their interactions. As for Sasuke, he had been insufferably aloof prior to accepting Sakura, a rather bothersome personality, yet he harbored no ill will towards Naruto, making friendship possible. Regarding Hinata, although she harbors a secret admiration for him, this infatuation poses its own challenges. She faints at the slightest provocation, rendering communication nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he is somewhat curious. Would she truly faint at his mere presence? Perhaps he would test this theory shortly. As for Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, they are merely sycophants, and he has no interest in engaging with them. Oh, and there's Rock Lee. Perhaps he could get to know him, and potentially meet Guy as well. To be honest, he envies Guy's radiant smile, though he would gladly pass on the spandex, even if it were in yellow. Thus, when the class concluded, Naruto approached Shikamaru's position. He found Shikamaru casually with his hands in his pockets, gazing downwards in a posture that seemed to look down upon him. At that moment, the attention of the other classmates was drawn to Naruto's actions, and the classroom erupted into a flurry of murmurs. Look, he is actually approaching Shikamaru. This could turn troublesome. Should we intervene if a fight breaks out? What help can we offer? We should quickly call the teacher. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, still seated, displayed no change in his already apathetic expression upon seeing Naruto stride directly towards him, halting right in front of him. He merely lifted his eyelids, glanced at Naruto with indifference, and asked leisurely, "What do you want?" In response to Shikamaru's cold demeanor, Naruto remained unfazed, instead smiling warmly and kindly. He slowly extended his right hand towards Shikamaru while introducing himself. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I would like to be your friend." Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, astonishment swept through the classroom, and students exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for such a statement from Naruto. Shikamaru turned his head, somewhat surprised, and inquired, "Why me? You seem amiable, and I have an inkling that you are different from the others. Is that truly the only reason?" "Yes, precisely that." Shikamaru furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto's eyes, attempting to discern any hint of falsehood or pretense. After a prolonged period of silent observation, Shikamaru resignedly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Just the night prior, his father had advised him to find an opportunity to converse with Naruto. Whether they would become good friends ultimately depended on Shikamaru's own true feelings. Initially, Shikamaru had been reluctant, convinced this would be a troublesome endeavor. However, upon meeting Naruto and hearing his words, he suddenly felt that perhaps this could be an intriguing experience. Ugh, what a hassle. Is that a problem? No. My name is Nara Shikamaru. You can call me Shikamaru. As he spoke, he slowly stood up, and his somewhat languid eyes sparkled with a touch of friendliness and curiosity. He confidently extended his right hand and firmly shook Naruto's hand. Feeling the warmth of Shikamaru's palm, Naruto beamed with a brilliant smile and enthusiastically replied, "Ah, I see. You may call me Naruto." At that moment, Choji, wearing a broad smile, chimed in, "Since you're now Shikamaru's friend, that makes you my good friend too. I'm Akimichi Choji, just call me Choji." Naruto looked at the amiable and approachable Choji, nodding happily. "Hello, Choji." In the midst of numerous gazes, Naruto conversed animatedly with Shikamaru and Choji. They laughed and playfully bantered, as if they had known each other for years. Observers were taken aback by the scene. They distinctly remembered their parents' stern warnings to maintain distance from Naruto. Yet here were Shikamaru and Choji, unhesitatingly choosing to befriend him, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Among the onlookers, only Hinata sat quietly in her seat, her eyes filled with envy. She watched silently as Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto chatted joyfully, contemplating how wonderful it would be if she could approach Naruto with the same bravery. She had always hoped to befriend him, but each time that thought crossed her mind, her innate shyness surged forth like a tide, washing away her remaining courage. Furthermore, whenever she encountered Naruto, her heart would inexplicably race, and a warm sensation would envelop her, causing her thoughts to become muddled and elusive. Thus, despite her fervent desire, she found it difficult to summon the courage to greet Naruto. However, witnessing Naruto boldly approach Shikamaru and successfully forge a friendship sparked a resolve within her. This time, she vowed to emulate Naruto and muster the courage to extend her goodwill towards him. Finally, with determination, Hinata gritted her teeth and rose from her seat. She slowly lifted her gaze, locking onto Naruto, who was engrossed in laughter with his friends. Taking a deep breath, she gathered all her strength and took a small step forward. But at that moment, thoughts of what would follow flooded her mind. As she pondered, everything suddenly went dark, and the world around her spun wildly. In a heartbeat, her petite frame swayed as if a candle flickering in the wind before she toppled backward. Hinata. What is wrong, Hinata? Hurry, call the teacher. Chapter 7. The waterfall. Naruto immediately spotted Hinata collapsed on the ground. Drawing from his understanding of her, he quickly deduced the reason for her fainting. However, knowing the cause made Naruto's lips twitch involuntarily, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Hinata was truly unique. She could suddenly faint without warning, as if it were her peculiar talent. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed she had never truly had a full meal. Could it be that her long-term malnutrition had led to hypoglycemia? With this thought, Naruto resolved to urge her to eat more once she regained consciousness. Meanwhile, standing not far away, Sasuke cast a glance towards Naruto. After locking eyes with him for a moment, he feigned indifference and swiftly turned away. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke believed he did not require friends. Yet, deep down, he envied Naruto's candidness in forging new connections, a sentiment he would never openly express. At that moment, Sakura and Ino, along with a group of other girls, flocked to Sasuke like moths to a flame. Each wore a starry-eyed expression, gazing intently at him as if they wished to devour him whole. In the face of these overly enthusiastic girls, Sasuke gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, "It's too noisy. Stay away from me." "Kia." Sasuke-kun spoke to me. Naruto watched the scene with a sense of disbelief and couldn't help but remark, "They really are too precocious. Women are such a hassle. They can't compare to my snacks." "Shikamaru, Naruto, would you like some?" Gradually, the hands of the clock approached dismissal time. The campus buzzed with activity as children joyfully rushed to their parents, hand in hand, chatting and laughing as they left the school. After bidding farewell to Shikamaru and Choji, Naruto lingered alone near the school. At that moment, Shikamaru stood quietly at the school gate, his gaze following Naruto's somewhat solitary figure, stirring a peculiar feeling within him. Turning around, he caught sight of his father, Shikaku, watching him, and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Shikaku smiled softly, gently ruffling his son's hair, and replied, "It's nothing. Just some thoughts that crossed my mind. By the way, how was school today?" "Well, I had a pretty good day, and I became good friends with that Naruto guy." "Oh, you actually made friends with him? What is he like?" Though Naruto could be troublesome at times, overall, he was an interesting person. "I don't dislike him at all." Shikaku nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "That's good to hear. Making new friends is always a joyful thing." Before they knew it, the sun had set, and twilight crept in. Yet, Naruto continued to wander aimlessly around the school. His presence here was not without purpose. He harbored a special intention. He walked on, unaware of how long it had been when he finally heard the sound he was eager to catch. 893. 894. 800. 800. Damn it. If I can't finish 1,000 sit-ups, then I'll have to do 1,000 squats. Though the voice was unfamiliar, it was undoubtedly Lee torturing himself. As he approached the sound, he found Lee working hard. "Hey, brother, who is it?" Lee paused his training and turned to Naruto. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, just call me Naruto." "I'm Rock Lee, you can just call me Lee." "Are you here to train too?" "Yeah." So you can't use ninjutsu either?" "Not exactly, I just want to work on my physical fitness." "Want to join me?" "Sure, let's work hard together." Thus, Naruto embarked on a training journey alongside Lee. In the days that followed, during daylight, Naruto actively engaged with his friends Shikamaru, Choji, and others. Mustering the courage to meet new acquaintances, when night fell, he would follow Lee's rigorous training regimen. However, it must be said that Lee's training methods were extraordinarily demanding, bordering on inhumane. He pushed himself to the extreme, completely disregarding his own well-being. Furthermore, no one knew when Guy would make an appearance. As a few days passed, Naruto found himself worn out. "Lee, can we change our training method?" "Naruto-kun, we must strive twice as hard. Otherwise, how can we achieve our grand dreams?" "Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant we could try a different approach." "Oh, what kind of approach?" "Follow me." At that moment, hidden within dense foliage were Kakashi and Might Guy, their eyes fixed on the retreating figures of Naruto and Lee, filled with curiosity. "Where on earth are those kids headed?" Kakashi lowered his voice to inquire. Guy, equally puzzled, shook his head in confusion. As seconds ticked by, Naruto and Lee soon appeared at the base of a magnificent waterfall. It turned out this waterfall was something Naruto had stumbled upon during his training by the creek. In martial arts novels and anime, it is often depicted that characters train rigorously beneath waterfalls. Naruto stripped down to his shorts and approached the waterfall. As he stood beneath the cascading waters, he was instantly met with tremendous pressure. Steadily, he sank into a horse stance, gritting his teeth as the water hammered against his body like a heavy weight. Seeing Naruto's courage and determination, Lee followed suit, stepping into the water and swiftly assuming a horse stance. This unique training method proved to be remarkably effective. While maintaining the horse stance, their bodies had to endure the relentless impact of the rushing water. The upper body naturally inclined downward, while their bent legs had to exert even greater strength to support their entire frame. Thus, the two struggled to maintain their stance under the waterfall's baptism. As time passed, their strength waned, yet they persevered. Finally, when they could no longer hold on, they transitioned to doing push-ups, sit-ups, and other high-intensity physical training. After an arduous session, both Naruto and Lee collapsed onto the ground, their consciousness fading into darkness as they succumbed to exhaustion. At that moment, Kakashi and Guy appeared before them. Upon recognizing the dark-clad ninja, Guy exclaimed, "Kakashi, you're here too." Kakashi disregarded Guy's exuberance and simply picked up Naruto, preparing to leave. Guy watched as they departed, chuckling softly before lifting Lee and following suit. Chapter 8. Xiao Li's apprenticeship. Upon returning home, Naruto and Xiao Li awakened, harboring a hint of bewilderment regarding their unconscious state. However, neither delved deeply into the matter. Naruto was acutely aware that the shadows of the ANBU were meticulously monitoring his every move, likely responsible for escorting him home. Meanwhile, Xiao Li speculated that it was Naruto who had brought him back while he was in a stupor. In the ensuing days, as twilight descended, both Naruto and Xiao Li would invariably appear beneath the tranquil waterfall, embarking on a grueling journey of training. As time progressed, Naruto was elated to discover significant changes within himself. He could distinctly feel the surge of power coursing through his veins, with each training session propelling him closer to his limits. The exhilaration following each successful breakthrough was intoxicating. In stark contrast, Xiao Li, despite his unwavering commitment to daily training, found himself stagnating without any tangible progress. No matter how hard he tried, the outcome was consistently disheartening. He often succumbed to exhaustion and fainted during training. Observing Naruto's growing strength, Xiao Li was overwhelmed with feelings of frustration and helplessness. One fateful day, while pushing himself to the brink once more, a torrent of water suddenly swept him away like a ferocious beast. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the depths of the waterfall, Naruto leaped into the fray, navigating through the turbulent waters to seize Xiao Li and laboriously pull him back to shore. Soaked to the bone, Xiao Li lay on the ground, gasping for breath, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Between sobs, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Damn it! Why? Why have I exerted myself to this extent, yet remain unchanged?" Upon hearing Xiao Li's lament, Naruto felt a jolt in his heart. He yearned to offer comfort, but was momentarily at a loss for words, standing silently beside his tear-streaked friend, who was filled with indignation. "Naruto, I may lack ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but I believe that as long as I do not give up, even with merely taijutsu, I can become an exceptional ninja. Yet." "Why?" Naruto furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He had borne witness to the relentless efforts of both the real Xiao Li and the one from the anime. Logically, Xiao Li's steadfast dedication to rigorous training should have yielded significant improvements. Yet, the reality was brutally harsh. He not only failed to progress, but often found himself collapsing from exhaustion during his arduous training. Naruto's gaze gradually shifted to Xiao Li, first resting on his tattered, worn-out clothing, then on his frail, emaciated frame. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis took root in his mind. "Xiao Li, what do you typically eat for your 3 meals a day?" Just some rice and a few wild vegetables and mushrooms I forage from the mountains." "What about meat?" "Meat is too expensive. I cannot afford it." "Do you not eat fish?" "Fish? Where can I find fish?" The mystery is solved. The crux of Xiao Li's lack of substantial progress lay in his severely inadequate nutritional intake. The prolonged absence of essential nutrients, such as animal proteins, rendered his body perpetually weak and lethargic. Coupled with the relentless, high-intensity training he subjected himself to daily, his once robust physique had become frail and battered. Similarly, the Shaoli from the anime experienced this plight until he became the disciple of Might Guy, whose nurturing presence significantly improved Xiao Li's nutritional status. Guy, a powerful Jonin devoted entirely to his training, bore no familial burdens, allowing him to fully invest in the well-being of his student. This is why the animated Xiao Li experienced remarkable growth. With this realization, Naruto spoke. Xiao Li, I believe we should take a break today. Huh? What's wrong, Naruto? There are fish in this stream. Let us catch some for a meal. Really? There are fish here. That's wonderful. Together, they worked diligently to catch some delectable fish, relishing their meal with great satisfaction. Once their stomachs were full and their strength replenished, they returned to their rigorous training. After several days of keen observation, Xiao Li was elated to discover significant advancements in various aspects of his abilities. Both his speed and strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, Guy, who had been silently observing Xiao Li's growth, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and satisfaction at his persistent dedication and progress. Naruto, Uzumaki, Rock Lee. Will these two young men, like Kakashi and I, ultimately become lifelong rivals and inseparable companions? In the blink of an eye, a year had swiftly passed. During this time, Naruto and Xiao Li, through their indomitable will and tireless effort, had grown increasingly formidable. Guy's affection for his two students deepened with each passing day. Gradually, the idea of taking Xiao Li as his personal disciple began to take shape in his mind. As for Naruto, due to specific circumstances, Guy found it challenging to engage with him closely. After several days of contemplative deliberation, Guy finally reached a decisive conclusion. On a day like any other, as Xiao Li prepared to head to the waterfall for training, he spotted a familiar green figure standing in the middle of the path. Who are you? Me? I am Might Guy, the proud blue beast of Konoha, the strongest ninja. Guy struck a dramatic pose, his left thumb raised, forming an open fist with his palm facing up, his arm elevated, and his right hand bent with the palm upwards. Oh, I see. Do you need something from me? Xiao Li, what is your dream? Huh? How do you know my name? That is unimportant. Answer my question. Even though I cannot use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I will become an excellent ninja with only taijutsu. That is my dream. Ska. Upon hearing Xiao Li's aspirations, tears streamed down Guy's face. He enveloped Xiao Li in a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, "What a splendid dream, Xiao Li. Really? Is it truly a wonderful dream?" Absolutely. Ah, youth. What a dream filled with vitality. From now on, I shall be your teacher, and I will do everything in my power to help you achieve your dream. Oh, Guy-sensei. Xiao Li. Meanwhile, Naruto, firmly planted in a horse stance beneath the waterfall, muttered in confusion, what on earth is going on with Xiao Li? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Chapter 9. The Silent Waters. Thus, Naruto waited in vain from dusk until the deep of night, yearning for Li's presence, which never arrived. It was only upon their next encounter that Naruto learned the reason behind it. After a conversation with Li, he discovered that Guy had been quietly observing them from the shadows. With this realization, Naruto couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Despite Guy's usual boisterous demeanor, he was far from foolish. In fact, he was quite astute. He understood that the Third Hokage would never permit Naruto to seek him as a mentor. Hence he refrained from approaching Naruto directly. Faced with such circumstances, Naruto felt helpless, knowing that his progress now depended solely on his own diligent training. Fortunately, the intensive training he had undergone beneath the waterfall had yielded significant results. He had gradually acclimated to the intense gravitational pressure exerted by the powerful currents of the waterfall, and this phase of his training was nearing its conclusion. Tonight would be Naruto's final night beneath the waterfall. Upon successfully completing all his designated training tasks for the day, Naruto rose slowly, deftly donned the clothes he had prepared earlier, and turned to leave. However, at that very moment, an unexpected event transpired. A loud splash echoed, followed by the sight of a figure plummeting from above, plunging straight into the icy waters below. The sudden turn of events snapped Naruto to attention, and he shouted, "Who is there?" No one responded. Gradually, a lifeless body began to surface. Cautiously, Naruto approached, and upon realizing who it was, he was taken aback. It was a young man, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale as parchment. Blood streamed from the corners of his eyes and the back of his head, staining the clear water in a shocking crimson. Naruto gently tapped the young man's shoulder, concern etched on his face. "Hey, are you okay? Can you hear me?" Yet, the youth remained unresponsive, as if ensnared in an eternal slumber. Naruto reached out to feel for a pulse, but was met with an ominous silence. The young man had lost all signs of life. The water was shallow. It appeared the boy had suffered a fatal blow to the head upon striking the bottom. What puzzled Naruto, however, was the source of the blood flowing from his eyes. With a heart full of questions, Naruto trembled as he gently lifted the young man's eyelid, only to be met with a horrifying sight. His eye sockets were utterly empty, devoid of eyeballs. As he gazed upon the familiar hairstyle and the grim scene in this peculiar location, a thought flashed through Naruto's mind. Could it be? He is Uchiha Shisui. Suddenly, a faint green orb began to materialize upon Shisui's forehead, radiating a soft glow. The orb twinkled like a star in the night sky, captivating Naruto's attention. Unable to resist, he reached out with his right hand and lightly touched the mysterious sphere. In an instant, a powerful suction surged forth, drawing the orb into Naruto's very being. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a shadowy figure appeared behind him like a wraith. Naruto's heart raced, and just as he turned to confront the threat, it was too late. The figure swiftly raised a hand, delivering a vicious strike towards Naruto's neck. In a heartbeat, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yet, despite his physical fainting, Naruto's consciousness remained alert. It was as if an invisible force guided him, plunging him once more into that familiar and eerie realm of darkness. In this endless void, the fearsome visage of the grim Reaper loomed silently before him. Unlike previous encounters, this time, a glass sphere rested before the Reaper. Through the translucent surface, Naruto distinctly perceived a hazy silhouette within the sphere. Intrigued, he stepped closer, scrutinizing the glass orb. To his astonishment, the figure inside was none other than Shisui, who had just perished before his eyes. With a gentle touch upon the sphere's surface, an overwhelming flood of memories surged into Naruto's mind, as if a tide of images had been unleashed. These fleeting visions depicted the myriad experiences of Shisui's life. As the memories cascaded forth, Naruto empathized deeply with Shisui's journey, his heart swelling with sympathy and sorrow. Once the memories subsided, Naruto found himself murmuring, "Poor soul. How could you have so readily believed the deceitful words of that old fox, Danzo?" Alas, it is not entirely his fault. He was alone, without anyone to rely on. Even Itachi depended upon him. Wait a moment. Shisui is dead, which means the night of the massacre is imminent. Although Naruto was not fully versed in the intricacies of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, he possessed a modicum of understanding. The root of this turmoil stemmed from the biases held by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, leading the higher-ups of Konoha to focus their animosity towards the Uchiha clan. What the village leaders feared most was the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. This eye bestowed its wielder with terrifying abilities, significantly enhancing their strength. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke were all formidable warriors who became immensely powerful after awakening it. Consequently, the Konoha elite worried that the Uchiha clan could potentially overthrow the village's rule and wreak havoc upon it. Undeniably, the Uchiha clan possessed the formidable Manjiki Sharingan, but such power was not easily attained. The conditions to awaken it were exceedingly stringent. Only a handful within the Uchiha clan had managed to unlock its true potential. Furthermore, Naruto believed that the drastic personality changes following the awakening were quite common. The Uchiha clan was known for their capacity to love. Only through the loss of love did they awaken their eyes. Yet, consider this. Anyone, upon losing love, would inevitably change, wouldn't they? Tsunade, after losing her loved ones, became consumed by gambling, losing interest in everything. Neji, after his father's death, accepted a fate of confinement, becoming bitter and resentful towards the main family. Nagato, after losing his dear friend, sought to inflict pain upon the world, bringing chaos and war. Countless figures within the ranks of the Hokage had similarly undergone transformations after experiencing loss. Even Senju Hashirama, when faced with the imminent loss of love, could become frenzied. For instance, when he witnessed Uchiha Madara's intent to destroy Konoha, his usually gentle and magnanimous demeanor vanished, replaced by an unprecedented resolve and ruthlessness. He uttered words that shocked Uchiha Madara. "No matter who it is, be it a brother, a dear friend, or even my own flesh and blood, if they dare oppose the village, I shall show no mercy." Can you imagine such words coming from the ever-loyal Senju Hashirama? Chapter 10. Body Flicker Technique regardless of who it may be. When faced with such experiences, a person inevitably undergoes a transformation. Whether it be Naruto from the anime, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, or even Ashura and the Sage of Six Paths, there are no exceptions. For we are all creatures driven by emotion. At last, the moment to delve into the mysteries of the body flicker technique has arrived. Within his memory lies a multitude of fire-release jutsu, a formidable talent for Jinjutsu, as well as the elusive body flicker technique. Ah yes, the body flicker technique. If there is one thing that piques Naruto's interest above all else, it is indeed this technique. It is through this very skill that Shisui earned his fearsome reputation, known throughout the ninja world as Shisui of the body flicker. Hence, it is imperative that he learns it. However, as he observes further, he realizes that the body flicker technique necessitates the synchronization with the Sharingan. At this thought, a tinge of regret washes over Naruto. After all, he does not hail from the Uchiha clan and, consequently, lacks the Sharingan. To wield such a technique is likely. Wait. With determination, Naruto slowly closes his eyes, striving to concentrate the chakra within him to his eyes. Initially, there is no peculiar sensation, but as time progresses, he gradually feels an unusual itch in his eyes. In that moment, when he opens his eyes again, he is astonished to find that his once blue pupils have transformed into a vivid crimson, with 3 tomo patterns clearly visible within. Do I have the Sharingan now? Damn, I can't see. Right. Shadow Clone Jutsu. After creating a shadow clone, Naruto instructs it to closely observe his eyes. The clone, upon witnessing Naruto's eyes, instantly resembles a deer caught in headlights, frozen in place with its mouth agape, utterly speechless, its expression one of disbelief and shock. Judging by your reaction, my eyes must have transformed into the Sharingan. The clone, seemingly stripped of its ability to speak, merely nods mechanically in response. Overjoyed by the clone's affirmative reply, Naruto exclaims, "Hurry! Quickly create a mirror." Following Naruto's command, the clone swiftly performs hand seals. In an instant, the clone standing there transforms into an enormous, mirror-like surface. Eagerly, Naruto steps forward to scrutinize his reflection. Indeed, his eyes now bear the 3 tomo patterns of the Sharingan. I have acquired the Sharingan. Ha. However, at that moment, a thought flashes through Naruto's mind. If I can possess the Sharingan, could I also attain the more powerful Manjiki Sharingan? Without hesitation, Naruto channels his chakra, continuously gathering it towards his eyes. As the chakra floods in, he distinctly feels an odd sensation in his eyes. Finally, when he abruptly opens his eyes to gaze into the mirror, he sees Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. So, does this mean I have access to the Konoha Tsukumi as well? Just then, the mirror undergoes a transformation, reverting back to Naruto's original form. Without a word, the clone raises its hand and strikes Naruto fiercely. Slap. Don't be foolish, Uchiha. Snap out of it. With those words, a series of resounding slaps ensues. Slap, slap, slap. Stop. I'm awake. Naruto shouts, shielding his face with his hands. Eventually, the clone ceases its assault, calmly stating, "It's good to see you're awake." With that, it dispels itself, vanishing without a trace. Gazing at his reflection, Naruto observes that his once handsome visage has become swollen and red, akin to a ripe pig's head. He cannot help but touch his bloated face, feeling a mix of exasperation and frustration. How could I have been beaten by my own clone? This is utterly absurd. Should I confront that clone? But it has already vanished, even if I summon another. It may not be the same one that struck me. As Naruto gradually regains his composure, he suddenly realizes the significant risks associated with Shisui's eyes. Firstly, these eyes are not the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and excessive use could lead to blindness. He has no desire to become sightless. It seems he must devise a plan to bring another person's soul into the fold. Ideally, someone who possesses the Manjiki Sharingan, to see if he could achieve the eternal Manjiki. Right, isn't the night of the massacre approaching? While others may be unaware, Fugaku Uchiha possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. He must find a way to interact with Fugaku after his demise. However, for now, it would be wise to experiment with other techniques. With that thought, Naruto performs hand seals and summons 10 shadow clones. Subsequently, he himself performs the hand seals for 10 shadow clones. Alright, everyone listen to my command. When I count to 3, commence the attack. 10 ready. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, both sides launch into combat. Remarkably, the seemingly ephemeral shadow clones remain steadfast against the onslaught, showing no signs of dissipating. In striking contrast, the shadow clones, once struck, burst and vanish like mere bubbles. As the last shadow clone is thoroughly obliterated, Naruto effortlessly dispels the shadow clone technique. This shadow clone technique is truly impressive. Naruto marvels, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After a brief pause, he continues, "Now, let me test my fire release jutsu." It is well known that in the original anime, Naruto's chakra affinity is solely limited to wind release. Yet, at this moment, he has successfully harnessed the power of fire release chakra. Whether there are other undiscovered affinities remains to be seen through further testing. With this in mind, Naruto takes a deep breath and swiftly performs hand seals. Chakra flows ceaselessly to his throat, and a massive, blazing fireball erupts from his mouth. Beholding the awe-inspiring Great Fireball technique, a satisfied smile graces Naruto's face. Haha, I did it. After successfully executing the fire release, Great Fireball technique, Naruto raises his head, fixing his gaze on the ominous figure of the Shinigami in the distance. Through his recent series of attempts and explorations, he has now confirmed a crucial fact. Any individual sealed by the Shinigami possesses jutsu and unique bloodline limits that can be utilized by him. Nonetheless, a pivotal question remains. What type of deceased individual should he seek? Must they have recently passed, or are there strict temporal constraints regarding their death? This, it seems, requires further experimentation and exploration to unveil its mysteries. Chapter 11. Hinata. Before long, Naruto stepped out from the realm of the Grim Reaper, his consciousness returning to the confines of his own body. As he regained his senses, he found himself in a familiar room. However, at that moment, a violent headache surged through him, causing Naruto to furrow his brow and gently rub the nape of his neck. His expression darkened, and in frustration, he muttered, "If I catch you, you'll regret it." With anger boiling within him, Naruto endured the pain in his head and staggered toward the bathroom. Upon entering, he turned on the faucet, allowing the cool water to wash over his weary face. He then squeezed out some shampoo, massaging it into his golden hair. As the white foam expanded in his hands, after rinsing, he grabbed a clean towel to dry his face. Suddenly, he paused, carefully opening one eye to peek through his damp lashes. At that moment, his Sharingan activated. It became clear that everything he had experienced in the realm of the Grim Reaper was not a mere illusion, but a reality he had endured. Consequently, the soul of Fugaku became increasingly significant to him. However, acquiring his soul would require caution. Recklessly charging him would be unwise, with success being improbable and failure potentially fatal. Thus, he needed to master the Flying Thunder God technique, the signature ninjutsu of the Fourth Hokage. Yet, glancing at the time, he realized it was time for school. He decided to attend class first, determined to win Hinata's heart today. Finally, the school bell rang, and Naruto stretched in relief, his gaze drawn to Hinata, who was seated not far away. Remarkably, at that very moment, Hinata was gazing back at him with tender eyes. When their eyes met, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if she were a ripe apple, and a warm heat seemed to rise from her head like wisps of smoke. Shyly, she quickly turned her head away, unable to maintain eye contact with Naruto. Noticing her reaction, Naruto instinctively scratched the back of his head, then stood up from his seat and walked directly toward Hinata. "Oh. He is coming over. What should I do?" Hinata's heart raced like a startled deer, overwhelmed with nervousness. Meanwhile, the attention of their classmates shifted towards them, whispering and speculating. Some curiously wondered if Naruto was about to confess his feelings for Hinata in front of everyone. Excitement filled the air as they anticipated the unfolding drama. Hearing their chatter, Naruto felt a bit exasperated. These kids are too mature for their age. Shouldn't they be focusing on play instead of romance? Ignoring the others, he approached Hinata and pulled out a packet of candy he had prepared earlier, placing it on her desk. Seeing the candy, Hinata asked in confusion, "Is this for me?" "Naruto-kun?" "Yes. I've noticed you often faint, and I've heard that can be a sign of low blood sugar. If you feel dizzy next time, take one and it should help." "Really? Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'll keep it safe. Make sure to eat well. Your low blood sugar might be due to insufficient nutrition." How did you know?" "That is not important. To grow stronger, one needs not only talent, but also a healthy body, unwavering belief, and the courage to forge ahead." Healthy body, unwavering belief, and courage to forge ahead? I understand now, Naruto-kun. Just call me Naruto from now on. Really? Can I call you by your name? Hinata's pale cheeks blushed a vivid shade, as if painted by the evening sky, feeling as if she might faint again. Seeing this, Naruto was startled and quickly reacted, rushing forward to open the candy wrapper and placing one directly into Hinata's slightly parted lips. "Hinata, hurry! Eat it!" Hinata instinctively chewed the sweet candy, the sugary flavor rapidly filling her senses. Gradually, her muddled consciousness began to clear, and she felt more awake. Witnessing this, not only Naruto but all of their classmates sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. Hinata's previous frail state had been quite alarming. But now that she had regained her composure, everyone recognized that Naruto's advice was indeed effective. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Narashikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino approached. Ino, with her keen eyes, immediately noticed Naruto's attentive care for Hinata, and curiosity and excitement sparkled in her eyes, igniting her inner gossip. She could barely contain her excitement as she walked up to Naruto, a sly smile on her lips. "Hey, Naruto-kun. I didn't expect you to be so caring toward our lovely Hinata." Well, she was the first to recognize me. "Oh, so passionate. That youthful spirit. Tell me more. Next time." At that moment, Kiba, holding his little dog, chimed in with a grin. "You're quite interesting. I'm Inuzuka Kiba. Just call me Kiba." "I'm Aburame Shino. You can call me Shino," said Shino. Kiba continued, "Hey, when did you arrive?" "That's a bit rude," Ino exclaimed. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yamanaka Ino. Just call me Ino," she added. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. You can just call me Naruto," he finished. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Naruto making friends, a warm and satisfied smile gracing his face. This was the scene he had longed to witness. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was the village's greatest weapon. If entrusted to Danzo, he would undoubtedly become a soulless tool. Danzo's narrow-mindedness and tendency to resolve matters through conflict and control posed a grave danger to both the shinobi world and the village. Thus, Naruto could never be handed over to him. Though Naruto was still young, Hiruzen himself was aging and uncertain how long he could protect Konoha. Therefore, Naruto needed companions to safeguard. With companions, he would embody the will of fire. With the will of fire, he would protect the village. With Naruto embracing this spirit, Hiruzen could rest easy knowing he would grow stronger. Little did Hiruzen know, Naruto's quest for friendship was driven by purpose. In the realm of anime, we find the illustrious characters of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, Tintin, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Shino Aburame. These 12 are collectively known as the 12 Little Powerhouses. Presently, the only friend left for Naruto to befriend is Tintin. Typically, a ninja would merely carry a kunai tucked at their thigh. However, this remarkable girl wields a substantial scroll along with her kunai and shuriken. Such extravagance is simply irresistible. As for Hyuga Neji, although his fate is indeed tragic, regretfully, Naruto has no desire to forge a connection with him. By the way, is there anyone deceased within the Hyuga clan? Has his father already perished? What a pity. Perhaps he will seek an opportunity in the future. Lastly, regarding Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto is merely interested in the essence of his father and the Indra chakra dwelling within him. The notion of friendship is of little concern. Chapter 12. The Flying Thunder God Technique. As night quietly descended, Naruto did not venture to the waterfall for training as he typically did. After a prolonged period of unwavering effort, his waterfall training had reached a satisfying conclusion. This time, Naruto directed his gaze towards a perilous, towering cliff. From this moment forth, he resolved to harness the challenging sport of rock climbing to further hone his physical strength and endurance. However, as he stood at the base of the cliff, gazing up at the daunting height, a flicker of concern regarding safety surged within him. Exercising caution, Naruto retrieved a sturdy rope, meticulously prepared in advance, from his backpack and carefully inspected each connection for reliability. Once satisfied, he adeptly secured the rope in a suitable position, establishing a comprehensive safety apparatus. With everything in place, Naruto took a deep breath and formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. In an instant, 1,000 identical shadow clones materialized out of thin air. The space was soon filled with these countless figures, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Faced with such a multitude of clones, Naruto remained composed, allocating them according to a pre-established plan. He divided the shadow clones into 4 groups in a precise ratio of 2, 2, 3, 3. 2 groups were dedicated to closely guarding the original, ensuring its absolute safety during the climb. Another 2 were dispersed to vigilantly monitor the surroundings for any potential dangers, while the remaining 6 groups undertook significant training tasks. 3 groups focused intently on studying sealing techniques and other ninjutsu, while the last 3 delved into the renowned Flying Thunder God technique, regarded as the pinnacle of instant teleportation in the ninja world. With Naruto's command, the original and its myriad shadow clones swiftly dispersed, each fulfilling its designated role, wholly engaged in their respective tasks. Speaking of the Flying Thunder God technique, one cannot overlook the genius of Tobirama Senju. His intellect and creativity were beyond imagination. After merely witnessing the miraculous summoning technique, a flood of inspiration surged within him, prompting extensive and profound research. It is important to note that summoning techniques require the practitioner to forge a blood contract with the summoned beast. When the practitioner prepares to execute this technique, they must first use their own blood as a medium before forming hand seals. The moment the blood comes into contact with an external object, it transforms into a contract pattern. The second Hokage, through prolonged observation and contemplation, keenly discerned that the formation of this pattern relied entirely on the properties of blood. Consequently, whenever a summoned beast successfully sensed the practitioner's blood aura, it would swiftly respond and appear beside the practitioner. Upon making this astonishing discovery, the second Hokage immersed himself in experimentation. Ultimately, his relentless pursuit of knowledge bore fruit. Through countless explorations and practical verifications, he adeptly adapted the principles of summoning patterns, thereby innovatively crafting his own contract summoning pattern. Unlike traditional summoning techniques, which typically necessitate a one-way summoning between 2 contractors through blood-scribed patterns, Tobirama's summoning technique was unique, entirely belonging to the realm of self-summoning. This distinctive method did not rely on blood, but solely on the practitioner's chakra. Moreover, the summoning pattern could be inscribed on objects using only chakra, eliminating the need for cumbersome hand seals and blood as a medium. With a mere thought, Tobirama could instantly summon himself to the designated location marked by the inscribed pattern. Upon the successful culmination of this ninjutsu, Tobirama proudly named it the Flying Thunder God technique. When this technique was passed down to the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, it underwent further elevation and refinement. Through meticulous research, Minato was astonished to discover that the summoning pattern was not confined to a fixed shape. Any form adhering to the rules of the summoning contract could serve as an effective medium. Furthermore, he realized that multiple summoning patterns could be set simultaneously, within a certain perceptive range. As long as he could distinctly sense the presence of these summoning patterns, he could teleport freely to the corresponding locations. With his ingenious upgrades to the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato gained immense renown in the ninja world, maneuvering with unparalleled prowess, rendering him virtually invincible. Thus lies the essence of the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Having comprehended its principles, Naruto's numerous clones began to diligently practice this ninjutsu. Time passed swiftly, and within the span of merely an hour, it was astonishing to note that Naruto's clones made no discernible progress. Faced with such a predicament, the clones gathered together in a circle to deliberate on the underlying issues. Through in-depth discussions and analyses, they swiftly identified the first critical problem. Naruto had never employed summoning techniques before, thus he lacked first-hand experience of the summoning power derived from such techniques. Moreover, having never witnessed the summoning pattern, he found it challenging to grasp its intricate nuances. Consequently, the clones unanimously agreed that the immediate priority was to find a summoning beast for Naruto. Only by possessing his own summoning beast could he truly master the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique. With the solution clearly delineated, the next step was to convey this matter to Naruto's original self. Without delay, one of the shadow clones resolutely dispelled its clone state. In that fleeting moment, all memories of exploring the challenges of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and discussing counter-strategies surged into Naruto's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the situation as if struck by enlightenment. A summoning beast, you say? That's easily resolved. He just needed to seek out the 3 great sage lands. However, Chapter 13, Summoning Contract. Regarding summoning techniques, Naruto in the anime apprenticed himself to Jiraiya. Frankly, Naruto had no desire to become the disciple of that lecherous old man. He had never encountered such a perverted teacher. To satisfy his own lustful desires, he not only peeped at girls bathing in bathhouses, but in the anime, he even had his disciples use the sexy technique to transform into women, claiming it was for the sake of writing his books. for art. He absolutely refused to become a disciple of such a disgusting and shameless individual. Furthermore, he didn't want a contract with the toads of Mount Maiboku. A bunch of toads with terrible tempers who also eat bugs. How revolting. The Shikatsu forest was alright. But Naruto didn't aspire to be a medical ninja, and slugs weren't suitable for him. Therefore, Riichi Cave was his best option. He was particularly fond of Aoda, Sasuke's future summoning, who was strong, courteous, and even adorable. So, contracting with the snakes of Riichi Cave was a viable option. But there was a problem. Where the heck was Riichi Cave? And even if he knew the location, he couldn't get there. Naruto sat on the ground, resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he slapped his thigh. How could I forget about her? Naruto had remembered a crucial figure, Anko Mitarashi. She had once been a disciple who studied ninjutsu under Orochimaru, and now, she was in the village hidden in the leaves. Haha, if I can get her help, perhaps I can realize my plan. Moreover, with the Sharingan, he might be able to control her into helping him form a contract with Orochimaru. However, there was a problem. Naruto didn't know where Anko Mitarashi lived. But that didn't stump the clever and resourceful Naruto, who quickly devised a solution. He had heard that Anko Mitarashi had a particular fondness for sweets. Therefore, if he just kept watch over the few sweet shops she frequented, he was sure to discover her whereabouts. The more Naruto thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed, and a triumphant smile crept across his face. Having formulated a detailed plan, Naruto wasted no time. He stood up, stretched his limbs, took a deep breath, and slowly dispelled the shadow clones that were undergoing training. After this period of intense training, Naruto felt somewhat fatigued. But the thought of the impending operation invigorated him. Following an intense brainstorming session, Naruto dragged his slightly weary feet back home. He was in dire need of rest to recharge his batteries in preparation for the challenges of the following day. As the first rays of dawn filtered into the room, Naruto awoke promptly. He leaped out of bed, performed a quick wash, and then executed the shadow clone technique. Identical Naruto's materialized instantly, creating a spectacular scene. These shadow clones then performed the transformation technique, with some turning into cute little animals, others disguising themselves as kindly old people, and still others masquerading as dashing ninjas. The variety of forms was dazzling. With everything in order, Naruto used the pretense of morning exercise to leave the house with brisk steps. During his jog, he discreetly positioned the numerous shadow clones at the entrances of various sweet shops. As time ticked by, Naruto continued running as if nothing were amiss. Finally, he headed straight to school and began his classes. Later, during the lecture on the will of fire, Naruto couldn't help but doze off. Just then, a shadow clone dispelled, and its memories returned to him. Anko had been found. Now, every clone was intently monitoring Anko, not missing a single detail of her actions, following her until they witnessed her safely returning home. Seeing this, the corners of Naruto's mouth tilted upward in a subtle smile as he mused to himself. The plan is progressing smoothly. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the night grew dark. As everything around him was immersed in slumber, Naruto cautiously opened his bedroom door, preparing to leave the house. However, before stepping out, he swiftly formed hand seals and executed several shadow clone techniques. Multiple figures appeared instantly, and upon receiving Naruto's instructions, they turned and left the house, embarking on arduous training journeys in different locations. Meanwhile, Naruto used the transformation technique to alter his appearance into that of another person. After completing the transformation, he quietly closed the door and stealthily darted toward Anko's house, like a phantom. Moments later, Naruto arrived at Anko's window. Through the glass, he could see Anko lying in bed, sound asleep, completely unaware that someone was quietly approaching. Naruto gently pushed open the window and slipped into the room like an agile cat. But the instant Naruto stepped inside, Anko, who had been asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Her keen alertness, honed through years of ninja training, came into play. Almost instinctively, she reached for the kunai beside her pillow and quickly pressed it against Naruto's neck. Humph. You've got some nerve, breaking into my boudoir. Speak, who are you? I don't recall seeing you before. Anko sneered, the kunai pressed tightly against Naruto's neck, ready to slice his throat with the slightest movement. Naruto remained calm, smiled slightly, and slowly turned his head, his eyes flashing with an eerie glow, the crimson light unique to the Sharingan. Sharingan, you're a member of the Uchiha clan. Anko's eyes widened in shock, and just as she was about to cry out, the scene before her suddenly blurred. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto immediately activated his Jinjutsu. Anko felt a dizzying sensation in her mind and lost control of her body and thoughts. Seeing that Anko was completely under his Jinjutsu, Naruto asked softly, "Do you have the summoning scroll for Richi Cave?" Anko shook her head. "Is there a summoning scroll at Richi Cave?" Anko nodded. "Can you reverse summon yourself there?" Anko nodded. "Good. After you reverse summon yourself, bring back the summoning scroll. If a snake asks what you're doing, tell them you have a disciple who wants to learn the summoning technique." Anko nodded. "Begin." Anko gently bit her thumb, and crimson blood trickled from the wound. She smeared the blood on her left palm, and then her hands began to form hand seals rapidly. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey ram. As Anko finally slammed her left palm heavily onto the tatami mat, two petite snakes appeared on the mat. "After you return, immediately perform the reverse summoning technique and transport me to the White Snake Sage. I have some important matters to discuss with the White Snake Sage in person." The little snake nodded slightly, flicked its tongue, and then vanished in a flash. Next, Anko turned to the other little snake and instructed, "After I disappear for about an hour, use the summoning technique again in the way we agreed upon and bring me back here." This little snake also nodded obediently, signaling with its tongue that it understood the task. Before long, Anko's figure gradually blurred and eventually disappeared completely from Naruto's side. At this moment, only Naruto and the little snake waiting to carry out its mission remained in the room. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, as there seemed to be no common ground for dialogue between the individual and the serpent. Nevertheless, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Naruto's heart. He recalled the adept toads that effortlessly wielded ninjutsu, their dexterous hands allowing them to form hand seals with ease. However, the serpents and slugs before him lacked such appendages. How, then, could they perform these seals and execute ninjutsu? This perplexing question lingered in Naruto's mind, leaving him in a state of contemplation. Before long, the time had come for action, and the small serpent commenced its task. With a flick of its tongue, a summoning pattern materialized upon the ground, followed by the return of Akamichi with a large scroll. Naruto, bewildered, pondered the sudden appearance of the summoning design. However, the scroll's presence was of greater significance. Was there any mishap? No. But the sage wishes to meet you. To meet me? Now. At any time. That's reassuring. Very well. Let us proceed with the contract. Subsequently, Akamichi unfurled the scroll, revealing several names inscribed upon it. Following the anime's depiction, Naruto bit down on his thumb. Ouch. How do they do it without flinching? Never mind. I'll use a kunai instead. Grasping the kunai, he stared at his thumb for a moment. Akamichi, could you make an incision on my finger? Certainly. With a swift motion akin to lightning, Akamichi drew the kunai, effortlessly slicing open Naruto's thumb. In an instant, crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, cascading down his thumb. Without hesitation, Naruto spread the blood evenly over his remaining 4 fingers. He then meticulously inscribed his name in the blank space of the scroll. Upon completing this step, he cautiously pressed his blood-stained fingers beside his name, leaving a vivid crimson handprint. At that moment, the elderly toad, nestled in slumber upon Mayaboka Mountain, abruptly awoke, fear etched upon its visage. The future has changed. Chapter 14. Practical Examination. Once all matters were settled, Hondo handed the scroll to the petite serpent and gently urged, "Please hurry and return this scroll." Naruto stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the small snake and the enormous scroll. Given the stark contrast in their sizes, how could this little creature possibly manage to transport such a vast scroll? As Naruto pondered this perplexity, he watched in astonishment as the snake gradually opened its mouth wider and wider. To his disbelief, the scroll was slowly being consumed by the serpent. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the snake devouring the scroll. How on earth is it swallowing the scroll without any noticeable change in its body? He exclaimed. Hondo replied, "I have no idea. We can study it later." With the task accomplished, Naruto decided to return home. Before leaving, he erased her memory of their encounter that night. Hastening back home, Naruto was eager to experiment with the summoning technique he had recently learned. Standing in the center of his room, he noticed the bloodstains on his hands had not yet dried, and an idea struck him that this might come in handy. Swiftly, he formed the hand seals for the boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and sheep, then released a small amount of chakra before slamming his palm onto the floor. In an instant, an object materialized before him. Naruto squinted, astonished to find it was a snake egg. A snake? An egg? Clearly, Due to his novice use of the summoning technique and the minimal chakra expended, the result was somewhat unexpected. However, Naruto did not feel disheartened, as his primary intention had merely been to familiarize himself with this new jutsu. Having successfully summoned once, he dismissed the summoning state and returned the snake egg to its original place. This practical experience granted Naruto a clearer understanding of the summoning technique. He meticulously recalled the patterns that had appeared during the summoning and the peculiar sensation he had felt, contemplating and beginning to design his own summoning pattern. Then, he remembered the image of the Grim Reaper he had encountered before and had a sudden inspiration to set his summoning pattern to the characters for Grim Reaper. At that moment, Naruto produced a pristine sheet of white paper. He then gently pressed his right palm against the paper. As he did so, chakra surged forth from his palm, and the summoning pattern began to emerge. When he released his grip, two powerful black characters spelling Grim Reaper materialized on the white sheet. Seeing the first step come to fruition so smoothly, Naruto could hardly contain his excitement. He bent down to place the white paper gently on the ground, then took a few light steps back. With his eyes slightly closed and focus concentrated, he willed his thoughts. In an instant, his figure appeared beside the paper he had just laid down. "I did it!" Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, his joy overflowing. In that moment, all his efforts seemed to be rewarded. However, Naruto was not satisfied. He decided to continue his experiments at varying distances. After numerous attempts, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that no matter how far apart they were, this instantaneous transferability consistently worked with precision. Time passed quietly, and soon it was the following night. Naruto resolved to challenge the limits of this skill's range. After a series of experiments, he concluded that the distance of the transfer was indeed closely tied to one's chakra reserves. The farther the distance, the more chakra was required. Conversely, shorter distances consumed less chakra. Furthermore, attempting to transfer others along with him would similarly be constrained by distance. Despite some unknown variables, the plan regarding the Uchiha clan was now poised for implementation. Days later, as Naruto walked through the streets, he could sense an increasingly ominous atmosphere. While the shops appeared normal, he felt a presence of additional onlookers surveilling him. It was clear that the night of the massacre was imminent. He had to devise a way to reach Sasuke. Thus, as Naruto made his way to school, he didn't directly look at Sasuke. Yet his peripheral vision and thoughts were fixated on him. "All right, everyone. We will now begin the practical examination." Practical examination? Yes, this could work. Following the crowd, Naruto stepped outside. Iruka held a roster and began calling names. Shikamaru, Hinata, Choji, and Sakura were called one by one, commencing a series of one-on-one combat assessments. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a twinge of nervousness crept in. If he didn't engage in a one-on-one match with Sasuke, he would have to take the risk of approaching him directly. However, he hoped to succeed in this very instance. Iruka stood in the center of the arena and announced, "Next match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke." Yosh! Suddenly, a murmur rippled through the crowd. "It's those two." Sasuke ambled into the arena, hands in his pockets, casting a languid glance at Naruto. "I hope you can last a few seconds." "Wow, look at you acting tough." Naruto grinned. "By the way, we haven't fought yet." "Sasuke, I hope you can impress me." Iruka raised his hand. "Remember, just a friendly spar." As soon as his words fell, both contestants formed the opposing seals, and Naruto shot forward like a streak of golden lightning. Sasuke's pupils constricted. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Cough! Sasuke staggered back, staring at Naruto in disbelief. So fast. Naruto didn't give Sasuke a moment to recover. He launched a side kick aimed at Sasuke's waist. Sasuke barely managed to block with his arm, but it felt as though he had been struck by an iron rod, sending him hurtling away. "This is impossible." Adjusting his posture midair, Sasuke landed solidly on his feet. His arm still tingled from the impact. Naruto's strength far exceeded his expectations. Naruto stood still, arms crossed. "What's wrong, Sasuke? Can't handle it?" Sasuke gritted his teeth, a flash of anger in his eyes. "Don't underestimate the Uchiha." He quickly formed seals, fire style, great fireball technique. "Oh no. Sasuke, stop!" Iruka exclaimed. To his astonishment, this kid could actually perform ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan truly produced prodigies. However, this was merely a practical test. Many students had yet to learn specialized ninjutsu, leaving them unprepared for such an attack. As Iruka prepared to intervene for Naruto's safety, he was taken aback by Naruto's actions. The blazing fireball hurtled toward him, Yet Naruto remained unfazed. He leapt gracefully into the air, executing an elegant flip as the fireball narrowly missed his garments. Too slow. Sasuke's expression darkened. He formed seals again, this time for the Phoenix Fire technique. Countless small fireballs rained toward Naruto, yet he weaved through them like a specter, not even brushing against his clothing. Curse you. Sasuke finally lost his composure, frantically forming seals as fire techniques erupted one after another. Yet Naruto consistently evaded by the narrowest of margins, even managing to stealthily form seals while dodging, using the smoke to execute the shadow clone technique. Finally, in a close-range encounter, Naruto seized the opportunity. The shadow clone grasped Sasuke's hands, while the original appeared behind him, striking the back of Sasuke's head with a palm. An almost imperceptible symbol of technique quietly took shape. As a result of Naruto's blow, Sasuke momentarily felt dizzy, nearly collapsing. Enough. Iruka suddenly intervened, halting the one-sided battle. Naruto emerged victorious. The training ground fell into a profound silence, with everyone staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Naruto had utterly defeated the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke. Once Sasuke regained his composure, he stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. His eyes were filled with indignation and humiliation, but more prominently, shock. He could not fathom how Naruto had become so powerful in such a short span of time. He recalled that Naruto had previously been rather weak. However, after forming the sign of reconciliation, the two of them left the matter unresolved. Chapter 15. The night of annihilation, all returned to the classroom and began the next lesson. As time slowly elapsed, that concludes today's lesson, Teacher Iruka announced, closing the textbook and turning to Sasuke. Sasuke, please stay behind. Naruto noticed Sasuke furrow his brow, but nodded nonetheless. One by one, the other students departed, and Naruto deliberately slowed his pace, being the last to exit the classroom. At the corner of the hallway, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. Two clones appeared beside him. In a hushed tone, Naruto instructed, one stays at the school to keep watch, while the other transforms into a small insect to follow Sasuke. Remember, do not let yourselves be discovered. The clones nodded. One stealthily returned to the classroom window, while the other morphed into an inconspicuous little bug and flew inside. Taking a deep breath, Naruto slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed home. Upon returning, he ate dinner as usual, went through his evening routine, and lay down on his bed. Yet, he did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing intently on the information relayed by his clones. As the night deepened, moonlight streamed through the window onto Naruto's bed. Suddenly, he sensed the school clone dispelling and received its first memory. It was confirmed that Sasuke had left the school and was on his way home. At that moment, Naruto's second shadow clone held its breath. Witnessing the scene through the insect's perspective, Sasuke walked alone on the dimly lit street. The Uchiha clan's residence lay at the village's edge, where hardly a soul could be seen. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, an unsettling silence that filled the air. After a frantic return home, upon pushing open the door, Sasuke was confronted by the sight of his parents' lifeless bodies and his brother wielding a knife. After a brief moment, the clone dispelled. Naruto sat up, absorbing the memories from the shadow clone. He realized Sasuke had fainted and Itachi had departed. Quickly forming hand seals, he left a shadow clone in his room, transformed into Obito wearing a mask, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he appeared beside Sasuke. A heavy stench of blood assaulted his senses. Naruto endured the discomfort and surveyed the surroundings. Moonlight illuminated the floor strewn with corpses, revealing Sasuke lying in a pool of blood, tears still staining his face. Taking a deep breath, Naruto commenced his plan. Standing beside Fugaka's corpse, he noticed the ethereal soul sphere that often hovered above Fugaka's head, emitting a faint green glow. From now on, let us refer to it as the soul sphere. Glass ball seems rather mundane. Naruto extended his hand, gently touching the soul sphere. In an instant, it surged into his body. Turning to Mikoto's corpse, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out and absorbed her soul. Finally, Naruto gazed at the unconscious Sasuke. Under the moonlight, Sasuke's face was pale as paper, with tear stains still visible. From his ninja tool pouch, Naruto retrieved a kunai, its sharp edge tracing a shallow line across Sasuke's face. Blood flowed from the wound, and Naruto quickly caught some in a prepared vessel. After completing this, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, returning to his room. He carefully sealed the collected blood in a scroll and hid it in a concealed compartment beneath his bed. At the opportune moment, the shadow clone on the bed dispelled, and Naruto received the memories from that period. Everything remained normal, and no one had discovered his actions. After returning to his bed, Naruto slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually fading, and in the next moment, he entered the realm of the Shinigami. Before him stood a tall and imposing Shinigami. What were the conditions for entering this space? Did one need to absorb a soul to gain entry? Naruto yearned to inquire of the Shinigami before him, but quickly realized that it seemed incapable of speech. Thus, he resigned himself to exploration in due time. At that moment, he noticed 2 additional soul spheres beside him. He first gently touched the soul sphere of Uchiha Mikoto. As he began to examine her memories, vivid scenes unfolded before his eyes, deepening his sorrow. Mikoto was not only a kind-hearted woman, but also a close friend of Naruto's mother. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick on her, leading her to marry a foolish man. That man ultimately caused not only Mikoto's demise, but also the death of their child. Such a beautiful woman deserved a life filled with happiness, yet she met a tragic end due to poor choices in companionship. Had Fugaku exhibited greater strength and insight into the hidden malice of the higher-ups, the Uchiha clan might have avoided such a dire fate, even in the face of adversity. Even more incredulous was the fact that he had directed Itachi to join the Yambu, subjecting him to the mental manipulation of the Third Hokage. Especially in the nights leading up to the Night of Annihilation, an indescribable eerie atmosphere pervaded, yet Fugaku remained inactive. It is no exaggeration to say that not only Mikoto but also the innocent Sasuke and all remaining Uchiha members suffered directly due to Fugaku's and Konoha's upper echelon's actions. Upon concluding this memory, Naruto felt a profound sense of pity and sorrow for Mikoto. Alas, what wretched individuals. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes underwent a transformation. His once clear and bright gaze morphed into the Sharingan. Immediately, he felt a significant enhancement in his ocular power. Clearly, Mikoto had not awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Alas. Next, he touched Fugaku's soul sphere, meticulously perusing fragments of his memories. However, after viewing these memories, Naruto could not help but shake his head and sigh. Fugaku resembled the tragic Emperor Chongjin of the late Ming dynasty, reluctantly inheriting a fractured and crumbling family legacy. Unfortunately, despite being the clan leader, Fugaku lacked the wisdom and decisiveness to alter their fate. Due to a series of misguided decisions, the Uchiha clan ultimately descended into the abyss of ruin under his leadership. For this, Naruto would not condemn him. It was a matter of capability. However, when it came to his own family, he was utterly foolish. Suddenly aware of an anomaly in his eyes, Naruto felt a surge of urgency that tightened his chest. He dared not delay, hastily shutting his eyes, yet the sensation intensified. He could distinctly feel that something extraordinary was occurring within his eyes. Naruto's consciousness immediately returned to his body. At that moment, he lay exhausted on the narrow bed, quietly awaiting the completion of his ocular transformation. Though his body was utterly fatigued, his heart brimmed with anticipation and anxiety. For he knew that once this ocular change was successfully completed, he would possess the legendary eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 16. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. As the morning sun gently filtered through the gaps in the curtains, Naruto lay in bed, feeling a sharp pang emanating from his eyes. He recognized this as a precursor to the awakening of the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Not again. He massaged his temples, the pain having lingered since yesterday. He needed to attend school, but with his eyes in such a state, it would surely arouse suspicion. Reluctantly, he decided to use the shadow clone technique. 3 clones materialized in the room. One ventured to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, another began tidying the room, while the third changed clothes, readying for school. Naruto addressed the clone heading for school. "I'll leave the school matters to you." The clone nodded, slinging the backpack and departing. Meanwhile, the original remained at home, indulging in much-needed rest. Upon the dissolution of the clones after school, the memories revealed everything to be normal, except for Sasuke's absence. The Uchiha massacre incident seemed to have been intentionally downplayed. Days passed, and suddenly he felt as though his eyes were on the verge of combustion. An overwhelming surge of chakra coursing through his body. Stumbling into the bathroom, he turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his burning face. Upon raising his head, the reflection that met his gaze took his breath away. His eyes had transformed, intricate patterns swirling against a crimson backdrop. This must be The eternal kaleidoscope? Why does it resemble a spiraling Rasengan about to erupt? Nevertheless, it was indeed a remarkable pair of eyes. Unexpectedly, he discovered that he had simultaneously acquired both of their ocular techniques. However, with gain comes loss. In obtaining one technique, he forfeited another. The Sharingan reflects the soul's deepest sentiments. Thus, the ocular techniques he acquired perfectly aligned with his innermost desires. His left eye possessed the ability to irrevocably alter another's will. Imagine wielding the power to permanently control someone's thoughts and actions. Such power undoubtedly eclipsed mere transient manipulation. Regrettably, even with the upgrade to the eternal kaleidoscope, should he employ the technique Konohamaru Tsukumi, he would have to wait a year before using it again. Meanwhile, Naruto's right eye inherited the ability to foresee the future, akin to that of Fugaku. In combat, the capacity to anticipate the next moment's events would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage. Following the upgrade to the eternal kaleidoscope, this technique could be utilized at will, though it would consume a considerable amount of chakra. When discussing the Sharingan, it is imperative to note that when a host faces the profound anguish of losing a beloved, the Sharingan awakens unique abilities reflective of the host's most intense and profound emotions. Take Uchiha Obito as an exemplar. Although he was initially seen as the underdog, he harbored deep affection and dreams for Rin Noara. Often lost in his dreams, he envisioned a warm future spent with Rin, even kissing her photograph with affection. However, upon hearing Madara Uchiha's words and witnessing his beloved perish before his eyes, the world around him seemed to collapse in an instant. In that moment, his heart was engulfed by boundless despair and fury. He could not accept such a tragic reality, perceiving the world as a mere illusion. Thus, driven by overwhelming sorrow and obsession, Obito conceived the desire to escape this cold, unfeeling world, yearning to create an ideal realm with Rin. It was amidst this tempest of extreme emotions and obsessions that he acquired Kamui and its space. His belief in a false world led to the awakening of the near Kamui, while his wish to take Rin to a new world prompted the awakening of the far Kamui. Turning to Uchiha Itachi, when he awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, one of his techniques was Tsukuyomi. This ability pulls the enemy's consciousness into a realm of illusion, where all elements, time, place, quality, are under the caster's control. Why did he awaken Tsukuyomi? Because Itachi, from a young age, was an introverted boy, trapped in his own thoughts. A prodigious talent. He pondered profound questions early in life. What is shadow? What is a village? What is a clan? Due to his father's teachings, he developed a habit of burying his worries deep within, bearing them alone. Thus, when Shisui died, he awakened Tsukuyomi. His acquisition of Amaterasu stemmed from his entanglement in the intricate conspiracies devised by the Third Hokage after joining the Umbu. He increasingly perceived the Uchiha clan as foolish and narrow-minded, completely oblivious to the vital significance of their village. Each time he witnessed his clansmen's utterly foolish actions, the flames of anger within him blazed ever more fiercely. Finally, when he faced Shisui, the long-suppressed fury surged forth like a volcanic eruption, ignited not only by the Uchiha clan's ignorance, but also by the resentment towards Danzo for Shisui's demise, prompting the further awakening of Amaterasu. Lastly, we must mention Fugaku. His character was marked by stability and a kind heart. In all endeavors, he contemplated for a better future. Consequently, each time he faced a decision, he would engage in deep reflection, weighing various possibilities to devise the most perfect and suitable plan for the future. This was particularly evident in his decision to have Itachi accompany him to the battlefield early on. Fugaku's choice was not impulsive. It was born of profound consideration. He understood that to ensure Itachi's growth into a competent and mature leader of the Uchiha clan, he must gain first-hand experience in the crucible of battle. However, Fugaku's emphasis on the future was also rooted in a deeply personal experience. He had once witnessed his friend sacrifice his life to rescue him from peril. In that moment, an overwhelming tide of grief and guilt engulfed him. He incessantly questioned himself. Had he been more cautious or thorough in his considerations, he might have foreseen the fatal trap, and his friend would not have perished, thus preserving a future filled with hope. This profound sense of guilt and fear of an uncertain future ultimately drove Fugaku to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The abilities of this eye are intricately connected to the future. Uchiha Fugaku possessed the ocular technique known as Madoro. His left eye could perceive the trajectory of fate, while his right eye could predict future events. Once, He took a risk using the power of his left eye and witnessed the heart-wrenching future of the Uchiha clan. He saw the tragic downfall of his clan, witnessed his sons engaged in mutual slaughter, and glimpsed Sasuke awakening the Rinnegan and having a charming daughter. Sasuke's conclusion brought him solace. Yet confronted with such a multitude of brutal realities, Fugaku's heart brimmed with resentment. He was acutely aware that this dreadful future was inexorably encroaching upon them. Yet his responsibilities as the clan leader forbade him from remaining passive. Thus, he exerted every effort to alter the fate of his family. However, each time he made decisions based on the futures he discerned, he invariably succumbed to profound hesitation, becoming indecisive. As time progressed, no matter how fiercely Fugaku struggled, the unfolding events relentlessly advanced towards the terrifying future he had foreseen. Ultimately, despair enveloped his spirit, and he recognized his impotence in altering the course of fate. In a state of helplessness, he candidly shared the future he had witnessed with his beloved wife, and together they chose to silently accept their inescapable destiny. In the end, Fugaku resolutely resolved to have his eldest son Itachi take their lives, and before his demise, he uttered these poignant words to Itachi: "I do not wish to witness a fratricidal conflict between myself and my son. Therefore, you must end my life, Itachi. Remember to protect Sasuke, no matter what, for he is the hope of our Uchiha clan." This declaration was Fugaku's testament after peering into the future. The potency of this ocular technique was so overwhelming that, prior to his departure, Itachi obliterated his father's eyes. Chapter 17. Madara having acquired the eternal kaleidoscope. The next objective was the cells of Hashirama. However, there was no need for haste, for by the time of the Chūnin exams, Orochimaru would undoubtedly employ forbidden techniques to resurrect the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, using the impure world reincarnation. When the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, executed the Reaper Death Seal, he would not only succeed in sealing the souls of the first and second Hokage, but even Orochimaru himself would not escape this fate, as his arms would be sealed within. After a series of contemplations and schemes, the weary Naruto resolved to take a well-deserved rest. He lay upon his bed, surrendering to sleep, and upon awakening, he felt revitalized and eager to return to his studies at school. On this particular day, many students took advantage of their free time between classes to visit the severely injured Sasuke, who remained in a deep coma. Naturally, Naruto did not wish to miss this opportunity and hurried to the hospital. Upon standing at Sasuke's bedside, Naruto noticed that Sasuke remained with his eyes firmly shut, showing no signs of awakening. After a moment of silent contemplation, he turned away and left the hospital without hesitation, making his way back to school. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was observing Naruto's every move through a telescope technique. Just then, Danzo entered, his expression dark and foreboding. "Hiruzen, did you see that? The Nine-Tails has made contact with Uchiha Sasuke," Danzo coldly remarked. "And so what?" Hiruzen replied calmly. "You are far too naive. Do you not understand the consequences of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki associating with the Uchiha clan?" Hiruzen paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Danzo, Sasuke is just a child, and so is Naruto. And what of it? If you ask me, you would do better to hand those two children over to me. Danzo, they are the future of Konoha. I will not entrust them to you." Danzo scoffed. "You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. My decisions do not require your approval." Hiruzen's tone grew stern. Danzo said nothing further, merely casting a cold glance at the third Hokage before exiting the office with a slam of the door. In truth, Naruto had already witnessed all that transpired in the Hokage's office through Madara. Although he was unable to test his Kodoeme Tsukumi with his left eye, he had previously utilized the ocular technique of Madara with his right eye. Before heading to the hospital, he had peered into the future using Madara's power to gain foresight of the events that would unfold. Ultimately, he beheld a scene of tranquility, accompanied by a farcical spectacle that could only be described as a comedic farce. Yet, after each use of Madara, Naruto acutely felt a significant depletion of his chakra. After careful estimation, he realized that in his current state, he could use Madara perhaps 4 more times. Exceeding this limit would result in the complete exhaustion of his chakra reserves. Thus, for several days following, each morning, the first task upon awakening was to employ Madara to predict the day's potential occurrences. After all, when it came to tracking the elusive Danzo, Madara proved to be an indispensable ally. However, each utilization of Madara consumed 1/5 of his chakra, and predicting an entire day's events would nearly deplete his reserves. Observing his still youthful and frail form, Naruto began to grow somewhat discontent with himself. He pondered deeply, wishing he could mature more swiftly. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He still had a life within him, the Nine-Tails. Yet, to his astonishment, he sensed an unusual stillness from within. The Nine-Tails remained utterly unresponsive. Was it not curious about his ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique? Did it not wonder where he learned such ninjutsu? And what of his Sharingan? Could it not perceive anything? Did the Nine-Tails harbor no curiosity about its own existence? Perhaps it was simply too proud to inquire. Well, let it be. It can do as it pleases, he thought. After all, he possessed more than just the Nine-Tails. However, the pressing dilemma remained. How to enter that realm of the Shinigami? Naruto racked his brain, attempting various methods, even resorting to a 2-day slumber in hopes of accessing the Shinigami space, yet to no avail. After much contemplation, he came to realize that perhaps only the power of a deceased soul could unlock the gateway to the Shinigami's domain. At that moment, a bold idea surged forth: Reaper Death Seal. Though this method was fraught with risk and uncertainty, if executed correctly, it might just yield the desired outcome. Nevertheless, prior to embarking on this plan, Naruto resolved to procure a Sharingan from Danzo. After all, an extra measure of assurance was always prudent. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling premonition that should he truly employ the Reaper Death Seal, unforeseen consequences would arise. The specifics of such effects would likely remain a mystery until he managed to acquire Danzo's Sharingan. As time passed day by day, Sasuke eventually returned to school. However, he was no longer the bright, cheerful youth he once was. An unsettling coldness emanated from him, and he presented an aloof demeanor that kept others at bay. In light of Sasuke's transformation, Naruto remained largely unfazed. For him, the coveted prize was merely Indra's chakra, which he had successfully obtained from Sasuke's cells, rendering all else inconsequential. As night descended, the lights of Konoha flickered to life. After attending classes and dining, Naruto made his way to the cliffside. Standing at the precipice, he formed hand seals and murmured, "Shadow Clone Technique." Instantly, 1,000 shadow clones appeared around him, swirling amidst a cloud of smoke. Seizing the cover of the smoke, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the spot. The next moment, he found himself back in his home. Sitting cross-legged, he shut his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. His consciousness gradually sank inward, entering the ceiling space. Upon arrival, he walked slowly down a dimly lit corridor. Upon reaching the end, he encountered a massive iron door. Behind it lay the Nine-Tails, resting with its eyes closed. Upon hearing his footsteps, the beast slowly opened its eyes, its crimson gaze ablaze with a fierce hatred. "You, little brat, come here," the Nine-Tails' deep voice reverberated through the space. Naruto remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to meet the Nine-Tails' glare. His eyes transformed, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. Sharingan. The Nine-Tails leapt to its feet, its immense form radiating an overwhelming chakra surge. "How do you possess such a cursed eye?" Naruto continued to remain silent as the Sharingan spun, its power surging forth. The Nine-Tails' pupils morphed into the three-tomo pattern, and its body gradually lowered. "From this moment forth, your power belongs to me," Naruto whispered. The Nine-Tails offered no response, merely bowing its head in submission. Naruto understood that he had successfully subdued the Nine-Tails, but this was merely the beginning. Chapter 18 The Book of Seals. Naruto stood within the ceiling space, his gaze coldly fixed upon the Nine-Tails before him. The vivid pattern of the three-tomo Sharingan was clearly reflected in its eyes, an unmistakable testament of Naruto's ocular technique controlling the beast. Unlike protagonists in other fanfiction, Naruto had no intention of forging a bond with the Nine-Tails, nor did he even refer to it by its name, Kurama, from the outset. To him, the Nine-Tails was indeed a pitiable existence. It had been manipulated by Uchiha Obito, subsequently suppressed by Senju Hashirama, and finally sealed within his own body by 3 members of the Uzumaki clan. However, as the saying goes, a man is innocent but bears the guilt of possessing wealth. The immense and formidable chakra within the Nine-Tails naturally made it a target, a fate that was all but inevitable. It was precisely for this reason that Naruto sought to exert direct control over the beast. At this moment, he had established a clear and resolute goal for himself. First, to firmly control Danzo Shimura, and then to completely conquer and dominate the Nine-Tails with the divine technique, Kodoamatsukami. As for the fate of the entire shinobi world, to hell with it. The child of prophecy? Let whoever desires that title take it. Yet, the sealing technique posed a significant challenge. The 8 trigram seal, set by the 4th Hokage, remained incredibly robust, and Naruto was unable to unravel it. Moreover, the note placed before the iron gate indicated that if removed, the chakra left behind by the 4th Hokage would manifest. He understood that to fully harness the power of the Nine-Tails, he needed to find Jiraiya, the man who held the key. It seemed that matters concerning the Nine-Tails would have to be postponed. Naruto contemplated that he must first gain control over Jiraiya. With this thought in mind, Naruto exited the sealing space. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began to attempt to draw a portion of chakra from the Nine-Tails. Under the control of his Sharingan, a surge of potent chakra gradually flowed into his body, bringing him a sense of relief. This arrangement was ideal. He could utilize the power of the Nine-Tails without raising suspicions among others in the village. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, and the Madara in his right eye began to rotate slowly. Visions of the future flashed in his mind. The following day unfolded with mundane predictability, devoid of surprises. Naruto exhaled in relief, dispelling the ocular technique. In the subsequent days, Naruto's life became structured and efficient. By day, he attended classes like an ordinary student, behaving unremarkably. By night, he engaged in physical training utilizing the chakra of the Nine-Tails and employed Madara to foresee the next day's events. The continuous supply of the Nine-Tails chakra alleviated any concerns about his own depletion. As time passed, Naruto's strength steadily increased. His physical training fortified his body, while Madara's predictions enhanced his command over the future. Finally, the week before graduation arrived, presenting him with a new dilemma. The Book of Seals, should he steal it? Naruto stood in his home, arms crossed, furrowing his brow. His gaze drifted through the window towards the distant Hokage rock, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The Book of Seals contained countless forbidden techniques, yet stealing it was no simple feat. Perched on the edge of his bed, he leaned forward, contemplating deeply. He recognized that to successfully pilfer the Book of Seals, he needed a plausible reason, one that would compel Mizuki to approach him. Only then could he masquerade as a pawn being exploited, rather than the mastermind orchestrating the plan. What excuse would Mizuki use to lure me? Naruto squinted, recalling the narrative from the anime. Mizuki had exploited Naruto's anxiety about the graduation exam and his thirst for power, enticing him to steal the Book of Seals. However, Naruto's current demeanor was entirely different. His chakra control was exceptionally smooth, and he had mastered the shadow clone and transformation techniques. Why would Mizuki believe that he would resort to stealing the Book of Seals out of fear of failing the exam? Thus, he needed to concoct a reason. But what excuse should he use? Naruto murmured softly. Thus, he spent the entire day pondering. He needed to devise a plan that would make him appear to be failing without raising any suspicions. The following day in class, he observed a classmate arriving late. He recalled that this individual often arrived tardy. A light bulb went off in Naruto's mind, and suddenly, he had an idea. Of course, I can arrive late that day and skip the exam. Naruto felt a surge of joy within him. However, while this was feasible, not attending on that specific day would seem overly contrived. He required a more natural excuse. Consequently, Naruto intensified his training regimen from that day forward. Every night, he engaged in high-intensity physical training, even employing shadow clones to accelerate his progress. The rigorous training gradually wore down his body, and dark circles began to form beneath his eyes. In the days that followed, Naruto appeared increasingly fatigued in class. His classmates began to notice his unusual state. Naruto, what's wrong with you lately? You look exhausted, Shikamaru inquired, perplexed. It's nothing, just preparing for the exam by intensifying my training. Naruto forced a smile, his voice tinged with weariness. Naruto, while diligent training is commendable, you must also prioritize rest. The graduation exam is approaching, and you can't let excessive training hinder your performance. Don't worry, I'll definitely graduate smoothly. At last, the day of the graduation exam arrived. The night before, Naruto had trained fervently, even foregoing sleep. As dawn approached, bloodshot eyes and a pale complexion marked his visage, and he swayed slightly as he walked. This should suffice. Upon returning home, Naruto gazed at his reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction before donning his clothes and sitting at the dining table. Unable to resist any longer, he succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the table. When Naruto awoke and rushed into the classroom, the exam had already concluded. Irika-sensei glared at him, exclaiming, Naruto, Why are you only arriving now? The exam has already finished. Naruto lowered his head, feigning disappointment. I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei, I overtrained last night and wasn't in good condition today, so I couldn't make it in time for the exam. Iruka scolded Naruto before declaring him unqualified for the exam. Seeing this, Mizuki stepped forward, advocating for Naruto. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Just as Naruto prepared to leave the classroom, Mizuki approached him, feigning concern. Naruto, don't be too upset. Actually, I have a method that can help you graduate smoothly. Naruto raised his head, pretending to be surprised. What method? Mizuki smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to whisper, the Book of Seals. If you can master the techniques within, you'll pass the exam. Internally, Naruto scoffed, but his face displayed an expression of eager anticipation. Really? But where is the Book of Seals? Mizuki responded quietly. It's in the Hokage's office, in a secret chamber. I can reveal its exact location to you, but you must keep it confidential. Naruto nodded, thinking to himself, he has indeed taken the bait. That night, Naruto stealthily infiltrated the Hokage's office. Utilizing shadow clones to create a diversion, he successfully stole the Book of Seals. Upon reaching the woods outside the village, he opened the Book of Seals, his eyes immediately landing on the multi-shadow clone technique. Wasting no time, he activated his Sharingan and swiftly scanned the contents of the book. 8 gates, Edo Tensei, Naruto murmured, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. The 8 gates could serve as a trump card for his future, while Edo Tensei was pivotal to his plans. He needed to locate the graves of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mido to summon their spirits, thereby enhancing his own Uzumaki bloodline. Next, we must locate their graves, Naruto murmured. Chapter 19. Becoming a genin. As the night deepened, the only sound in the forest was the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Naruto sat upon a rock, clutching the Book of Seals, his Sharingan swiftly scanning the forbidden techniques inscribed within its pages. His gaze lingered momentarily on the reanimation jutsu and the 8 gates. As he quietly contemplated his next course of action, suddenly, the distant sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Naruto's ears perked up slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. They have arrived. Indeed, Iruka's figure soon appeared among the trees, his face etched with anxiety and anger. Upon spotting Naruto, he shouted, Naruto, do you have any idea what you're doing? Naruto looked up, feigning innocence, and murmured, Iruka-sensei, I merely wish to graduate. Mizuki-sensei told me that mastering the techniques in the Book of Seals would ensure my success in the exam. Iruka was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly shifted to one of alarm. Mizuki? Did he instruct you to steal it? Naruto nodded, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He was aware that Iruka would likely believe him, as Iruka had always been a man of integrity, unwilling to tolerate any form of treachery. At that moment, Mizuki's silhouette emerged from the shadows of the forest, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his gaze fixated on the Book of Seals in Naruto's possession. Naruto, surrender the Book of Seals to me, Mizuki commanded coldly, his tone brooking no dissent. Naruto shook his head defiantly, clutching the book tighter. No, this is essential for my graduation. Mizuki's expression darkened instantly, a scornful chuckle escaping his lips. Huh, graduation? Ha ha. You, the Kaibai, believe you can graduate? What a laugh. He continued, by the way, Naruto, you are likely unaware of a certain rule in the village, aren't you? Iruka's face paled at this, urgently imploring, Mizuki, stop. However, Mizuki paid no heed to Iruka and continued, after the incident 12 years ago, a rule was established within the village. And it is a rule that the Uzumaki Naruto must never know. He must never learn that he is the Kaibai. Naruto, you are the Kaibai? The very beast that caused Iruka's parents' demise and ravaged the village. Iruka attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Mizuki's words struck Naruto's heart like a dagger, if, indeed, Naruto was the oblivious boy they spoke of. Yet, contrary to Mizuki's expectations, Naruto did not crumble or erupt in rage. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he calmly inquired, so what? Those 3 simple words struck Mizuki like a hammer. His mocking laughter ceased abruptly, leaving him momentarily speechless. What do you mean, so what? Do you not understand? You are the Kaibai, a creature loathed and hunted by all. Iruka despises you because you are responsible for the death of his parents. Do you not feel any remorse upon hearing this truth? Mizuki shouted, his voice filled with fury. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, his gaze resolute and clear as he replied slowly, is this what you wish to convey? Do not shift the blame onto me. It was the Kaiba that committed those heinous acts. What connection do I have to it? Mizuki, struck at his vulnerable spot, grew increasingly agitated, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. I have repeated this countless times. You are the Kaiba? At that moment, Mizuki seemed to grasp something profound, his pupils dilating in shock as he stared incredulously at Naruto, stammering, You knew all along? Naruto nodded, his tone unruffled. Yes, I have known for quite some time. So what? Do you intend to use this knowledge to threaten me? How laughable. If you place your murderous intent upon me, does that make me the killer? Mizuki's complexion turned ashen, realizing his plan had unraveled entirely. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Naruto, attempting to snatch the Book of Seals. Iruka, witnessing this, immediately positioned himself in front of Naruto, shouting, Naruto, take the Book of Seals and flee. I will handle this. Yet Naruto shook his head resolutely, declaring, No, it is unnecessary. Iruka-sensei, he is not my match. Mizuki scoffed derisively. What? You, a mere kid. Think you can stand against me? I could crush you with a single hand. Without responding, Naruto formed hand seals and intoned softly, Let us see. Then, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, 1,000 shadow clones manifested in the forest surrounding Mizuki. Both Mizuki and Iruka stood in awe at the sheer number of clones before them, having never witnessed such a display. How is this possible? Mizuki's voice trembled. Naruto, you. Iruka gazed at Naruto with a mix of astonishment and pride. With a steely gaze, Naruto waved his hand. Attack! 1,000 shadow clones surged towards Mizuki, their fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Though Mizuki attempted to resist, he was utterly powerless against the overwhelming number of clones. By the time dawn broke, Mizuki lay unconscious on the ground, his face swollen and bruised. Iruka observed this scene with a blend of shock and relief. He had not anticipated Naruto's growth and strength, nor that Naruto would prioritize his well-being after defeating Mizuki. Naruto, you. Iruka's voice trembled with emotion. Naruto approached Iruka, speaking softly, Iruka-sensei, I am fine. Mizuki merely fainted. I did not exert excessive force. Iruka nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. He recalled his earlier conversation with the Third Hokage, who had assured him of Naruto's innocence and shared suffering. He realized he should not transfer his own pain onto Naruto. Recognizing Naruto's growth and kindness, Iruka finally understood the Third Hokage's intentions. Naruto, although you did not participate in the graduation exam, you have proven your strength. Iruka removed his forehead protector and solemnly placed it on Naruto's head. From this day forth, you are a Genin of Konohamaru. Congratulations on your graduation. After touching the forehead protector, Naruto expressed his heartfelt thanks to Iruka. Subsequently, he took a photo and submitted his graduation materials to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was currently puffing on a cigarette while reviewing Naruto's documents. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. Chapter 20. Konohamaru. Unlike in the anime, Naruto did not take a bizarre photograph. After all, such images appeared rather foolish to him. He lacked the overly dramatic fervor associated with them and decided it was best to forego that idea. Instead, he captured a conventional picture and subsequently submitted his ninja registration form. The Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, regarding Naruto with gentle eyes. He accepted the registration form, meticulously perusing it before nodding in acknowledgement and setting the document aside. Well done, Naruto. Your paperwork is now complete, the Third smiled. Naruto rose from his seat, bowed slightly, and turned to depart. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly, and a diminutive figure burst in, brandishing a shuriken and shouting, Grandpa, let us settle this once and for all. I, Konohamaru, shall be the 5th Hokage. Both Naruto and the Third turned to see Konohamaru dashing in with exuberance. However, he slipped just a few steps in, falling to the ground with a thud, the shuriken flying from his grasp. Ouch! Ah, curse it! Was this a trap? He complained, cradling his head in pain. Hot on his heels, Konohamaru's teacher, Ebisu, hurried into the room, worry etched across his face. Young master, are you all right? There are no traps set here. Naruto glanced at the fallen Konohamaru but refrained from commenting further, simply stating to the Third, I'll take my leave now. The Third wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, Naruto, for you having to witness this. It was only then that Ebisu noticed Naruto, his expression shifting from shock to disdain as he thought, Humph, is that the Nine-Tails brat? Konohamaru, rising from the floor, indignantly obstructed Naruto's path and demanded, Hey, you must be behind this ridiculousness, right? Curse it. Naruto shot him a sidelong glance, responding icily. You tripped over yourself, idiot. With that, he pushed Konohamaru aside and strode toward the exit. Ebisu, seeing this, immediately reprimanded. What are you doing? Such rudeness. This is the grandson of the third Hokage. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Konohamaru straightened, a smirk of pride emerging as he assumed Naruto would treat him with deference like everyone else. However, Naruto merely regarded Ebisu with cold disdain, his tone laced with sarcasm. And what of it? I am still the son of the fourth Hokage. Ebisu's face flushed with fury at this retort, exclaiming, You little brat. What nonsense. How could you be the son of the fourth Hokage? The third Hokage furrowed his brow, his voice firm as he interrupted Ebisu. Enough. Naruto is indeed the son of the fourth Hokage. I can vouch for that. At this revelation, both Ebisu and Konohamaru stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief as if they had heard something utterly unfathomable. Naruto paid no heed to their astonishment. Instead, addressing Konohamaru directly, Your Hokage grandfather is still alive. How fortunate for you. He can love you, protect you, even find a fool for a teacher. Unlike me, who has become a despised figure. Had my father lived, I might have had a life similar to yours. With that, Naruto turned and exited the Hokage's office, leaving Konohamaru and Ebisu rooted to the spot, struggling to comprehend the exchange. Upon stepping out of the Hokage building, Naruto gazed up at the sky, inhaling deeply. Then, with a flash, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his home. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the third observed the outside world, his thoughts swirling. Naruto. Konohamaru remained beside him, his head bowed, seemingly processing the earlier revelations, while Ebisu appeared awkward, unsure of how to respond. The words of the third Hokage echoed in Konohamaru's mind. Naruto is indeed the son of the fourth Hokage. This statement took root in his heart, sprouting aspirations. The fourth Hokage, the legendary hero, surely his son possessed powerful ninjutsu. The more Konohamaru pondered, the more exhilarated he became, a fervent longing igniting within him. If I can apprentice under Naruto and learn his techniques, I shall surely grow stronger. Perhaps even, I could defeat Grandpa and become the fifth Hokage. He clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. Without hesitation, he bolted from his home, embarking on a quest throughout the village to locate Naruto. He scoured training grounds, parks, ramen shops, and even inquired with several passers-by, yet everyone merely shook their heads, indicating they had not seen Naruto. Damn it, where has that guy vanished to? Konohamaru panted, standing in the street, frustration etched on his face. In truth, Naruto had foreseen Konohamaru's actions through Madara's predictions the previous night, even glimpsing a future where he took Konohamaru under his wing as a mentor. However, Naruto felt no interest in such a future. What a tedious prospect. He muttered to himself, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had no desire to engage with a child, nor to squander time teaching others. Reflecting on his own path and that predicted future, Naruto mused, turning to leap into the depths of the forest. Madara's predictions may not be entirely accurate. As night fell, Konohamaru trudged home, his body weary and drenched in sweat, his face a portrait of dejection. Ebisu, noticing his condition, hurried over with concern. Young master, what has transpired? Why do you appear so exhausted? Konohamaru lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse as he replied, I wanted to find Naruto and ask him to be my master, to teach me ninjutsu. But I searched the entire village and could not find him. Ebisu's expression soured at this admission, displeasure brewing within him. He held no fondness for Naruto and certainly did not wish for Konohamaru to associate with that Nine-Tails brat, even if he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Thus, feigning seriousness, he stated, Young master, why pursue Naruto? If you seek strength, I can impart superior ninjutsu to you. Konohamaru lifted his head, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. But, Grandpa said Naruto is formidable, and he is the son of the fourth Hokage. Ebisu's expression shifted slightly at this remark, but he quickly regained his composure. He placed a comforting hand on Konohamaru's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Young master, the Hokage may have said that out of sympathy. Focus on training with me, and I will help you grow stronger. Konohamaru bowed his head, remaining silent for a moment before finally nodding, all right. Yet, deep down, he had not entirely relinquished his ambitions. He silently resolved, tomorrow, I must find Naruto. No matter what, I will ask him to be my master. Chapter 21. Team 7 That day, Naruto arose early, completed his ablutions, and meticulously examined himself in the mirror. Compared to before, his physique had noticeably filled out. His shoulders broadened, and the contours of his muscles were faintly visible. The daily intake of fish, fresh vegetables, and wholesome milk had also contributed to his increased stature, making him appear more upright and vigorous. Yes, not bad, Naruto remarked with a satisfied smile at his reflection. Subsequently, he opened his wardrobe and retrieved a brand new set of attire. This ensemble starkly contrasted with his customary orange jacket and trousers, supplanted by an all-black outfit. Its style simple and refined, bearing a resemblance to Boruto's attire. Upon donning it, Naruto appeared more composed, shedding some of his childishness and gaining a touch of maturity. He adjusted his forehead protector, straightened his collar, and then departed for the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Naruto exchanged greetings with some old acquaintances before entering the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the seats. At that moment, Sasuke was seated quietly by the window, arms crossed. His expression aloof, as if everything around him was of no consequence. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and then proceeded directly to sit beside Hinata. Hinata blushed slightly, lowering her head and softly uttering, Morning, Naruto-kun." "Good morning, Hinata," Naruto responded with a smile, noticing that while Hinata was still shy, she did not faint as she had in the past. It seemed that she had indeed heeded the advice he had given her previously. At this juncture, Shikamaru approached, and upon seeing Naruto in the classroom, he inquired with some bewilderment, "What are you doing here? Today is supposed to be the briefing session for graduates." Naruto gestured to the forehead protector on his head and stated nonchalantly, "I'm a ninja now as well." Upon hearing this, Hinata's face lit up with a joyous smile, and she whispered, "Congratulations, Naruto-kun." "Thanks," Naruto replied with a smile. Subsequently, Naruto engaged in conversation with his friends. Before long, Ino and Sakura burst into the classroom. They immediately spotted Sasuke sitting by the window, with no one beside him. The two of them instantly became jealous and competitive, vying to sit next to Sasuke. "The seat next to Sasuke-kun is mine," Sakura exclaimed loudly. "Humph, it should be mine," Ino retorted, unwilling to concede, and swiftly darted forward. The two of them pushed and shoved each other, even resorting to physical blows, and the classroom was immediately thrown into chaos. Naruto, observing the spectacle, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, muttering under his breath, "Good thing I didn't go sit next to Sasuke, or I would have been disturbed by this group of foolish women, not to mention something unexpected might have happened, resulting in the loss of my first kiss." Just as the two were locked in their dispute, Iruka entered the classroom, slapped the desk, and announced loudly, "All right, everyone, take your seats. The briefing session is about to begin." Upon seeing this, Ino made a decisive move, plopping down next to Sasuke. Sakura, a beat too late, saw that the seat had been taken and stomped her feet in frustration, gritting her teeth and declaring, "Ino, you're so despicable. That was my seat." "Possession is 9/10 of the law," Ino responded with a smug smile. "Damn it, just you wait." Sakura, left with no choice, could only sit next to Ino. Once everyone was seated, Iruka, holding a roster, surveyed the room and said with a smile, "Congratulations, from today onward, you are all full-fledged ninjas. Although you are still only novice genin, the real hardship begins now. In the future, you will be divided into groups of 3, forming a team, and will carry out missions under the guidance of a jonin instructor." Subsequently, Iruka began to announce the team assignments. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. As expected, it's still Sakura, Naruto mused inwardly. Although he was averse to Sakura, it seemed there was no one else. Ino was out of the question, as the Ino Shikacho trio could not be separated. As for Hinata, the Hyuga clan's abilities complemented the tracking skills of Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, and Hiruzen Sarutobi would likely not break them up. Moreover, considering Kakashi's teaching style and Hinata's personality, one being assertive and the other overly timid, it was indeed not a suitable match. As for whether there were other schemes involved, that remained to be seen. Looking at Sakura, although she was not from a ninja clan, she was intelligent, and her theoretical grades had consistently been far ahead. Presumably, the old man might have taken a fancy to this point and chosen Sakura. After the briefing session concluded, everyone dispersed to await the arrival of the jonin in the afternoon. Naruto did not leave, but chose to remain in the classroom. He knew that Kakashi would surely be late, and even if he took a nap in the classroom, it would not matter. Time slowly passed, and Sasuke and Sakura returned to the classroom. Upon seeing Naruto still asleep in the classroom, Sakura frowned and turned to Sasuke, asking, "Sasuke-kun, should we wake him up?" Sasuke shrugged indifferently, "Whatever." Sakura immediately approached Naruto and shook him vigorously, saying in a harsh tone, "Hey, Naruto, wake up. The instructor is about to arrive." Naruto groggily opened his eyes, rubbed his hair, and inquired, "The instructor is here?" Seeing his indolent demeanor, Sakura was instantly incensed and chided him. "How can you sleep on such an important occasion? It's outrageous." Naruto was too lazy to pay her any attention, merely glancing at her dismissively before closing his eyes again. Seeing Naruto ignore her, Sakura became even more infuriated, even resorting to using sarcastic and cutting remarks to taunt him. "Naruto, don't sleep. Naruto, Naruto." Naruto finally reached his breaking point, glaring at her coldly, his morning grumpiness erupting. He said in an icy tone, "Shut up, ugly. Yuji ugly?" Upon hearing these words, Sakura was instantly enraged, her face flushed, her fists clenched, determined to give Naruto a piece of her mind. Naruto was utterly annoyed by Sakura's incessant chatter, but could not bring himself to actually strike her. Left with no choice, he swiftly acted, delivering a precise chop to the back of Sakura's neck. Before Sakura could react, she slumped softly to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. Time continued to elapse. Sakura remained asleep, while Naruto once again closed his eyes, dozing off in his chair. Sasuke had initially maintained his composure, but seeing both of them asleep, his eyelids also began to feel heavy, and eventually, he could not help but close his eyes as well. The three of them slumbered peacefully in the classroom as time slowly passed. Just then, the classroom door was gently pushed open, and Kakashi sauntered in. He held a copy of Make Out Paradise in his hand, his gaze lazily sweeping across the classroom, and upon seeing the three of them slumped over asleep, he couldn't help but wonder, "Oh, am I too late?" Kakashi scratched his head, muttering to himself. Chapter 22, Hatake Kakashi. "Hey, wake up, all of you." Kakashi's voice pierced the tranquil morning air with an unexpected sharpness. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were jolted awake by the sudden call, their eyes fluttering open in confusion. Naruto stretched lazily and yawned. A good sleep feels wonderful." Sakura, looking bewildered, straightened up and scanned her surroundings. "Huh? How did I fall asleep?" Sasuke remained silent, casting a cold glance at Kakashi. Observing their dazed expressions, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, his tone laced with exasperation. "You all managed to fall asleep here." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura snapped back to reality, looking up at him with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. "Are you our J-nin teacher?" Kakashi nodded, responding in a relaxed manner, "Indeed." Sakura frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Kakashi's demeanor. "You're quite late." Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, I had some matters to attend to." He then turned his gaze back to the trio, stroking his chin with a contemplative look. "However, my first impression of you all is, frankly, rather annoying." Sasuke snorted at this remark, his eyes flashing with disdain. Naruto appeared indifferent, seemingly unfazed by Kakashi's words. Sakura, on the other hand, looked somewhat disheartened, lowering her head and nervously intertwining her fingers, her voice barely audible. "Annoying." After observing their reactions, Kakashi turned and walked ahead. "All right, let's not waste time here. Follow me, we have business to attend to." The three exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, yet they followed Kakashi's lead. Kakashi led Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to the rooftop, where a gentle breeze rustled through the air, and the distant Hidden Leaf Village appeared serene and peaceful in the morning light. "First, let us introduce ourselves," he suggested. Sakura, looking puzzled, asked, "What should we say in our introductions?" Kakashi languidly explained, "Just share what you like, what you dislike, your future dreams, and your interests." The trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, an awkward silence enveloping them. Finally, Sakura gathered her courage and tentatively suggested, "Perhaps it would be better if you demonstrated first, sensei." Kakashi lazily shrugged. "Me? My name is Hatake Kakashi. As for what I like and dislike, I prefer not to share. Regarding future dreams, I have many interests." After hearing this, Sakura couldn't help but critique, "So we only learned your name." Kakashi ignored her comment and turned his attention to Naruto. "Now it's your turn. You start." Naruto, called upon, crossed his arms and confidently declared, "Me? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I don't feel like sharing what I like and dislike either. As for my future dreams, I have many interests." Sakura rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "You're doing the same thing?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, clearly exasperated by Naruto's response. "Aren't you going to elaborate?" Naruto retorted defiantly. "I learned it from you." Kakashi sighed, realizing Naruto was quite a handful. He shook his head in resignation, shifting his gaze to Sakura. "All right, it's your turn." Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly. "I'm Haruno Sakura. What I like is, well, the person I like is." Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Sasuke, her face growing warmer. "And my interests are, as for my future dreams, Naruto observed Sakura's flustered demeanor, marveling at her peculiar talent for conversation. Kakashi, bemused, inquired, "And what about your dislikes?" Sakura answered without hesitation, "Naruto." Naruto nodded, replying, "I dislike you too." Sakura, Sasuke remained expressionless, as if none of this concerned him. Kakashi's gaze finally fell on him. "All right, it's your turn." Sasuke coldly stated, "I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, but nothing I particularly like. Moreover, I'm not one to merely speak of dreams. I have ambitions." His voice was low and icy, with a glint of determination in his eyes. "I will restore my clan and personally kill a certain man." The trio fell into a heavy silence upon hearing Sasuke's words, the air thick with gravity, as if the wind had ceased to blow. Kakashi broke the silence, his tone lightening. "Well, you all have distinct personalities, which is quite interesting. Starting tomorrow, we will commence our missions. But let us begin with one that only the four of us can complete." The three remained silent as Kakashi's tone suddenly turned icy. "The mission is survival exercise." Sakura couldn't help but retort, "Survival exercise? Isn't that just regular training?" Kakashi chuckled darkly, his eyes glinting with mischief. "This is not your ordinary exercise. If I were to tell you, you would surely be taken aback." He paused before continuing. "Out of 27 graduates, only 9 will be recognized as genin. The remaining 18 will be sent back to school. This means that the elimination rate for this exercise is over 66, making it an exceedingly difficult test." Sasuke and Naruto's expressions remained unchanged, seemingly unconcerned by the news. Only Sakura's face turned pale, clearly intimidated by the high elimination rate. Kakashi glanced at the trio, finally stating, "All right, that concludes the explanation. Oh, and do not eat breakfast, you might throw up." With that, he vanished before their eyes, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. As Kakashi disappeared, Naruto decided to head home to prepare. "I'll take my leave now. See you all in the morning." With that, he turned away without looking back. On his way home, he purchased some fruits, vegetables, and meat, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared for the assessment the next day. Chapter 23, Survival Drill, Part 1. After completing his shopping, Naruto returned home. As he tidied up, he reminisced about the scenes from the anime. Although Kakashi had indeed been late in the earlier episodes, it seemed that during the episodes focused on him, Kakashi had not been tardy but rather concealed himself in the shadows, silently observing their reactions. With this in mind, arriving early seemed inconsequential. However, Naruto understood the importance of not being reckless. He needed to prepare. Thus, he retrieved the tent he had purchased for training, meticulously checking it for any damages. Next, he entered the kitchen and began preparing bento for the evening and the following morning. He skillfully chopped vegetables, cooked rice, and even made a few extra soldier rations for emergencies. After organizing his ninja tools, he neatly packed everything into his backpack, slung it over his shoulders, and made his way to the assembly point for the next day. Taking advantage of the fading daylight, Naruto set up his tent beneath a large tree. Although the tent was small, it was spacious enough for him to enjoy a comfortable night's sleep. He crawled into the tent, nestled into his soft sleeping bag, and listened to the soothing sounds of chirping insects outside, gradually drifting off into slumber. When dawn broke, Sakura and Sasuke arrived punctually at the meeting place. However, as they surveyed the area, they found no sign of Naruto. Sakura furrowed her brows and inquired, "Where's Naruto? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could he have overslept?" Sasuke remained silent, his gaze fixed on a tent not far away. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "Hey, was that tent there yesterday?" Sakura followed Sasuke's line of sight and indeed spotted a small tent. She expressed her surprise. "Oh, I didn't notice that." Exchanging a glance, they decided to approach it for a closer look. Upon nearing, they discovered a sign standing at the entrance of the tent that read, "Camping here, currently asleep. Please do not disturb, as I may be grumpy upon waking." Out of courtesy, the duo refrained from interrupting and silently distanced themselves from the tent, beginning to wait patiently. However, the waiting proved to be long and tedious. Sakura and Sasuke could not resist leaning against a tree and gradually fell asleep. As the sun rose higher, Naruto awoke from his tent. Stretching and rubbing his eyes, he felt rejuvenated. After enjoying the breakfast he had prepared, he headed to the riverbank to wash up. The cool river water thoroughly awakened him. He then packed up his tent and belongings, arranging them neatly nearby. With everything ready, Naruto sat cross-legged beneath a large tree, entering a meditative state. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle morning breeze, his mind enveloped in tranquility. Shortly after, Sakura and Sasuke stirred from their slumber. Upon opening her eyes, Sakura spotted Naruto sitting under the tree, deeply engrossed in his meditation. She immediately stood up, a hint of displeasure in her voice as she scolded. "Naruto, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to arrive?" Naruto opened his eyes and replied, "I was camping here. I arrived earlier than you." Sakura paused, then realized, "Wait, was that Tenkyu?" "Indeed." Naruto nodded with pride. Hearing this, Sakura's inner thoughts were filled with frustration. Darn it. Had I known, I would have camped here last night too. That way, I wouldn't have had to rush this morning. At that moment, Kakashi finally arrived, sauntering in with a casual wave. "Good morning, everyone." Sakura immediately pointed at Kakashi, reproaching him, "You're late." Kakashi scratched his head, feigning innocence. "A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take a longer route." Seeing the disbelief on the faces of the three, Kakashi chuckled and placed an alarm clock on a nearby log, stating, "All right. I've set the alarm for noon." He then retrieved 2 bells from his pocket, shaking them as he continued. "Your task today is to snatch these bells from me before noon. Anyone who fails to do so will go without lunch and will be tied up, forced to watch me enjoy my bento." As soon as he finished speaking, both Sasuke and Sakura's stomachs growled in unison. Sakura then noticed a crucial detail. There were only 2 bells. She immediately asked, "Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells?" Kakashi kindly explained, "With only 2 bells, it means at least one person will be tied to the log. That individual will be deemed to have failed the mission and sent back to the academy. At least one, but potentially all could be sent back." Sasuke scoffed, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "So we must give it our all, correct?" Kakashi nodded and elaborated. "You may use shurikens and kunai because without the resolve to defeat me, you won't be able to seize the bells." Sakura clenched her fists, silently vowing, "No matter what, I will get those bells." Kakashi glanced at the 3 of them, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Let the game commence. Ready? Go." At Kakashi's command, the trio sprang into action. Sakura swiftly leapt into the underbrush, her figure vanishing like a gust of wind among the trees. Sasuke nimbly ascended to a branch, concealing himself behind the dense foliage, keenly searching for the optimal angle to launch his attack. However, among them, only Naruto stood out. With his hands confidently planted on his hips, he boldly occupied the clearing, unabashedly revealing his position. With a wide grin, he proclaimed, "Come on, let's settle this." Kakashi stared blankly at Naruto, an exasperated look in his eyes. "I must ask, do you have a few screws loose?" Unfazed, Naruto chuckled, "I don't believe we, as mere genin, can hide from you. Rather than waste time hiding, why not confront you head on?" Kakashi's eyes shimmered with a hint of approval, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "You have a point." Kakashi then pulled out a book from his pack, the cover boldly reading Ika Paradise. He casually flipped through the pages, his gaze wandering over the text, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Ninja Tactics, Part 1, Taijutsu. Allow me to teach you." Naruto's brow furrowed as he stared at the book in Kakashi's hands, perplexed. "Hey, why are you pulling out that book?" Kakashi retorted, "What do you mean? The content that follows is quite intriguing." "Stop joking. That's clearly an inappropriate book." Naruto bluntly interrupted. "I heard from the bookstore owner that this is indeed an inappropriate book. I can't believe you're so unprofessional, Kakashi-sensei. Don't you have a girlfriend?" "Do I have a girlfriend? A girlfriend? A girlfriend? What does that have to do with you? Besides, if you don't come at me soon, time will slip away." Kakashi fumed in frustration. "That's true. Well then, I'm coming." Chapter 24, Survival Exercise, Part 2. Naruto was acutely aware that, given his current level of taijutsu, defeating Kakashi head-on was virtually impossible. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it his all and probe Kakashi's limits. Thus, Naruto dashed towards Kakashi with utmost alacrity. His movements were so swift that even Kakashi was taken aback by the sudden burst of speed. Kakashi swiftly pocketed his make-out paradise and braced himself, arms crossed. to receive Naruto's onslaught. Upon impact, Kakashi felt a considerable force. He was inwardly astonished, musing, the kid's taijutsu has improved significantly. Abandoning any semblance of complacency, Kakashi began to treat the battle with earnestness. The two figures blurred across the training ground, fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. Sasuke and Sakura watched in stunned silence. Especially Sasuke, whose eyes betrayed a mixture of resentment and disbelief. Impossible. Has Naruto really become this strong? Sasuke clenched his fists, a fierce competitive spirit surging within him. At that moment, Kakashi seized an opportunity, swiftly sidestepping behind Naruto and forming the tiger seal. Sensing the imminent danger, Naruto instantly employed the transformation technique, hoping to divert Kakashi's attention. Kakashi scoffed, a transformation technique? Too late. Leaf-style secret jutsu, taijutsu ugi, 1,000 years of. However, just as Kakashi was about to strike, he abruptly halted. This is... Naruto had transformed into a voluptuous maiden, her curvaceous posterior swaying tantalizingly before Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened, a nosebleed threatening to erupt. What is this? He froze, his hand losing its grip on the tiger seal. Naruto gloated inwardly, thinking, as expected, the sexy technique is most effective against old perverts like him. He turned to Kakashi, striking a coquettish pose, the maiden's figure fully on display. Kakashi-sama, her bosom undulated with each movement, sending Sakura into a fit of pique and Sasuke into utter speechlessness. While Kakashi's heart raced, as Naruto drew closer, Kakashi could no longer resist, and a torrent of blood gushed from his nostrils. A weakness. Seizing the moment, Naruto swiftly reached for the bells. But Kakashi, having wiped away the blood and regained his composure, though still visibly flustered, caught Naruto's hand, retorting, "You are truly unscrupulous, Naruto." Naruto reverted to his original form, grinning mischievously. "That's what you get for being lecherous." Kakashi shook his head in resignation and resumed the engagement. The two exchanged blows, their taijutsu duel growing increasingly intense. Naruto gradually realized that Kakashi's taijutsu was indeed formidable, yet he also sensed that Kakashi had been aware of his level all along, or he wouldn't have been so serious from the start. However, despite Naruto's prowess, Kakashi's defense remained impenetrable, the bells perpetually out of reach. As he sparred, Kakashi complimented. "Not bad, Naruto, your taijutsu has improved significantly." But he abruptly changed his tone, a hint of playfulness entering his voice. "However, regarding the shinobi battle tactics, number 2, Jinjutsu, I wonder how you fare." No sooner had the words left his lips than Kakashi cast a Jinjutsu. Naruto's vision blurred, and he saw a scene of Sasuke and Sakura being brutally murdered by Kakashi. However, Naruto was not deceived by the illusion. Instead, he scoffed and effortlessly dispelled it. Could anyone possibly surpass Shisui and Itachi in Jinjutsu? Naruto mused disdainfully. Just then, Sasuke launched an attack, several shuriken hurtling towards Kakashi. However, upon impact, Kakashi's body transformed into a log. "A substitution jutsu," Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. Then, as if sensing something, Sasuke abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto Kakashi, who was waving at him from a short distance away. With a battle cry, Sasuke charged, his form a blur as he lunged towards Kakashi. His fists and feet generated gusts of wind, each strike infused with immense power and speed. Yet, Kakashi met Sasuke's relentless onslaught with ease, effortlessly sidestepping a straight punch and delivering a precise kick to Sasuke's abdomen. Staggering backward in pain, Sasuke quickly regained his footing and resumed his assault. The two traded blows, neither yielding, engaging in a fierce taijutsu contest. After dozens of exchanges, Sasuke realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through Kakashi's defenses and was repeatedly countered. At that moment, he grasped the unfathomable extent of Kakashi's power. Naruto, standing by, watched the proceedings without intervening, his arms crossed and a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing Sasuke pause, Kakashi turned to Naruto, inquiring, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to join in? Maybe the two of you together could snag the bells?" Sasuke scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. "I'm not like them. I don't need anyone's help." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, retorting with a hint of mockery. "Oh, so you're confident in your abilities?" Sasuke didn't respond but swiftly formed a hand seal, interlacing his fingers before his chest, inhaling deeply and exhaling forcefully. Fire style, grand fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, engulfing Kakashi. However, when the flames subsided, Kakashi had vanished without a trace. Sasuke frowned, scanning his surroundings, meticulously examining every direction, even above, yet Kakashi remained elusive. Where is he? Sasuke thought warily, his eyes sharp, attempting to detect any sign of Kakashi. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his ankle as a hand emerged from the ground, gripping him tightly. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Kakashi's voice echoed from below. Sasuke was dragged underground, leaving only his head exposed. Seeing this, Naruto promptly kicked Kakashi away, then stepped in front of Sasuke, grinning. Shinobi battle tactics, number 3, ninjutsu, right? Kakashi emerged from the ground, nodding. Naruto smirked, rapidly forming hand seals, his movements a blur. Kakashi and Sasuke stared in astonishment as Naruto inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive fireball. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The scale of the flames dwarfed Sasuke's earlier attempt, the scorching heat forcing Kakashi to retreat hastily. Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief. Impossible. How do you know the grand fireball technique? Kakashi was equally taken aback. Naruto, when did you learn that? Naruto lowered his hands, grinning. I just watched Sasuke do it once and picked it up. Chapter 25, Survival Exercise, Part 2. Kakashi's gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment. He refrained from directly exposing Naruto's deceit and instead lazily shrugged, speaking in a relaxed tone. Well, since you say so, I shall take your word for it. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile, showcasing an expression of triumph. As if to say, see, I knew you would believe me, even raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride. However, Kakashi was already calculating in his mind. His eyes scanned Naruto, searching for any telltale signs in his expression. Yet, Naruto maintained an air of indifference, as if the recent events were of little consequence. This only deepened Kakashi's confusion and concern. It seemed necessary to conduct a thorough investigation, Kakashi privately resolved. He had no intention of directly questioning Naruto, knowing full well that he would not be forthcoming. Rather than risk alarming the snake, he preferred to observe discreetly, to ascertain whom Naruto had been associating with or where he had been venturing recently. Subsequently, Naruto and Sasuke shared a tacit understanding and began to confront Kakashi together. Though there were no verbal exchanges, their movements were remarkably synchronized. Naruto charged ahead, while Sasuke swiftly maneuvered to Kakashi's flank, already preparing a handful of shurikens with eyes sharp as a hawk. Kakashi remained stationary, still appearing nonchalant, yet his gaze had turned serious. He sighed softly, muttering to himself, well, these two really are a headache. Naruto quickly closed the distance, launching a flurry of punches and kicks like raindrops, but Kakashi's figure evaded them effortlessly. Akin to a phantom, his movements appeared casual, yet he always managed to dodge Naruto's attacks at the last moment. Simultaneously, Sasuke's shurikens flew towards Kakashi's vital points. Kakashi slightly tilted his body, allowing the shurikens to graze his clothing before embedding themselves into a tree trunk behind him. He glanced at Sasuke, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Sasuke, your shuriken technique is impressive. Sasuke scoffed in response, offering no reply, and swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, fire style, fireball jutsu. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling towards Kakashi. Reacting promptly, Kakashi retreated several steps, forming hand seals while murmuring, earth style, earth flow wall. A robust wall of earth, adorned with a dog's head, rose from the ground, shielding him from the oncoming fireball. The flames crashed against the wall, producing a deafening roar as smoke billowed into the air. At that moment, Naruto's voice suddenly echoed through the haze. Kakashi-sensei, you've been tricked. With a swift motion, a bell was firmly grasped in Naruto's hand. He smirked triumphantly, stepping back and raising the bell. Kakashi, it seems I have emerged victorious. Kakashi observed the emptiness at his waist, shrugging in resignation. Well, it appears I was careless. Sasuke stood in bewilderment, entirely perplexed by the turn of events. The two bells that should have been hanging from Kakashi's waist had inexplicably found their way into Naruto's possession. This left Sasuke feeling confused and incredulous. Kakashi praised Naruto. Naruto, I must admit, I did not foresee your talent for illusion. It turned out that the moment Naruto raised an eyebrow, he had subtly cast a genjutsu on both Kakashi and Sasuke. The illusion was remarkably grounded in reality, as Naruto skillfully integrated the actual circumstances to forge a believable illusion. Specifically, the skirmish they had just engaged in was genuinely fought. However, when Sasuke hurled his shuriken at Kakashi, Naruto had swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, transforming himself into a shuriken and throwing himself alongside it. Subsequently, at the moment Kakashi summoned the earth flow wall for defense, Naruto seized the opportunity to disrupt Kakashi's perception, successfully concealing his presence, leaving Kakashi entirely oblivious to his approach. Thus, Naruto stealthily approached his objective and ultimately secured the bell. Upon hearing Kakashi's analysis, Naruto exclaimed, "As expected of you, you grasped the entire process." Meanwhile, Sasuke, upon witnessing Naruto seize the bell, felt his expression darken. He clenched his fists, brimming with resentment and anger. Naruto glanced at him, tossing one of the bells towards Sasuke casually. "Here, Sasuke, this is for you." Sasuke stared at the bell on the ground, filled with inner conflict. He was reluctant to accept Naruto's charity, yet considering his animosity and goals, he suppressed his unwillingness and bent down to retrieve the bell. "Humph, Naruto. Don't think this will make me grateful," Sasuke coldly remarked, his tone laced with defiance. Naruto shrugged, unfazed, and chuckled lightly. "Think whatever you wish." Kakashi observed their interaction with a sense of disappointment. He stepped forward, clapping his hands together, and said casually, "Congratulations, you've both acquired the bells. However, where is Sakura?" At that moment, they realized that Sakura had inexplicably collapsed on the ground, evidently ensnared by Kakashi's Jinjutsu and rendered unconscious. Kakashi approached Sakura, gently tapping her shoulder to dispel the illusion. Sakura gradually opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion. "What happened? How did I fall asleep?" Kakashi chuckled, his tone teasing, "Sakura, you were caught in my Jinjutsu. But no worries, you're fine now." Sakura nodded, then turned to Naruto and Sasuke, anxiously asking, "How did the test go? Did we pass?" Kakashi crouched down, gently explaining the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Sakura's eyes brightened with excitement, glancing at Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, you got the bell? That's wonderful." However, as she calmed down, her expression gradually stiffened. She suddenly realized that she had been unconscious the entire time and had not participated in the battle. More critically, she did not possess a bell. Did I get eliminated?" Sakura's voice trembled, her eyes filled with uncertainty and disappointment. Kakashi did not respond directly but stood up, casting a calm glance at Naruto and Sasuke, inquiring, "Naruto, Sasuke, what do you both think? Should we allow Sakura to withdraw?" Naruto, upon hearing Kakashi's question, did not respond immediately. He stepped outside, retrieved a lunchbox, and quietly opened it to begin eating. Sasuke shot a cold glance at Sakura before also taking a lunchbox to eat. Their attitudes were unmistakable. They were indifferent to whether Sakura remained or withdrew. Witnessing this scene, an indescribable sense of loss surged within Sakura. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and she fought to keep her sobs at bay, though her shoulders trembled slightly. "So, to Sasuke, I am utterly insignificant." Sakura's voice was barely audible, filled with self-mockery and sorrow. Kakashi observed the trio before him, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. He had hoped that through this assessment, Naruto and Sasuke would comprehend the importance of teamwork. Yet it was evident that they had not grasped his intentions. "Naruto, Sasuke, first, I congratulate you on acquiring the bells and enjoying your lunch." Kakashi initially spoke with a smile directed at them. Suddenly, his expression darkened, his voice turning grave, and he declared, "I hereby announce, you three have failed the assessment." Chapter 26. Dreams. As Kakashi's words echoed in the air, Sasuke's chopsticks clattered to the ground. He abruptly rose, locking eyes with Kakashi, his voice icy and filled with inquiry. "Why? We clearly obtained the bells. Why must we return to school? Are you deliberately making things difficult for us?" Sakura, upon hearing Kakashi's decision, was overcome with guilt and self-reproach. She believed that her own shortcomings had led to Sasuke's judgment of failure, while Naruto was entirely overlooked in her distress. In a rush, she stepped forward, her voice tinged with urgency. "Kakashi-sensei, if it is due to my poor performance, I am willing to withdraw, but please allow Sasuke to pass the assessment. He has truly worked hard." However, Kakashi's gaze suddenly sharpened, his tone laced with a chilling severity. "This is precisely why I say you are mere children. Are you underestimating what it means to be a ninja?" Before he could finish, Kakashi's figure blurred and he appeared before Sakura in an instant. His speed was so overwhelming that there was hardly time to react. In the next moment, he had seized Sakura by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing?" Sakura's complexion turned pale, her hands weakly grasping at Kakashi's wrist, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Sasuke, too, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He stood frozen, pupils constricted, unable to fathom that Kakashi would act so violently towards Sakura. His fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms, yet he remained paralyzed. Sasuke, Kakashi's voice was cold and commanding. If you do not wish to see Sakura harmed, then eliminate Naruto. What? Sasuke's expression darkened, shock and fury flooding his features. Have you lost your mind, Kakashi? Kakashi's eyes betrayed no emotion, as though he were merely executing a routine task. This is the harsh reality of the ninja world. The mission supersedes all, and the lives of comrades can be used as bargaining chips. If you lack this understanding, you are unworthy of being a ninja. Sasuke's breath quickened, his gaze darting between Kakashi and Sakura, his heart a tumult of conflict and struggle. He did not wish to become like Itachi, capable of killing the innocent without a second thought. Yet faced with such a scenario, he found himself without options. His fists remained clenched, knuckles white. Yet he hesitated to act. In stark contrast to Sasuke and Sakura's tension and terror, Naruto remained seated, head bowed, engrossed in his meal. His demeanor was casual, as if he were oblivious to the charged atmosphere surrounding him. Kakashi's gaze swept over Naruto, disappointment and anger flickering in his eyes. Naruto, why are you still eating? Do you not care at all for the safety of your comrades? Finally, hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto paused in his eating. He looked up, mouth full, and mumbled, "Huh? What did you say?" Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper, impatience creeping into his voice. "I asked why you are still eating. Do you not care for Sakura and Sasuke at all?" Swallowing his food, Naruto wiped his mouth and flashed a relaxed smile. "Oh, right. I haven't mentioned my dream yet." Dream? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Naruto to pivot to this topic. "Yes, my dream is to become someone like Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya-sensei? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "You mean the great sage?" "Exactly." Naruto grinned. "He is my greatest idol." Kakashi's expression turned somewhat bemused, a hint of teasing in his tone. "So you wish to write those kinds of books?" Huh. I want to be a free-spirited traveler, not a writer of those kinds of books." Upon hearing Naruto's response, Kakashi released his grip on Sakura, who immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with relief at having escaped a dire fate. Hearing Naruto's dream, Kakashi felt a slight sense of reassurance. For Naruto's aspirations were aligned with that of Jiraiya. However, to aspire to be a ninja like Jiraiya, Kakashi suddenly burst into laughter, his right eye curving into a crescent moon as his laughter echoed sharply across the training ground, startling a few birds from their perches in the treetops. As he stifled his laughter, Kakashi donned a sardonic expression, fixing his gaze on Naruto as he spoke. "Naruto, you truly are a dreamer. Jiraiya-sensei is one of the legendary Sannin, a being of immeasurable power, someone even the strongest ninja of the various nations must regard with caution. No ninja would dare provoke Jiraiya lightly. It is precisely because of this strength that he can roam freely across nations, witnessing the myriad wonders of the world." With that, Kakashi's gaze fell back on Naruto, filled with skepticism and disdain. "But what about you?" He scrutinized Naruto from head to toe, his tone dripping with contempt. "You are but a mere weakling, a lowly genin. Should you leave the village, without the protection of comrades or the village itself, you would perish in less than a day, becoming just another forgotten corpse in the wilderness." Kakashi seemingly had no intention of relenting, stepping closer to Naruto, his voice growing colder. "Stop dreaming those impractical dreams. Recognize your own strength. Perhaps it would be best for you to live quietly as an ordinary ninja within the village." He paused, shifting his gaze away from Naruto to the distant Hokage village, as if lost in memory. "The heights of Jiraiya-sensei are not something you children can aspire to." Kakashi silently thought, "Forgive me, sensei." At that moment, Naruto merely smirked. His laughter carried a hint of mockery and triumph, as if he were proclaiming something to Kakashi. With a sly glint in his eye, he asked, "Kakashi, do you think you've unraveled the Jinjutsu?" At those words, Kakashi's expression sharpened, an unsettling feeling washing over him. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Indeed, as Naruto had indicated, while Kakashi had been explaining the intricacies of ninjutsu to Sasuke, Naruto had quietly cast a Jinjutsu while everyone's attention was diverted. Who could have anticipated that Naruto had inherited the remarkable Jinjutsu talent akin to Shisui? After casting the jutsu, He had left a shadow clone appearing nonchalant in his place, while his true self stealthily slipped away. At this moment, the clone wore a mischievous smile. Watching as Kakashi began to realize something was amiss. Kakashi furrowed his brow, hands swiftly forming seals as he attempted to reassess the situation. When he finally unraveled the deeply concealed Jinjutsu, he turned to confront Naruto, only to find the Naruto before him had vanished in a puff of smoke. It was only then he understood he had been addressing a mere shadow clone all along. This brat, Kakashi muttered under his breath, a mix of exasperation and incredulity crossing his features. Naruto's enigmatic Jinjutsu talent left him utterly baffled. He recalled that while the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was renowned as a prodigy with unmatched speed and formidable ninjutsu, he was not particularly noted for his Jinjutsu prowess. Where had Naruto acquired such a talent? Could it be that Naruto was a hidden Jinjutsu genius, having crafted this skill on his own? Kakashi mused, but promptly dismissed this line of thought. Such profound Jinjutsu mastery was not easily attained, even by a genius. No, he needed to report to the Hokage. Kakashi resolved, convinced that the matter was too peculiar, entwined with Naruto's growth and the village's safety, and thus must be brought to the attention of the Hokage. Thus, Kakashi swiftly organized his thoughts, briefly conveying a few words to Sasuke and the others present before turning to stride purposefully towards the Hokage's office. Along the way, images of Naruto wielding his Jinjutsu with confidence and mystery flooded his mind, causing his pace to quicken. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened attentively to Kakashi's report, his expression grave as he sank into profound contemplation. Naruto's sudden deployment of the great fireball technique, coupled with the enigmatic Jinjutsu, loomed like a shroud of mist, suggesting that Naruto might be concealing something significant. As the Hokage of Konoha, he felt compelled to ponder the various possibilities. Could Naruto's hidden matters adversely affect him, the sealed Nine-Tails within him, or even the entire village? Such uncertainties weighed heavily on Sarutobi's heart. However, upon hearing that Naruto aspired to emulate Jiraiya, his troubled mind found some solace. He knew Jiraiya well, both his character and prowess, and Naruto's choice of him as a role model brought a flicker of comfort to Sarutobi. After considerable reflection, he concluded that it would be imperative to summon Jiraiya back swiftly to take Naruto under his wing and guide him onto the right path. Nevertheless, before that, Sarutobi hoped Kakashi would continue to lead Team 7, for Kakashi's formidable strength, vast experience, and Sharingan made him the ideal mentor for Sasuke and Naruto. Hokage-sama, Kakashi's face betrayed his reluctance to decline. Sarutobi waved his hand gently, his gaze soft yet nostalgic, and spoke slowly. Kakashi, did you not once resemble them? You became a ninja at an early age, full of ambition and unaware of the value of companionship. Yet, through your subsequent experiences, you came to understand the significance of bonds, did you not? Kakashi trembled slightly, memories flooding back like a rising tide. In those days, he had often walked alone for various reasons, only to comprehend the preciousness of camaraderie through Obito and Rin. Sarutobi continued, I believe that in their future experiences, they too will cherish one another, becoming true comrades in arms. Kakashi remained silent for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. The next day, sunlight poured into the academy of Konoha, where Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived early, filled with anticipation as they awaited news. Time passed slowly, yet their instructor did not appear. Naruto fidgeted restlessly, sensing that something was amiss. Suddenly, the classroom door creaked open, and Kakashi's familiar figure appeared in the doorway. The third Hokage persuaded me to give you another chance, Kakashi announced calmly. He then assumed a serious demeanor and posed a question. If, during a ninja duel, your comrade is captured by the enemy, will you pursue to rescue them or abandon them? Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura's thoughts immediately turned to Sasuke, and she exclaimed, I will save them. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, vaguely discerning Kakashi's intent, and nodded gently. Finally, Kakashi's gaze fell upon Naruto, awaiting his response. Naruto grinned widely and declared without hesitation, if a comrade is captured, of course, I will go save them. After a moment of silence following the trio's responses, Kakashi's face broke into a reassuring smile. You have passed. However, Kakashi's expression turned serious as he began to recount the harsh realities of the ninja world, ultimately uttering a resounding maxim. Those who break the rules and laws of the ninja world are deemed scoundrels. Yet, those who fail to value their comrades are even lower than scoundrels. Sakura's eyes glistened with emotion, her face radiant with joy. Sasuke's lips curled in a slight smirk, a cold yet approving smile gracing his features. Naruto also smiled, but internally he mused, when a comrade is in trouble, I must save them. But who is considered a comrade is solely for me to decide. If that so-called comrade is Sakura, I am sorry, but I might very well leave without a backward glance. In his heart, true comrades were those who genuinely understood him, fought alongside him, and shared life and death. Sakura, however, was far from meeting that standard. Chapter 27. The Mission of the Land of Waves. As all three individuals expressed their commitment to their comrades, Kakashi nodded in temporary satisfaction. Now that you all comprehend the significance of companionship, allow me to delve into the deeper meaning of this exercise, as well as the true essence of teamwork. Just as he began, Kakashi suddenly faltered, a flicker of discomfort passing through his gaze. After all, the original objective of this test was for them to collaborate as a trio to seize the bells from one another. However, with the bells now taken, discussing this seemed futile. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask the awkwardness, and continued, while your responses have brought me some solace, it does not entirely alleviate my concerns about your reliability. His eyes swept over the trio. Sakura, your focus lies solely on Sasuke, and Naruto. You appear indifferent to Sakura's presence. Upon hearing this, Sakura's cheeks flushed crimson, instinctively lowering her head, her toes fidgeting against the ground. Sasuke remained aloof, hands shoved into his pockets, slightly turning his head away. Naruto, without uttering a word, simply closed his eyes. In the face of genuine peril, whether you can truly uphold your promises of unwavering loyalty to one another remains to be seen, shaped by your future experiences and trials. Kakashi's expression grew solemn, his tone imbued with a mix of expectation and caution. Thus, Team 7 was temporarily established. Yet, Kakashi understood that only when these three distinctly different children truly learned to cooperate as a cohesive unit would he wholeheartedly acknowledge them as worthy comrades. Thereafter, Team 7 officially embarked on their journey as genin. Unlike the perpetually complaining Naruto of the anime, the present-day Naruto approached each task with remarkable seriousness. Be it helping an elderly lady locate her lost glasses or clearing debris from the river, he executed each assignment with meticulous diligence. However, upon the completion of every mission, Naruto would vanish like the wind, off to train alone. Each time he departed, Sakura's eyes would brighten, as if the world had been reduced to only herself and Sasuke. She would incessantly seek various excuses to approach Sasuke, attempting to initiate conversation. Sasuke-kun, today's mission was quite arduous, wasn't it? Sakura beamed, hands clasped behind her back, her toes unconsciously tracing circles on the ground. Sasuke merely grunted in response and turned away without a backward glance, his demeanor distant and detached, as though Sakura's presence were mere air. In an instant, Sakura's smile froze upon her face, the light in her eyes dimming. She stood rooted to the spot, watching Sasuke's retreating figure, a wave of disappointment surging within her. On this particular day, Team 7 was assigned the task of locating a cat. The target was an orange tabby named Xiaohu, reportedly the beloved pet of the Fire Country's daimyo's wife. The four of them split up and soon discovered the plump cat lounging lazily on a tree branch at the village's edge, flicking its tail nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the human's urgency. Xiaohu. Naruto dashed forward, effortlessly retrieving the cat from the tree. The feline struggled momentarily in his arms, voicing its discontent with plaintive meows, but quickly settled under Naruto's adept petting. The task was successfully completed. Just as they prepared to hand over the cat, a plump woman rushed over. Snatching the cat from Naruto's grasp and cradling it tightly against her chest, her heavily made-up face rubbing against the cat's head in a frenzy. "Ah, my adorable Xiaohu. I was so worried." Her voice was shrill and exaggerated, as if the cat's disappearance heralded the apocalypse. Naruto stood by, watching the cat thrash in the woman's embrace, its short legs flailing in the air, emitting desperate cries. Although cats do not shed tears, Naruto sensed a profound despair in its eyes. "That poor cat must have it tough," he murmured softly. At that moment, it dawned on him that this overweight woman was likely the daimyo's wife. The daimyo, the ruler of the ninja world, the master of all shinobi. A dangerous thought flickered through Naruto's mind. What if this daimyo were to suddenly disappear? Would chaos ensue? He shook his head, dismissing the notion. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned them a new task. However, Upon hearing that it was yet another D-rank mission, digging sweet potatoes, Sasuke and Sakura's discontent was palpable. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting impatience. Sakura pouted, inwardly cursing. Another tedious task. How boring. Despite their grievances, they understood that as Chunin, they had no right to be choosy. Thus, they suppressed their irritation and accepted the mission in silence. As they exited the mission room, Naruto noticed a drunken old man staggering toward the task reception area. His face flushed and clutching a bottle of liquor, mumbling incoherently. Naruto squinted, already surmising the situation. Is it a mission from the Land of Waves? He pondered, a slight smirk forming on his lips. That boy with the ice release bloodline should appear as well. Ice release, a rare bloodline limit indeed. If he could acquire the boy's abilities, and, with the chance to absorb his soul for entry into the realm of death, it would be a tremendous boon. As he contemplated this, excitement flickered in his eyes. Ugh, I'm so bored, always dealing with these monotonous tasks, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with evident dissatisfaction. Sakura, unable to resist, rolled her eyes and retorted, why didn't you voice that earlier? What good is complaining now? Naruto shrugged, feigning helplessness. Come on, that's the Hokage. I wouldn't dare say it to his face. Sakura paused, then nodded, recognizing the validity of his point. Kakashi, overhearing Naruto's complaints, sighed and approached to clarify. Naruto, that's just how ninja missions are. We start with the basics. While D-rank tasks may seem simple, they provide valuable opportunities to cultivate patience and teamwork. However, Naruto remained unconvinced. Countering, Kakashi-sensei, you're not wrong, but I'm also right. These tasks are utterly dull. Can't you speak to Grandpa Hokage about assigning us something more challenging? Sakura initially intended to chastise Naruto for his noise, but found herself secretly agreeing with him. She glanced at Sasuke, who, though silent, exhibited a hint of impatience in his gaze. Kakashi observed the expressions of the trio and, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, All right, I understand. But let us first complete this task. Thus, the four of them arrived at the task site and began digging for sweet potatoes. However, Naruto clearly had no intention of working diligently. He formed hand seals and called out, Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, hundreds of Naruto clones appeared in the field, enthusiastically digging for sweet potatoes. What should have taken an entire morning was resolved in less than 10 minutes. Kakashi watched the scene unfold, torn between amusement and exasperation. He had hoped to use this task as a means to assess their teamwork, only for Naruto to resort to shadow clones, utterly disrupting his plans. It was evident that this task would not serve as a suitable measure of their collaborative efforts. Kakashi, resigned, could only lead the trio back to submit their assignment. As Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Kakashi's swift return, he was momentarily taken aback and inquired with a hint of confusion, What happened? Did something go awry with the mission? Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and awkwardly explained, Well, Hokage-sama, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, and the mission was completed in no time. Oh. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that Naruto had chosen such a method to accomplish the task. He chuckled resignedly, thinking to himself, This lad truly knows how to employ clever tricks. However, since the mission had been successfully completed, Sarutobi refrained from further comment and proceeded to arrange the next D-rank mission. Yet, upon hearing the details of the task, Naruto coughed heavily, ahem. Kakashi, upon hearing the cough, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, silently lamenting. This generation of genin is truly challenging to guide. He sighed and finally resolved to speak to Sarutobi, saying, Hokage-sama, I believe they may require more challenging missions to hone their skills. How about assigning them a C-rank mission? After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. He then turned to the elderly man seated beside him and asked, Mr. Tazuna, shall we entrust this C-rank mission to them? Tazuna took a swig of his drink, drunkenly casting a disdainful glance at Naruto and the others, grumbling, What? Let them handle it. They are merely a bunch of kids. Can they manage? Unperturbed by the remark, Naruto retorted bluntly, If you doubt our capabilities, perhaps you should spend a bit more and hire some jonin. Upon hearing the mention of additional payment, Tazuna immediately fell silent. He patted his withered wallet and ultimately resigned himself with a sigh. Fine, it's you lot then. Thus, Tazuna began to narrate the details of the mission. After listening, Kakashi and the others returned home to gather their ninja tools in preparation for departure. When the four of them convened at the gates of Konoha, Naruto's heart brimmed with anticipation. He gazed into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he silently vowed, "Sakura, I am on my way." On their expedition to the land of waves, Sakura, brimming with inquisitiveness, queried Kakashi, "Are there ninja in the land of waves as well?" Kakashi elucidated, "No, the land of waves does not harbor ninja. Within the numerous nations of the continent, ninja villages serve as a country's military prowess. However, these villages operate autonomously, maintaining a status of parity with the nations themselves. Yet, there exist instances like the land of waves, nestled on a secluded island, free from external interference, hence obviating the necessity for a ninja village. Even among those nations that boast ninja villages, particularly the 5 great shinobi countries of fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth, their expansive territories and formidable strength have earned them this appellation. Each of these 5 nations is associated with one of the 5 great ninja villages, and only the leaders of these villages are deemed worthy of the title of Kage. Listening to Kakashi's discourse, Sakura, contemplating the image of Hiruzen Sarutobi, couldn't help but muse. He appears to be nothing more than a lecherous old Kager. Naruto, overhearing this, chuckled inwardly. Even among Kage, there exists a disparity in strength. Among the current 5 Kage, the Raikage and Tsuchikage are undeniably the most formidable. The Mizukage, Hokage, and Kazekage pale in comparison. The Raikage's physique is nigh invulnerable, capable of withstanding a tailed beast ball, and his hand once cleaved off a horn of the 8 tails. The Tsuchikage's dust release is equally devastating, capable of annihilating a tailed beast. Which other Kage can lay claim to such feats? The Kazekage, Gaara's father, Raza, merely suppressed the sand of the one tail, the weakest among the tailed beasts, with his gold dust. By this reckoning, excluding Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi is likely the weakest Hokage in history. Subsequently, Kakashi reassured everyone that it was merely a C-rank mission, posing no significant peril, urging them to set their minds at ease. Upon hearing this, Tazuna's countenance betrayed unease, his gaze darting about, a detail not lost on Naruto. As the quartet pressed onward, Naruto noticed an anomalous patch of standing water on the road. Kakashi, too, cast a fleeting glance, yet remained indifferent. A subtle smile played upon Naruto's lips. As they traversed the pool, 2 ninja erupted from the water, launching an assault on Kakashi. Chain snaked out with astonishing speed, ensnaring Kakashi, as the 2 ninja exclaimed triumphantly, "First!" In the blink of an eye, Kakashi's body was rent asunder, collapsing to the ground. Sakura, aghast, emitted a piercing shriek. The 2 ninjas swiftly positioned themselves behind Naruto, uttering menacingly, "Second!" Just as they believed victory was assured, Naruto vanished from their sight. In a trice, Naruto had incapacitated the 2 ninja, rendering them unconscious and utterly helpless. Sakura, still reeling from the shock, watched as Kakashi approached, his tone nonchalant, "Naruto, well done." Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. "Kakashi-sensei, you're all right?" Kakashi waved dismissively. Yes, let's not dwell on that. Find them." Subsequently, Kakashi swiftly identified the 2 ninja. Upon regaining consciousness, they were visibly perplexed, unable to comprehend how their stratagem had been foiled. Kakashi turned to Naruto, gesturing, "Naruto, you noticed, explain it." Naruto stepped forward, a smug grin playing on his lips. "Are you 2 imbeciles? It hasn't rained in days. How could there be standing water on a cloudless day?" Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Often, success hinges on details. Your plan, while seemingly simple, overlooked the most basic of common sense." The 2 ninjas' visages darkened, realizing their blunder. "Tazuna, do you have anything to add?" Suddenly, Kakashi's gaze bore into Tazuna, his tone accusatory. Tazuna feigned ignorance. "Explain?" "Explain what?" Kakashi was certain that these ninja from the village hidden in the mist were not targeting them, but rather Tazuna himself. "We were unaware that you were being pursued by ninja. The commission entailed only protecting you from gangs or armed thugs. But the situation has escalated to a B-rank mission or higher." Upon hearing this, the others, Sakura in particular, felt it was premature to undertake a mission of this magnitude, desiring to terminate it. However, Naruto was loath to concede, his heart set on seeing Haku again. Naruto stepped forward, addressing the visibly distressed Tazuna. "Tazuna-san, if we continue the mission, can you guarantee the remainder of the commission?" Of course. If the bridge is successfully completed, I will certainly pay." Tazuna responded hastily. Naruto nodded, turning to Kakashi, "Then let's continue the mission." Kakashi cast his gaze upon Sasuke and Sakura, seeking their input. Sakura initially accused Naruto of selfishness, then attempted to dissuade Sasuke. But Sasuke, seeing Naruto's resolve, refused to back down. His sole desire was to grow stronger and slay that man. Sakura, seeing everyone's determination, reluctantly acquiesced. Tazuna, relieved that the group had decided to proceed, breathed a sigh of relief. And so, they resumed their journey, embarking by boat towards the land of waves. Before long, Naruto and his companions beheld the bridge under construction. Upon disembarking, they continued on foot. Suddenly, Naruto and Kakashi sensed an ominous presence, the nearby foliage rustling slightly. They came to an abrupt halt. In an instant, Kakashi bellowed, "Everyone down." Simultaneously, a massive blade hurtled through the air, aimed at Tazuna. Tazuna ducked instinctively. And just as the blade passed over his head, Naruto, with astonishing alacrity, seized the hilt, quipping, "There are still good people in this world," offering knives as gifts. But who designed this thing? It's enormous. Naruto, gripping the blade with a single hand, felt awkward, his entire being dwarfed by the weapon. The blade's broad surface was nearly as tall as Naruto himself, creating an incongruous and conspicuous sight. Naruto struggled to strike a pose that would make him appear more formidable. But the blade seemed to conspire against him, its weight pressing down on his small hand, making every attempt appear bizarre. Kakashi, witnessing this, broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Is that something you can just grab?" Just then, Zabuza's chilling voice echoed, "Boy, return my blade." Chapter 29. Zabuza Momochi. Suddenly, the figure of Zabuza appeared on a branch above, looking down at Naruto with a cold demeanor. "Kid, return my sword." Naruto looked up and immediately recognized the man as the rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi. He hoisted his massive sword onto his shoulder, a nonchalant grin on his face, teasing, "Hey there, uncle, why aren't you wearing a shirt? Too poor to afford one." Zabuza's aura dropped to absolute zero, and he coldly replied, "Kid, if you say another word, I will kill you." Just as the atmosphere became tense, Kakashi stepped forward, his expression calm, and remarked, "Oh, isn't this the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village?" Zabuza turned his gaze to Kakashi, snorting disdainfully. "So, you're the legendary copy ninja Kakashi, huh?" At the mention of the Sharingan, Sasuke turned abruptly to Kakashi, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. "Sharingan? Kakashi? Why? What is going on?" Zabuza coldly stated to Kakashi, "Sorry, I don't have time to chat. Return my sword quickly, and hand over that old man as well." Kakashi's expression hardened, his left hand slowly raising to touch his forehead protector as he solemnly commanded, "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, form a defensive formation and protect Tazuna with all your might. Do not act recklessly without my orders." With that, he swiftly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, which opened to reveal the three-tomo Sharingan, radiating an eerie light. At that moment, the surrounding mist thickened, obscuring their vision. Naruto gripped the massive sword tightly, positioning himself in front of Tazuna, while Sasuke and Sakura flanked him on either side, bracing for the impending confrontation. Zabuza's voice drifted through the mist, laced with chilling intent. "Though I would love to kill that old man, it seems I must deal with you first, Kakashi." Before he finished speaking, Zabuza leaped onto the water's surface, forming hand seals as an overwhelming amount of chakra surged around him. Hidden mist technique. The mist thickened instantly, enveloping Zabuza's figure completely, rendering even Kakashi's form indistinct. 8 vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which one should I choose? Zabuza's voice echoed ambiguously through the fog, as though coming from all directions. Kakashi remained calm, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, drop that sword." "No." Naruto refused without hesitation. "Quickly. Zabuza's target is that sword. Holding onto it is dangerous." Kakashi's tone grew urgent. "No, and besides." Before Naruto could finish, Zabuza appeared before him like a ghost, kunai in hand, radiating deadly intent as he struck down towards the sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and Naruto felt his arms go numb, nearly losing grip on the sword. Sasuke sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Zabuza, his legs trembling slightly, but he gritted his teeth, ready to support Naruto at any moment. While Naruto struggled to fend off Zabuza's attack, he shouted, "And the danger is already here." Zabuza's eyes flickered with surprise before he sneered, "Kid, you have some guts to withstand my strike, but this will be your last." At that instant, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind Zabuza, his kunai aimed at Zabuza's back. However, Zabuza's body transformed into a puddle of water, vanishing from sight. Not good. It's a water clone, Kakashi muttered. Reacting swiftly, Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Wind release, great breakthrough. Instantly, a violent gust of wind erupted from his mouth, sweeping away the dense mist like an enraged beast. As the wind surged, Kakashi and Zabuza's figures reappeared. Zabuza squinted, fixing his gaze on Naruto. Well, it seems I must get serious. With that, Zabuza and Kakashi moved simultaneously, their figures darting through the trees, engaging in a breathtaking physical confrontation. The sound of fists whooshing and legs colliding echoed, with each clash emitting a deep thud as the surrounding trees shook violently from the force. Suddenly, 3 figures of Zabuza appeared like phantoms, each racing toward Naruto and the others from different directions. Seeing this, Naruto quickly formed hand seals with one hand. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds followed as countless shadow clones surged forth, numbering in the thousands, each wielding a massive sword, creating a stunning spectacle. Nani? Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. Though he had heard of the fame of the shadow clone technique, he never imagined someone could summon such a vast number at once. It exceeded his understanding of ninja arts. Everyone, heed my command, charge, Naruto ordered, and the thousands of shadow clones surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing toward Zabuza's clones. Though Zabuza's clones were formidable, they struggled to fend off the overwhelming assault of shadow clones, relying on their strong physical skills to barely withstand wave after wave of attacks. Kakashi watched Naruto's audacious tactics, silently envious, this chakra amount, so envious. As Naruto observed Zabuza in a tough battle, his smile grew brighter. In his eyes, Zabuza had become an excellent source of experience. The multitude of shadow clones surrounded Zabuza's clones, engaging in fierce combat, with some shadow clones bypassing to confront Zabuza's true form directly. Seeing this, Kakashi stepped aside, quietly observing the battle. Though Zabuza had lost his sword, he still managed to fend off the relentless tide of shadow clones using his exceptional martial arts, knocking them back with precision and ferocity. It was undeniable that Zabuza's physical skills were impressive. Each strike was swift and deadly, often dispersing a shadow clone with just 1 or 2 blows. However, despite the continuous dispersal of his clones, Naruto's smile did not fade. In this rare combat experience, Naruto accumulated knowledge through his clones, making his attacks increasingly fierce and his defense more stable. Soon, Zabuza noticed that the shadow clones were growing stronger and realized Naruto's intentions. Infuriated, he never expected that he, the famed demon of the Mist Village, would be treated as a mere training target by a kid. With a roar, he shattered a shadow clone with a punch, leaping onto the water's surface behind him. Kakashi's heart tightened. He knew Zabuza was about to unleash a powerful technique. Almost simultaneously, both men formed hand seals rapidly, the chakra in the air beginning to fluctuate violently. Naruto, not to be outdone, directed several shadow clones to form seals simultaneously. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Nani, this kid, lacks martial ethics. With the wind's assistance, the numerous fireballs transformed into a sea of flames. Zabuza's expression changed drastically. His technique had not yet been completed, and facing the oncoming inferno, he could only dive into the water like an eel to evade the attack. Kakashi stared at the terrifying sea of fire, stunned. He even used a combination technique. In my initial viewing of Naruto, the clash between Zabuza and Kakashi stood out as particularly striking. In that episode, they executed 44 intricate hand seals, culminating in a ninjutsu that, while visually underwhelming, merely 2 water dragons colliding and dissipating, the sheer complexity and speed of those 44 seals were undeniably captivating. Even without widespread internet access at the time, a wave of hand seal imitations swept through schools, with some students flawlessly replicating the sequence in mere seconds. The act of forming hand seals, whether in anime or reality, is undeniably cool and attention-grabbing, stirring a sense of excitement. However, reality diverges from anime, offering no leisure to admire hand seals. The roaring inferno gradually subsided, yet the air remained intensely hot, akin to a furnace. The flames had vaporized moisture, creating a dense fog that severely impaired visibility. Suddenly, a colossal water dragon erupted from the placid surface, surging towards Tizuna like a liberated beast. It effortlessly dispersed Naruto's shadow clones in its path, reducing them to mere bubbles. Naruto, displaying remarkable composure, remained unfazed. Instantly, Kakashi materialized before Naruto, his hands moving in rapid succession through a series of seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. In a flash, a sturdy earthen barrier adorned with 4 canine heads rose from the ground, firmly shielding the group. Yet, the battle was far from over. Zabuza's spectral form reappeared behind Naruto, this time with a clear objective, to seize the blade from Naruto's grasp. Huh, where's my sword? Zabuza's hand froze in midair, incredulity etched on his face. The sword had vanished. In its place, a sphere of swirling blue energy was materializing in Naruto's right hand. No good. The sphere pulsed with an unsettling power, clearly not an ordinary object. But events unfolded too rapidly for Zabuza to evade, and Naruto lunged forward with explosive speed. Zabuza hastily raised his arms in defense. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tizuna had all transformed into Naruto, and the 4 Narutos simultaneously assaulted Zabuza with Razengans. Damn it! Aiyowa! Zabuza cried out in agony under the relentless barrage of Razengans. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. That's the Rasengan. It seemed Naruto's claim of meeting his teacher was indeed true. However, just as Kakashi believed the fight was concluding, the stricken Zabuza dissolved into a pool of water. Naruto calmly remarked, whether shadow clone or water clone, they're certainly useful for evasion. But, did you really think I couldn't find your hiding spot? Bang! As the words left his lips, the water's surface exploded, propelling Zabuza's body into the air like a projectile. Before him stood another Naruto, whose Rasengan had struck Zabuza squarely in the abdomen. Blood trickled from Zabuza's mouth, staining his bandages crimson. He crashed to the ground, unconscious. No longer able to dissipate into water, this was unmistakably his true form. After confirming his condition, Kakashi turned to one of the Narutos, inquiring, Naruto, where are Sasuke and Sakura? Moments later, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, and Tizuna emerged from behind a large tree. Spotting Naruto carrying the executioner's blade, Kakashi deduced that this must be the real Naruto. He couldn't help but mutter, "You're far too cunning, using shadow clones to fight Zabuza." I wouldn't call it cunning. The old man is our mission objective. I couldn't abandon him to fight. Well, you have a point. But Naruto, care to explain how you learned the Rasengan? Explain? Explain what? It was just a precaution, in case the old weasel hid underwater. I prepared it in advance. Oh, just because of that. Yeah, what else would it be? In truth, Naruto had covertly employed the power of the multiverse seer during the fog, foreseeing the likely course of events. Knowing Zabuza's location, Naruto orchestrated the dissipation of the fog, engaged in taijutsu, and finished with a fiery conclusion. Zabuza's ejection from the water was the result of Naruto's shadow clones infiltrating the water during the battle, lying in wait for Zabuza to fall into their trap. However, the attack Naruto inflicted on Zabuza was more than just a Rasengan. His true objective lay beyond Zabuza. Moreover, Zabuza's unconsciousness was not solely due to the Rasengan's power. Sakura, observing the fallen Zabuza, wiped beads of sweat from her brow and exhaled deeply. Tizuna, his face etched with astonishment, eyed Naruto with suspicion, wondering if the seemingly ordinary boy was truly a Jonin rather than a Jonin. The skill and intellect he had displayed were beyond what one would expect at his age. Sasuke's gaze towards Naruto was tinged with a different hue. Not long ago, he had been paralyzed by fear, yet Naruto was already scheming to overcome their enemy. This disparity fueled Sasuke's resentment. He yearned to personally slay that man and prove his strength, but now, he couldn't even measure up to Naruto. Naruto, seemingly oblivious to the attention, scanned his surroundings. As if anticipating something, he was waiting for Haku to appear. Kakashi, having observed everyone's expressions, subtly lowered his forehead protector, concealing his Sharingan, and declared, "All right, Naruto, you did well." Just as they were about to depart, a sudden turn of events occurred. A flurry of needles, glinting like frost, shot towards the vital points of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Tizuna. Naruto and Sasuke reacted swiftly, moving almost as soon as the needles appeared. Naruto spun the executioner's blade, creating a whirlwind that deflected the needles aimed at them. Sasuke, assisting Naruto, vigilantly scanned their surroundings for the source of the attack. Kakashi also batted away the needles, but his expression turned grim. Damn, Zabuza is being taken. Following his gaze, they saw a masked figure standing beside Zabuza. The figure effortlessly hoisted Zabuza's body, his voice calm, yet resolute. "Apologies, but I'll be taking Zabuza now." A cloud of smoke erupted, and the masked figure vanished with Zabuza, leaving the group in stunned silence. Inwardly, Naruto thought, "You finally arrived, my Haku." Chapter 31. The battle against Zabuza. Not long after, Naruto and his companions made their way to Dazna's home. This time, Kakashi did not faint. After all, it was Naruto who primarily shouldered the burden of this battle. Kakashi had scarcely utilized any jutsu, nor had he activated his Sharingan, and his chakra remained abundant. The group swiftly arrived at Dazna's residence, gathering around to enjoy a meal together. During the meal, Sakura suddenly expressed curiosity about the identity of Haku, prompting Kakashi to begin recounting matters concerning the Umbu of the Hidden Mist. Before he could finish, Naruto interjected, asserting, "No, he should not be a member of the Umbu." Sakura, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you say that?" Naruto articulated his reasoning clearly. "First, why would that guy attack us? If it were merely to retrieve Zabuza's corpse, he could have simply taken it without any fuss. Second, if a ninja's body is of such importance, wouldn't it be more convenient to just take the head? Why go through the trouble of carrying him away intact? Third, Zabuza was merely unconscious at that time and could awaken at any moment. Why would that boy choose to attack us first instead of neutralizing Zabuza?" Sakura pondered this. "So what you're saying is..." Kakashi interjected. "What it implies is that the ninja is aligned with Zabuza." Sakura's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting that Zabuza might return to attack us?" Kakashi's demeanor grew serious as he nodded. "Indeed. Therefore, we must seize this rare opportunity to train diligently." Sakura appeared bewildered. "Huh? Why us?" At that moment, a young boy's voice cut through the air. "No matter how you train, it will be futile. Facing off against Kato and his men will only lead to death." Dazna greeted. "Oh, Inari, you've arrived." After exchanging pleasantries with Dazna, Inari coldly regarded Sakura and the others. "If you wish to avoid death, you should leave at once." The group fell silent at his words, and Naruto silently watched Inari's retreating figure, saying nothing. He understood that the boy's father had perished while heroically opposing Kato. In Inari's eyes, Kato had become a deity. Whether one was a commoner or a ninja, opposing Kato was synonymous with courting death. Despair filled his heart. Perhaps only Naruto, the one referred to as the child of prophecy, could restore a glimmer of hope for him. Yet Naruto, in self-mockery, resolved never to assume the role of the child of prophecy, nor did he feel inclined to meddle in the destinies of others. Thus, he rose and followed the others outside. Before long, they arrived in the woods to commence training. Upon entering, Kakashi pointed out the issues the group faced with chakra utilization, subsequently demonstrating how to traverse the trunks of trees. Observing this, Naruto promptly mimicked the action, moving towards a nearby tree and soon achieving a steady handstand on its branches. Kakashi remarked, "Naruto, your task is not to train with me. Then why did you call me here?" Naruto queried, confusion etched on his face. "Your task is to instruct Sakura in her training." "What?" Both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. Naruto grimaced, while Sakura wore an expression of shock, quickly retorting, "Kakashi-sensei, I would prefer Sasuke-kun to teach me." Without further ado, Naruto leaped from the tree and turned to leave. Kakashi called out, "Hey, Naruto, where are you going?" "Just taking a walk," Naruto replied curtly, vanishing without a trace. Kakashi sighed in exasperation. That Naruto, sending a shadow clone. In truth, Kakashi had initially hoped for Naruto to teach Sakura, intending to ease the tension between them. According to his observations, Naruto did not seem to mind the equally Sasuke-obsessed Yamenka Ino, with whom he had developed a friendly rapport. But why was Naruto so resistant toward Sakura? After a period of careful observation, Kakashi deduced that Sakura often sought to ingratiate herself with Sasuke by belittling Naruto. Further investigation revealed that she had behaved this way during their time at the academy. At that time, Naruto was not well acquainted with her, and many had suffered her disdain. Moreover, Sakura was not alone in this behavior. Most of the girls in their class exhibited similar tendencies. After all, they were predominantly not from prominent families, and their parents were often preoccupied, leading them to cultivate reckless dispositions. However, this was no longer the academy. They were on a mission, facing the formidable threat of Zabuza and potentially more dangerous ninjas in the future. Such behavior could not continue. Another approach had to be devised. Kakashi could not help but lament. "Why, Lord Hokage? Did you have to assign Sakura to Team 7? Surely, Having Hinata would have been preferable. Yet, speaking of which, since it was Naruto's shadow clone that had come, where had his original self gone? At that moment, Kakashi remained unaware that Naruto had stealthily materialized beside Zabuza's bedside. Inside the room, apart from the still recuperating Zabuza, Haku stood silently to the side, while Kato and two of his subordinates were also present. The dim lighting elongated their shadows. "Ah, everyone, we meet again." Naruto's distinct voice suddenly shattered the silence of the room. In an instant, several pairs of eyes, like spotlights, turned towards Naruto, filled with shock and wariness. The samurai beside Kato reacted swiftly, drawing his long sword with a swift motion to shield Kato. Almost simultaneously, Zabuza swiftly reached for a kunai. Haku's fingers were laden with hidden needles, their cold gleam barely perceptible. The two moved in perfect synchrony, attacking Naruto without hesitation. Unfazed by Zabuza and Haku's rapid assault, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In an instant, dozens of Narutos appeared throughout the room, causing Zabuza and Haku's attacks to miss entirely. Kato, witnessing the multitude of Narutos, felt his legs weaken in fear, trembling as he commanded his subordinates, "Quick, kill him." The two samurai, steeling themselves, charged forward. But before they could approach Naruto, they were sent flying by a clone's kick. Zabuza scoffed, "You little brat, you have come right to my doorstep, allowing me to exact my revenge." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished like a specter, his kunai slicing through the air with a chilling glint. Aimed directly at Naruto. Without the beheading sword or the aid of water, Zabuza's combat prowess was notably diminished. Naruto deftly kicked the kunai away. At that moment, Zabuza swiftly formed hand seals, calling out, "Hidden mist technique." Instantly, the room was enveloped in dense fog, obscuring all visibility. Naruto found himself surrounded by a white haze, struggling to discern Zabuza's figure. However, a smirk crept upon Naruto's lips. "Even without water, you can conjure such thick mist. Zabuza, your strength is indeed formidable. Do you think this is the end, little brat?" Zabuza's voice echoed ominously from within the mist, laced with mockery. He then issued a cold command. "Haku, go?" "Yes, Zabuza-sama." Haku responded, his voice soft yet resolute, as if he had been awaiting this moment. His figure emerged like a ghost from the fog, his sunbon glinting ominously, poised to strike at Naruto. Chapter 32, Subjugation. In the midst of a fierce confrontation with Zabuza, Naruto remained utterly focused. Suddenly, Haku struck, launching several flying needles at him with the swiftness of lightning. However, this attack proved utterly ineffective against Naruto. In an instant, multiple copies of Naruto materialized, employing a strategy akin to a sea of people as they joined the fray. Witnessing this, Zabuza could not help but mutter a low curse. Haku, taken aback, saw one of the Narutos swiftly approaching him. Reacting quickly, he adeptly parried Naruto's shuriken with a long needle in hand. A smirk crept onto Naruto's face as he coldly declared, "Come on, let's dance." A glimmer of admiration flashed in Haku's eyes as he responded, "You truly are formidable, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, Haku's right hand defended against Naruto's onslaught, while his left hand rapidly formed a complex seal, water release, secret technique, 1,000 killing water shuriken. Instantly, the mist thickened, and water surged forth, transforming into a barrage of needles that rained down upon Naruto like a torrential downpour. In that critical moment, Naruto shouted, "Giant Rasengan." He held a massive Rasengan aloft, its immense power sending the oncoming needles flying and directing its charge straight at Haku. Observing the impending threat, Zabuza swiftly appeared beside Haku, forming intricate seals with both hands, water release, water barrier. A solid wall of water erected itself before them, attempting to shield against the Rasengan's assault. However, the might of the giant Rasengan was terrifying, breaking through Zabuza's water barrier with ease. Zabuza's eyes widened in alarm, not good, reflecting on Zabuza's earlier sealing actions. Naruto internally scoffed. Doesn't the Hidden Mist Village ever consider simplifying their seals? In the nick of time, Haku summoned a chilling aura, exclaiming, "Ice release, crystal mirror." Countless ice mirrors surrounded Naruto in an instant. As Naruto shattered one of the mirrors, Haku, like a phantom, appeared beside him, whispering, "It's over." "I'm sorry." A needle in hand, he lunged toward Naruto's temple. Just as Zabuza and Haku believed the battle was concluded, this Naruto suddenly vanished. Bang! They realized it had merely been a shadow clone. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. In an instant, a swarm of fiery dragons encircled the ice mirrors. Haku, filled with dread, exclaimed, "This is bad." He hastily unleashed Ice Release. Ice Wall, erecting a barrier of ice to barely deflect the dragon's assault. Sweat beaded on Zabuza's forehead as he felt an unprecedented pressure from Naruto's seemingly monstrous chakra. Even more unsettling was Naruto's uncanny ability to foresee their plans and intentions. What on earth is happening? Zabuza murmured to himself. At that moment, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, silently appearing behind him, teasingly asking, "What do you think?" Zabuza spun around, ready to strike, but upon meeting Naruto's blood-red eyes, his heart quivered. The outcome seemed predetermined at that instant. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Naruto activated the power of the Sharingan, ensnaring Zabuza in a terrifying illusion, causing his body to lose control. Naruto concentrated a Rasengan in his right hand, aiming it at Zabuza. Zabuza-sama. Haku dashed forward recklessly, desperate to intercept this fatal blow. Yet, just as Haku reached Zabuza, Naruto abruptly vanished, replaced by Kato's bodyguard, whose blade plunged mercilessly into Haku's chest. Both Haku and the bodyguard stood frozen, unable to comprehend Naruto's sudden disappearance. At that moment, Zabuza regained his senses, witnessing Haku shielding him as blood gushed from the wound. Enraged, Zabuza soared into action, swiftly slicing the bodyguard's throat with a kunai, then tightly embracing Haku. "Haku, what are you doing? Get up." Zabuza's voice trembled with urgency. Haku, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gently caressed Zabuza's face, weakly murmuring, "I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama. I may not be able to serve you any longer, but before I die, I will buy you some time." At that moment, Naruto emerged slowly from the mist, stating, "I apologize, but Kato is my target, and since you work for him, I must take action." Haku shook his head. "No, I do not blame you. This is my fate, the fate of a tool." Naruto gazed at them earnestly, saying, "Surrender. If Zabuza relinquishes Kato's commission, I will spare him. After all, we harbor no hatred, merely a clash of missions." Haku forced a smile. "Thank you. But this is Zabuza-sama's choice, and I cannot interfere." Gently placing Haku down, Zabuza stood tall before Naruto, declaring, "You little brat, though I know not why you possess the Sharingan, I am Zabuza Momochi, and I shall not flee." Haku urged desperately, "Zabuza-sama, please stop. We have no chance of victory. I implore you, even if it's just you, escape and live well." Silence. Haku, as a tool, do not presume to make decisions on your own. Naruto observed the defiant Zabuza and the tender-hearted Haku, pondering silently that Haku's ice release seemed lacking compared to Hashirama's wood release, which could obliterate the heavens and earth, dominating all existence, effortlessly defeating tailed beasts. Moreover, Hashirama's wood release was no ordinary technique. It was remarkably extraordinary. With those thoughts in mind, Naruto shifted his gaze toward Kato. Sensing Naruto's attention upon him, Kato was engulfed by a wave of terror. Naruto smiled slightly and activated the Jinjutsu, Sharingan, instantly ensnaring Kato in his control. "I have a proposal. I have taken control of Kato and intend to seize his company, yet I disapprove of his management style. Zabuza, Haku, would you be willing to become my subordinates and manage the company for me?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Haku's eyes as he asked, "Will you spare Zabuza-sama?" "Thank you, but my life is drawing to a close." Naruto replied cryptically with a smile. "I said, we harbor no hatred, merely a conflict of tasks. Thus, you are not injured at all." Haku suddenly realized that he bore no wounds. Zabuza, too, comprehended that they had been ensnared within the illusion crafted by Naruto. The hatred within Zabuza dissipated instantaneously, yet as a proud individual, he found it difficult to concede immediately. But then, to his astonishment, he heard himself declare, "I accept your proposal." He was taken aback. What did I just say? Why did I agree? Meeting Naruto's gaze, he instantly grasped everything. He glanced at Haku, reminiscing about their shared moments, and ultimately sighed, making a decisive resolution. "From now on, we shall assist you in managing this company." Chapter 33. The Bridge of the Land of Waves. Initially, he had no intention of subjugating Haku and Zabuza. After all, having another person would only create additional ties, which could be detrimental to future developments. However, the moment his gaze fell upon Kato, his heart was overwhelmed by the allure of wealth. Indeed, regardless of one's location, money remains an indispensable key. Yet, he found himself utterly broke at that moment. Even though the fourth Hokage and his wife possessed great riches, he could not lay claim to a single coin. Sarutobi Hizashi, the guardian of the fox, would undoubtedly not part with his wealth easily, and it remained uncertain whether he even had sufficient funds to offer. Furthermore, remaining in Konoha as an ordinary ninja made the dream of affluence seem utterly fanciful. Consequently, seeking additional sources of wealth became an imperative choice, with Kato undoubtedly viewed as a potential treasury. Controlling Kato was not a daunting task. The challenge lay in ensuring that he would perpetually generate wealth for him. However, this fellow was merely an ordinary man, surrounded by subordinates who were nothing more than inept brutes wielding weapons. Thus, the necessity for ninjas as guardians emerged. With this consideration in mind, he relinquished the thought of eliminating Zabuza and Haku. Moreover, Naruto harbored no animosity toward Zabuza and Haku. Reflecting upon his childhood, he recalled being deeply moved by the profound friendship between the two, shedding tears over their bond. Yet, this sentiment quietly faded upon the realization that Haku was male. Ultimately, rather than slaying them for the meager utility of ice release, it would be far more beneficial to enlist their service and ensure the safekeeping of his wealth. Subsequently, Naruto successfully subdued Kato and acquired a considerable sum from him before discreetly departing the scene. Witnessing Naruto's instantaneous disappearance, Haku and Zabuza were left in a cold sweat. Haku anxiously inquired, "Lord Zabuza, could that have been a clone?" Zabuza, with a grave expression, slowly replied, "No, that was not a clone." Haku pressed on, "Then what was it?" Zabuza solemnly stated, "It was a space-time ninjutsu." Instantly, Zabuza's thoughts involuntarily wandered to the legends of the fourth Hokage. In a flash, he recalled the fourth's iconic golden hair, which Naruto also possessed, along with their ghostly speed of movement. Could there be some connection between these two? Surely not. At this juncture, Naruto found a small river, washed away the dust from his body, and returned to Dazna's home. Upon Kakashi's return, he found Naruto had already dined and was quietly awaiting their arrival. Kakashi asked, "Naruto, have you been here all this time?" Naruto replied, "No, I was training alone nearby." Kakashi advised, "Naruto, I hope next time you can train with everyone." With unwavering confidence, Naruto responded, "No, my training intensity is beyond what they can handle." "Well, Kakashi, you might be able to keep up." Kakashi, recalling the times he had covertly observed Naruto's training, could not deny that Naruto's intensity far exceeded that of Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, overhearing Naruto's words, silently committed their conversation to memory. In the days that followed, Dazna focused on the bridge construction while everyone remained vigilant regarding Kato's movements. However, as days passed, Kato did not make an appearance, nor did Zabuza and Haku, and everything seemed exceptionally tranquil. Eventually, the bridge was successfully completed, and the group's commissioned task was accomplished, marking the quiet onset of their departure. Sakura queried with confusion, Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say Zabuza was not dead? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Kakashi, equally puzzled, replied, "I'm not sure. Could it be that he has given up?" Sasuke scoffed dismissively. "What a tedious task." Naruto nodded in agreement. "True. I thought it would be more challenging." At that moment, Kakashi glanced at Naruto, muttering under his breath, "Naruto, could it be because of you?" Naruto looked at Kakashi. "What is the matter?" Kakashi replied, "Nothing at all." After the bridge's completion, Kakashi and the others prepared to depart. Inari gazed forlornly at the departing Kakashi, remaining silent. Dazna gently stroked his grandson's head, asking with concern, "What's wrong, Inari?" Inari's eyes reflected confusion and uncertainty. "Grandpa, do heroes truly exist in this world?" Dazna reassured him, "Inari, heroes undoubtedly exist. Kakashi and his team are heroes." Inari then asked, "Then what about my father? Why did he have to die?" Dazna replied, "Perhaps it is because we are merely ordinary people, while they are powerful ninjas." Inari pondered, "Is it because we lack strength that Kato bullies us? If my father had power, he wouldn't have died." Suddenly, Inari declared with determination, "Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I want to go to Konoha and become a ninja." Dazna immediately rejected this. "No? Why not?" "I said no, and that is final. Being a ninja is by no means a simple profession. The disparity in strength among ninjas is vast. Some may spend their entire lives as weak ninjas, while others can become elite at a young age." He understood that the golden-haired boy was an exceptionally gifted genius. While he knew that his grandson lacked the aptitude to become a ninja, if Inari pursued the path of a ninja, he might encounter misfortune at a tender age or fall into despair due to the inability to advance in strength. Thus, Dasna firmly opposed Inari's aspirations. Hearing his grandfather's opposition, Inari was unwilling to concede easily. He hurriedly ran out, chasing after Naruto and the others, who had already left the bridge. Kakashi looked at the boy before him and asked, "Are you Dasna's grandson? Is there something you need?" Inari, filled with hope, replied, May I become your apprentice? I want to learn ninjutsu and become a powerful ninja." "Why do you wish to become a ninja?" Kakashi inquired. "Because I want to be strong. Stronger than anyone." Kakashi regarded Inari for a moment before directly refusing him. Inari attempted to plead further, but Kakashi emanated a chilling aura and coldly warned, "Kid, do not underestimate ninjas." Feeling the overwhelming pressure of Kakashi's intent, Inari's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Observing the frightened Inari, Kakashi turned away and departed. Sasuke and Naruto followed closely behind, while Sakura muttered an apology. Soon, they gradually receded into the distance, leaving Inari behind in tears. At that moment, Dasna emerged, embracing his grandson tightly and soothing him softly before carrying the child back home. From that day forth, Inari no longer mentioned his desire to become a ninja, but began learning the craft from Dasna instead. As for the newly constructed bridge, it was not named the Naruto Bridge as depicted in the anime, but was instead christened the Bridge of the Land of Waves. Chapter 34. The Chūnin exam. As Naruto stepped into the village, his heart raced with anticipation, yearning for a warm bath to wash away the fatigue of his recent mission. However, before the team could disperse, Kakashi instructed them to gather the following morning. Upon arriving home, Naruto eagerly prepared a hot bath, sinking blissfully into the steaming water. Such comfort! Yet, as he soaked, his thoughts drifted to the upcoming events of the Chūnin exam. Familiar yet extraordinary figures such as Gaara, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru danced through his mind. A sense of excitement welled within him, particularly at the thought of the third Hokage potentially encountering the first and second Hokages. Invoking the Reaper Death Seal. Should he successfully obtain the first Hokage's soul, he would not only master the true wood-release techniques, but also unveil the astonishing secrets concealed within it. Reflecting on his previous life as an anime viewer, Naruto was filled with questions. Wood release was undeniably a powerful ninjutsu, yet why was it solely the domain of Hashirama Senju? As a member of the Senju clan, why could Tobirama Senju not wield it? Furthermore, why did Naruto, a reincarnation of Ashura in the anime, not possess wood release abilities? Across the millennia, there had been numerous reincarnations of Ashura. Surely, if any had mastered wood release, legends of their prowess would have endured. Yet, according to the anime, Hashirama stood alone in this regard, a mystery indeed. Additionally, the manga depicted Ashura without any indication of wielding wood release during his battle with Indra, instead showcasing a three-headed, six-armed avatar. Thus, the secret of Hashirama's wood release could only be uncovered through his soul. Moreover, the soul of the second Hokage was not to be underestimated. Who knows how many formidable jutsus he invented? If Naruto could obtain his soul, he might unlock even more forbidden techniques and elevate his power. As for the third Hokage, acquiring his soul would grant Naruto the opportunity to master the 5 elemental chakras, delve into various intricate ninjutsu, and, through the memories of Hiruzen Sarutobi, uncover the whereabouts of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze's remains. He had never forgotten the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Meanwhile, Kakashi reported the details of the mission to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing that Naruto could contend with Zabuza, the third Hokage was astounded, marveling at Naruto's rapid growth. When he learned that Naruto had already mastered the Rasengan, he felt a wave of relief. After all, proficiency in the Rasengan validated Naruto's earlier claims. "Minato, you truly left Naruto with a safety net," Hiruzen mused, impressed by the legacy left by the fourth Hokage. He then turned to Kakashi, expressing his appreciation for his efforts. The next morning, as dawn broke, Naruto and his companions arrived punctually at the assembly point. As expected, Kakashi was late, taking his time as usual. Thus, they resumed their seemingly mundane D-ranked missions. Days later, while executing a task, Kakashi noticed a soaring eagle overhead, prompting him to declare an abrupt disbandment. Naruto headed home, indifferent to Sakura's pursuit of Sasuke. As he walked, Naruto suddenly sensed an unusual gaze upon him. Instinctively, he turned to find a peculiar cardboard box on the ground. Without lingering, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning home. Almost simultaneously, Konohamaru and his friends sprang from the box. "Where is he? Where did he go?" Konohamaru inquired. Bewildered. No idea, his companions replied, equally puzzled. We must find him. This time, I will make him my big brother, Konohamaru declared with fervor. Back at home, Naruto recalled the imminent Chūnin exam and wondered if Konohamaru would be alright. He murmured to himself, he should be fine. As Naruto anticipated, Konohamaru encountered Kankuro and Temari. Fortunately, he avoided a confrontation with Kankuro, but upon spotting Konohamaru, Kankuro bluntly remarked, "It's that annoying little brat again." Infuriated, Konohamaru retorted, "Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? How audacious for one so young," Kankuro replied darkly. Temari quickly interjected, "Don't act rashly, Kankuro. I won't bail you out." Undeterred, Konohamaru stormed toward them, shouting, "Apologize, or I'll make you regret it." At that moment, Kankuro swiftly closed the distance, grabbing Konohamaru's sleeve and menacingly stating, "I'll deal with you first, brat." Just as he was about to strike, Sasuke timely intervened, expertly hitting Kankuro's hand with a stone. Tension escalated, with Kankuro readying his puppet for a fight. "Kankuro, stop." Just as the situation reached a breaking point, Gaara materialized beside Sasuke, coldly remarking, "What a disgrace to the village." Sasuke, startled by Gaara's sudden appearance, realized he hadn't sensed his arrival. The subsequent events unfolded as depicted in the anime. Upon learning Sasuke's name, Gaara departed with his companions. The following day, Sakura and Sasuke received word and arrived at the gathering place to await Kakashi. Naruto, however, was not one to adhere strictly to time. At this moment, Sakura vented her frustration, "That despicable Kakashi-sensei, calling us here so early and then showing up late. How infuriating. And Naruto is tardy as well." Just then, Kakashi appeared nonchalantly at the bridge, greeting, "Good morning, everyone. I got lost on the road of life today." Sakura immediately called him out, "You're lying." Kakashi leapt in front of Sakura, only to discover Naruto was missing, prompting his puzzled inquiry, "Is Naruto not here?" At that moment, Naruto cheerfully emerged from where Kakashi had just stood, mimicking his tone, "Good morning, everyone. I got lost on the road of life today." Sakura, fuming, exclaimed, "Stop that. And don't give excuses as lame as Kakashi-sensei." Naruto leapt down, grinning, "Well, like teacher, like student. I've realized that being late has its perks." Kakashi, sweating nervously, quickly warned, "Naruto, don't emulate me. Look, Sasuke is doing quite well." Naruto then inquired, "What brings us here so early?" Kakashi replied, "I've recommended you all for the Chūnin selection exam. Here's the application form." He presented the forms before them, clarifying, "This recommendation is not mandatory. Whether to participate is entirely your choice. If you wish to join, please sign the application. We'll meet in classroom 301 at 3 p.m. 5 days from now." Naruto glanced at the application form, pondering to himself that participating in the Chūnin exam would be of no consequence. Subsequently, the three of them dispersed, each embarking on their own endeavors. As Naruto aimlessly strolled through the streets, a mysterious figure unexpectedly materialized before him. Chapter 35. The Trials and Encounters Before the Chūnin Exams. In the streets of Konoha, Naruto found himself face to face with a stranger. A ninja adorned with a forehead protector that revealed his foreign origins. Confusion enveloped Naruto as he pondered, "Who is this person? Why has he suddenly appeared here? Seemingly looking for trouble?" However, the stranger's words failed to penetrate Naruto's thoughts, which had already drifted into the narrative of the Hokage. "Oh no. I always skim through the episodes when watching Hokage, and now I find myself lacking in crucial details. This particular plot line escapes my memory entirely." The mysterious ninja, noticing Naruto's utter disregard, wasted no time and launched an attack. Infuriated by such a breach of ninja decorum, Naruto resolved not to remain passive. Since the opponent had initiated the confrontation, he would not hold back. With determination, he shouted, "Rasengan!" With that exclamation, a massive Rasengan spun rapidly in his hands, radiating an overwhelming aura. The stranger, startled, realized that this was Iruka. Iruka had initially worried that Naruto and his friends would suffer due to their premature participation in the Chūnin exams and had come to offer guidance. Yet, Naruto had ignored him completely and unleashed a powerful technique, leaving Iruka in a state of shock. Inwardly lamenting, "What kind of jutsu is this? It feels ominous. I must intervene." Iruka quickly reverted to his original form and anxiously exclaimed, "Naruto, stop. It's me." Simultaneously, he transformed back to his familiar appearance. Naruto paused, his expression one of surprise. "Huh? Iruka-sensei, why are you here looking for trouble?" Relieved, Iruka responded, "Phew. Naruto, please listen to me and refrain from acting impulsively. Calm down and dispel your technique. Realizing his oversight, Naruto nodded in agreement. Oh, right. Iruka then explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Naruto gazed at Iruka with a blend of resignation and gratitude. There was no denying Iruka's deep care for his students, yet at times, he could be overly anxious. Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and the others had graduated from the Ninja Academy and become Chunin, thereby possessing their own Jounin instructors who would determine their suitability for the Chunin exams. Nevertheless, it was rare to encounter a teacher like Iruka, who regarded his students as his own children. No wonder Naruto revered him with the same respect he held for his father. Iruka-sensei, you needn't worry. I am strong, stronger than anyone, Naruto declared confidently. Just be careful, Naruto, Iruka advised with concern. Don't worry, Naruto replied with a smile. The following day, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gathered outside the classroom, ready to proceed to the Chūnin exam venue. Upon reaching the hallway, they noticed a crowd of candidates gathered around, seemingly engrossed in some commotion. Pushing through to get a closer look, Naruto discovered that Lee was being bullied by two oddly shaped individuals. With unusually large heads, Naruto couldn't help but comment, "Why do both of you have such big heads? What is it to you, brat?" One of them retorted disdainfully, "Are you here to participate in the Chūnin exams? My advice is to leave while you can." The other began to elaborate on the dangers of the exams, attempting to dissuade them. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, coldly asserting, "It doesn't matter. I'm still going. You should dissolve this illusionary barrier immediately. I'm heading to the third floor." "Oh, you noticed?" The adversary seemed taken aback. Naruto rolled his eyes, muttering, "Of course we noticed. We're going to the third floor, and we're currently on the second. Who wouldn't he notice that?" The individual chuckled, saying, "Impressive. But merely seeing through it won't suffice." Just as he finished speaking, one named Ganji launched an attack on Naruto, who swiftly retaliated. In the midst of their confrontation, Lee appeared, expertly grasping their legs. "Lee, long time no see," Naruto greeted with a smile. "Naruto? It's been ages," Lee responded enthusiastically. However, as he examined his injured wrist and scrutinized Naruto, he exclaimed, "Naruto, you've grown stronger." "Really? Is it that obvious?" "I guess so. But Lee, you've become significantly stronger too." "Of course. I can't afford to stagnate." Naruto mused silently about Lee's distinctive hairstyle and vibrant green attire, thinking to himself, "If it weren't for that overly green outfit and those thick eyebrows, I might have mistaken you for Bruce Lee." At that moment, as Lee turned to see Sakura, his eyes lit up, and he began to confess his feelings. Sakura, unimpressed by Lee's bushy eyebrows, promptly rejected him. Naruto quickly reassured Lee, "Don't worry, you will definitely meet the right girl for you." Naruto spoke sincerely, recalling that in Boruto, Lee eventually had a son who was far more handsome than him. If only he would change his hairstyle and outfit, he would undoubtedly be a striking young man. Yet, the identity of Lee's wife remained a mystery in the original narrative. Lee pondered Naruto's words with a thoughtful nod. After their brief exchange, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura continued their ascent to the third floor. Not long after, they encountered Kakashi. Upon seeing Naruto and his friends approach, Kakashi's face brightened with a smile, particularly pleased to see Naruto, which he deemed a positive sign. Kakashi explained, "For this Chūnin exam, you must work in teams of 3 to participate." He expressed satisfaction at their willingness to take part in the exam of their own accord. Subsequently, Naruto opened the door and stepped inside. To his astonishment, he was met with a sea of people, all eyes suddenly fixated upon their trio. Under the intense scrutiny, Naruto felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, inwardly grumbling, "Why are they staring? What do they want? If I could perform the solar flare, I would blind them all." However, despite these thoughts, he felt no pressure. In his eyes, these opponents appeared woefully weak, save for one man. Just then, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji approached, and upon seeing Sasuke, Ino enthusiastically embraced him. Naruto greeted Shikamaru amicably. "Shikamaru, so you've decided to join this tedious exam too?" "Naruto, that is my line," Shikamaru replied helplessly. Soon after, Ino and Sakura began bickering again over Sasuke. At that moment, Hinata and her companions arrived. Observing Hinata's spirited demeanor, Naruto complimented, "Oh, Hinata, Kiba, you've come too. Who are you calling a dog?" "My name is Kiba Inuzuka, and this is my partner, Akamaru," Kiba replied, clearly agitated. Akamaru barked in agreement. "Woof. Haha, my apologies, dog." Naruto laughed heartily. "Hey, Kiba's face turned beet red with anger. Meanwhile, Shino quietly remarked, "By the way, I'm still here. Why not acknowledge my presence?" Realizing his oversight, Naruto responded, "You're here. What was your name again?" "Shino Aburang." Shino replied with a sigh. Kiba, undeterred, shouted at Naruto and Sasuke, "None of that matters. Sasuke, Naruto, this time I will surely defeat you." Sasuke coolly replied, "Who knows?" Before Shino could speak further, a voice interrupted, "I suggest you all keep it down. You 9 are newcomers, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, right? You're all rather adorable, yet so loud." Naruto turned his head to regard the bespectacled individual before him and unceremoniously interjected, "I must say, you appear quite aged to be participating in the Nin exams. Are you a fool, or do you possess some extraordinary identity?" The man adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, "I possess no extraordinary identity, nor am I a fool. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. However, rather than dwelling on that, I suggest you take a look around." Naruto then directed his gaze towards the other candidates, only to find them staring at him with expressions akin to those reserved for the deceased, exuding a palpable aura of hostility. It was evident that Naruto's earlier remarks had incited their ire. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed. Instead, he grinned and raised his middle finger, shouting, "What are you all staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before? You bunch of ugly fools." In that instant, the atmosphere escalated to a peak of tension. Chapter 36. Written examination. At this moment, Naruto gazed at the group before him, his urge to scoff becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. It was no wonder he felt inclined to curse them. Their appearances were grotesque to an absurd degree, enough to make anyone frown. Of course, Gaara and his siblings were exceptions, but they were nowhere to be seen at the moment. In any case, this motley crew before him, with their unsightly visages, were all glaring at Naruto with fury, as if their eyes concealed daggers, radiating a palpable sense of murderous intent. Veins throbbed ominously on their foreheads, suggesting they were poised to pounce and devour him alive. "You little brat, I'll kill you. Get over here, you bastard. I'm going to end you. I'll make you wish you were never born." A barrage of belligerent insults erupted, instantly transforming the scene into chaos. Standing to the side, Kabuto observed the ruckus and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. This is hardly conducive to getting close to Sasuke. Lord Orochimaru, he mused internally. Meanwhile, Sakura was seething with anger, determined to catch Naruto and teach him a lesson. "Naruto, you better settle down." Just as she lunged forward, attempting to strangle him, Naruto smirked, his form flickering as he effortlessly vanished before her eyes using a basic body flicker technique. He then leisurely found a seat, propping his head on his hand, and muttered with a hint of exasperation, "Geez, when is this exam going to start?" No sooner had he spoken than a thick cloud of smoke billowed from the front of the platform, and a rugged yet authoritative voice emerged from the haze. "Silence, you worthless bunch." As the smoke gradually dissipated, a group of proctors appeared before the crowd. The man at the center, adorned with 2 prominent scars on his face, spoke loudly, "Thank you for your patience. I am the examiner for the first round of the Chūnin selection exam, Marino Ibiki." Naruto swiftly submitted his application and received his seat number, promptly locating his designated spot. Marino Ibiki began explaining the rules of the exam, but Naruto hardly paid attention. He had seen this episode before and was well aware of the content. Even submitting a blank paper would pose no issue. Moreover, he knew this was merely a test of cheating. In his previous life, he had neither the courage nor the means to cheat, but now, in the world of Naruto, equipped with powerful jutsu such as the Sharingan, shadow clone technique, and various illusions, he felt no apprehension regarding the exam. As the examination commenced, Naruto opened the test paper and quickly scanned the questions. To his dismay, he found 9 questions, and upon realizing he couldn't answer any, he confirmed that cheating was indeed necessary. He raised his gaze to observe the proctors and instantly recognized the one without pupils. It was Kankuro's puppet, Crow. Its furtive glances indicated it was relaying answers to Kankuro, preparing for some illicit assistance. Seeing this, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought, "Well then, it's my turn." In a flash, he dispelled his first shadow clone, and the answer to the first question immediately surfaced in his mind. Without hesitation, he began to write. Soon after, he dispelled his second clone and successfully obtained the answer to the second question. A cold chuckle escaped him. Prior to the exam, he had conjured 10 shadow clones at home. These clones had arrived at the examination venue beforehand, disguising themselves as insects near the overhead lights. patiently waiting for the exam to commence. Each clone bore a unique number corresponding to different questions. Upon confirming the answers, they would immediately dispel, relaying the information back to his original self. The 10th clone remained as a backup in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Time flew by, and in a mere 45 minutes, Naruto had filled out the entire test. Just as the examiner was about to announce the 10th question and its rules, Naruto remained oblivious, as he already knew what the 10th question entailed. In the anime, Naruto had managed to calm the remaining candidates with his loud outbursts, allowing all of them to pass the written examination. However, he was not the same Naruto as in the anime. He had no intention of being a good Samaritan and helping others pass. He was curious to see how many could succeed without his presence. Thus, he closed his eyes without a care, awaiting the conclusion of the exam. As Marino Ibiki began his questioning, the candidates in the examination hall grew restless. The heavy pressure loomed over everyone like dark clouds, as this was a pivotal moment in their lives. Failure would mean they could never become Chūnin. Many could not withstand the burden and gradually raised their hands, standing with faces filled with reluctance as they chose to abandon the exam and exited the hall. Ultimately, only 45 candidates remained, a significant drop from the 78 in the anime. Marino Ibiki observed the remaining students, noting their resolute expressions, and silently acknowledged that the moment had arrived. He proclaimed, "Well done. All of you present here have passed the first exam." The candidates were momentarily taken aback, and Sakura quickly raised a question regarding the exam's purpose. Marino Ibiki patiently began to explain. However, just as he finished, a round object suddenly crashed through the window. It unfurled, revealing a peculiar woman before them. Smiling, she declared, "Children, now is not the time for joy. I am the second proctor, Mitarashi Anko. The next exam is about to commence. Follow me." The crowd stared at the exuberant Anko, momentarily stunned. Unable to contain himself, Naruto muttered, "Baka." At that moment, Marino Ibiki emerged from the background, unable to resist a quip. "Maintain the atmosphere, will you?" Seeing that no one was engaging with her and hearing Ibiki's comment nearly led Anko to an embarrassing social faux pas. Fortunately, she was trained and typically avoided such pitfalls. Casting her gaze over the candidates, she remarked, 51 participants remain, 17 groups have stayed behind. Was the first exam too easy? This batch of candidates is quite impressive. Nevertheless, I intend to eliminate more than half in the next round. Listen up, you all will receive detailed instructions tomorrow when you arrive at the examination site. With apprehension for the next round of tests, the candidates followed Mitarashi Anko out of the examination hall. Upon returning home, Naruto collapsed into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Sasuke had also returned to the somewhat desolate Uchiha residence. He stood silently in the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. Naruto's figure from the exam replaying in his mind. Clenching his fists, he vowed inwardly, "Naruto, I will not lose to you in the next exam. I must grow stronger and reclaim the honor of the Uchiha clan." With that, he entered the house, retrieved a kunai, and began practicing his shuriken techniques. Each swing infused with determined resolve. The following morning, sunlight streamed onto the streets of Konohamaru. Naruto arrived early at the designated examination site, discovering that many candidates had already gathered. The moment he stepped into the exam venue, the sight before them captivated everyone, and a chill crept up their spines, as fear surged like a tide within their hearts. Before them lay a dense forest, with gnarled and twisted trunks, bark cracked and worn, as though bearing the scars of time and torment. The leaves displayed a somber, dark green hue, rustling in the gentle breeze like mournful whispers. The entire forest was permeated with a decaying scent, the unmistakable odor of death, pungent and overwhelming. Before long, Mitarashi Anko entered the examination hall with an air of confidence and authority. She cast a sweeping glance around the room, cleared her throat, and proclaimed, "Welcome to the second examination. In this round, you shall venture into the forest of death." At her words, a wave of commotion erupted among the crowd. The terrifying legends of the Forest of Death had long circulated throughout the village of Konoha, known not only for its ferocious beasts, but also for a myriad of unknown perils. Akane continued, "Within the forest, you must locate two distinct scrolls, namely Heaven and Earth. Only those teams that successfully gather the scrolls and reach the designated endpoint within the allotted time will be deemed to have passed the examination." Chapter 37. The Forest of Death. Naruto stood at the edge of the eerie Forest of Death, gazing at the trees that were thicker than any human. His mind began to wander. Could it be that these trees were a result of Hashirama's power? Perhaps this forest was where he met his demise, and the eruption of his wood release created this vast expanse. No, that seems far-fetched. He continued to mumble to himself. I suppose I must rely on the third Hokage. Oh, third. Please hurry and bring the first and second Hokage to their fate. Lost in his thoughts, Naruto paid little attention to the examiner's instructions, already well acquainted with the exam rules. Suddenly, he remembered that Orochimaru was lurking within this forest. Turning around, he caught sight of the snake sage, clad in the same attire he had worn from the beginning to the end of the series. Naruto couldn't help but grimace internally. Ugh, what an eyesore, utterly lacking in taste. Meanwhile, Hanabi was still elaborating on the exam rules. Growing impatient, Naruto wondered, why is she taking so long? At last, Hanabi concluded her lengthy discourse. Sakura, noticing Naruto's calm demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, Naruto, you were paying attention, right? With a nonchalant reply, he said, huh? It's just about retrieving another scroll within 5 days and racing to the tower. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you actually listened? That's incredible. Soon after, everyone began to collect their consent forms. Naruto glanced at his form and, without a moment's hesitation, signed his name with a flourish. Upon finishing, he looked up to see Hinata. Hey, Hinata, he called out. Hinata turned to him. Naruto? Oh, have you signed too? She nodded gently. Yes, Naruto, you signed as well. Let's do our best together. Naruto gazed at Hinata, reflecting, what a wonderful girl, so gentle and sweet. Adopting a serious expression, he earnestly advised her, Hinata, allow me to give your team a word of caution. Hinata, puzzled, asked, what is it, Naruto? With utmost seriousness, Naruto warned, if you encounter those 3 ninjas from Sunagakure, especially the one with red hair, no eyebrows, a kanji for love on his forehead, and carrying a large gourd on his back, do not hesitate, run. Hinata nodded obediently, I understand. Naruto continued to emphasize, remember my words, especially about Inuzuka Kiba, he tends to act impulsively. If you see that man, warn Kiba, he is a ruthless killer, with countless ninja having perished at his hands, and he has even taken down Jonin unharmed. If you spot him, flee at once. Do not let your actions endanger others. Hinata was taken aback by Naruto's earnestness and nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing that she understood, Naruto felt reassured. After all, Gaara had been driven to madness by his father, and unless one possessed the means to counter Shikaku, confronting him would be sheer folly. However, there was little to worry about, as the 3 of them had ultimately passed the second exam. As time ticked by, they formed a line to retrieve their scrolls. When it was their turn, they received the Heaven Scroll. Without hesitation, Naruto claimed it for himself. Sakura and Sasuke said nothing, having witnessed Naruto's strength. It was indeed safest in his possession. Next, they followed the leader to exit number 12. As time elapsed, the gates slowly creaked open. A loud shout rang out. The second exam officially begins. The crowd surged forward like arrows released from a bow, swiftly searching for the presence of other candidates, marking the commencement of an intense competition. Barely had Naruto and the others entered the forest when a cacophony of screams echoed from deep within. Oh dear, I didn't expect someone to strike so soon, Naruto remarked, his expression calm as he squinted, listening to the chorus of cries. That was a human scream, wasn't he it? Sakura's face paled slightly, her voice tinged with tension and unease. Just then, a flurry of shurikens whizzed towards them like bolts of lightning. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura reacted swiftly, drawing their kunai and expertly deflecting the incoming projectiles. Almost instantaneously, a ninja clad in a yellow jumpsuit, wearing a breathing mask, appeared before them without warning. That forehead protector. Is he from Amigakure? Naruto mused, his gaze fixed on the unexpected intruder. Among the many minor ninja villages, the only ones that had left a lasting impression on him were Orochimaru's Otogakure and the Amigakure where pain resided. The Amigakure ninjas' greedy eyes scanned the trio before settling on the ninja tool pouches at their waists. He spoke, which of you holds the scroll? Hand it over, and you may avoid suffering. Sasuke smirked disdainfully, just you alone? You underestimate us. His tone dripped with scorn. Indeed, Naruto chimed in, Sasuke. Show him what it means to be a ninja from a great nation. Cut it out, I don't need your prompting. Sasuke retorted, without a moment's hesitation. He unsheathed his kunai and leaped towards the Amigakure ninja like a leopard, igniting a fierce battle. Not long after entering the forest, they began to hear the distant screams. Oh dear, I didn't expect this to start so quickly, Naruto remarked. Just then, shurikens flew towards them. After deflecting them with their kunai, a ninja in a yellow jumpsuit, adorned with a breathing mask, appeared suddenly. Is that forehead protector from Amigakure? Naruto recalled that among the minor nations, only two had made a significant impression, Orochimaru's Otogakure and Pain's Amigakure. The Amigakure ninja's gaze was greedy as he fixed his eyes on the trio, asking, "Where's the scroll? Hand it over." Sasuke scoffed, "Just one of you? You must be joking." "Exactly," Naruto affirmed. "Sasuke, teach him a lesson about the prowess of great nation ninjas." "Cut it out. I can handle this," Sasuke declared, swiftly drawing his kunai and propelling himself into action, knowing full well that in the perilous forest of death, hesitation was not an option. He moved like lightning, his kunai slicing through the air, and began to weave hand signs, shouting, "Fire style! Phoenix fire technique!" In an instant, a barrage of small flames erupted from his mouth, soaring towards the Amigakure ninja like shooting stars. The ninja from the Hidden Rain village was evidently seasoned, and as he faced Sasuke's fierce strike, his gaze sharpened. His feet swiftly shifted, evading left and right, as the rapidly approaching flames whizzed past his body. Sasuke furrowed his brow, taken aback by the opponent's remarkable agility. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash his most formidable techniques. A glimmer sparked in his eyes as the blood-red Sharingan manifested, the black tomo slowly rotating. In their next clash, Sasuke, utilizing the Sharingan's extraordinary dynamic vision, effortlessly anticipated his opponent's movements. Each of his strikes was executed with ghostly precision, effectively suppressing the ninja from the Hidden Rain village. The ninja, feeling the mounting pressure, felt beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, struggling to keep up. Seizing a prime opportunity, Sasuke feigned an attack to the upper body while subtly repositioning himself. The Hidden Rain ninja, falling for the ruse, instinctively raised his defenses. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke vanished like a specter, swiftly maneuvering behind his opponent, and without hesitation, thrust his kunai fiercely into the ninja's chest. With a sickening sound, the kunai pierced deep, blood gushing forth and staining the Hidden Rain ninja's garments. Although this strike did not inflict a fatal wound, the ninja recognized his perilous disadvantage. Continuing the fight would surely cost him his life. Gritting his teeth, he endured the searing pain from his injury and turned to flee into the depths of the forest. However, as he fled in a panic, Naruto appeared suddenly in front of him, blocking his escape. Naruto's expression was steely as he coldly declared, "Where do you think you're going?" The Hidden Rain ninja, startled and enraged, barked back, "Don't obstruct my path, you brat." Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu." With the distance far too short for the Hidden Rain ninja to react, a colossal fireball surged towards him with overwhelming force, engulfing him entirely. The haunting scream echoed through the forest, filled with anguish and despair. The fireball blazed on, reducing everything around it to ashes. And the ninja from the Hidden Rain village ultimately met his end in the ferocious flames. Chapter 38. Orochimaru as Naruto and his companions traversed the winding forest path. They had not ventured far when, suddenly, the trees ahead appeared to be stirred by an invisible tempest of fury, a violent storm surging toward them. The sound of splintering wood echoed incessantly as trees were uprooted or snapped in half, creating a scene of utter devastation. Confronted by the ferocious winds barreling toward them, Naruto swiftly formed hand signs with deft precision, and with a resounding shout, proclaimed, "Wind release. Great breakthrough." Instantly, a powerful blade of wind erupted from his mouth, propelled forward with unyielding momentum, directly clashing with the oncoming storm. The two forces collided violently in midair, producing a deafening roar, while surrounding trees swayed perilously, and dust was sent spiraling into the air. As the force of the technique gradually dissipated and the winds calmed, Naruto's vision cleared to reveal three figures before him. Standing in the center was none other than Orochimaru. Orochimaru languidly extended his long, somewhat sinister tongue and slowly licked his lips, resembling a serpent in search of prey. He then leaned slightly toward the two individuals beside him and whispered a few words. Upon hearing him, the pair promptly turned and hurriedly departed the scene. Seeing this, Sasuke's caution surged, and he could not help but voice his skepticism. "What is the meaning of this? You cannot possibly think that you alone can handle the three of us." Orochimaru's laughter was chilling, sending shivers down their spines. After his laughter subsided, he calmly retrieved a scroll from behind him, revealing the Book of Earth. Ha ha. I can see that you are all quite fixated on our Book of Earth. Especially since you hold the Book of Heaven in your possession, Orochimaru proclaimed with arrogance, lifting the scroll to his lips and wrapping his grotesque tongue around it before swallowing it whole. Now, let us not dilly-dally. The battle for the scroll begins now. He cast a taunting glance at Naruto and his companions. I refuse, Naruto replied with unwavering resolve. Both Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances at Naruto, utterly perplexed by his refusal. Because you are simply too unhygienic. Just look at you, with your saliva and swallowing that scroll. It's disgusting. What with your stomach acids and saliva, ugh. So filthy, Naruto declared with visible disdain. At this, Sasuke and Sakura were rendered speechless. Was the crux of the matter really about hygiene? Yet, Naruto's peculiar thought process was utterly baffling, as he seemed to fixate on such seemingly trivial concerns even in the face of life and death. Just as Sasuke and Sakura were left dumbfounded by Naruto's unexpected reaction, a chilling aura of malice suddenly emanated from Orochimaru, crashing over them like a frigid torrent. Sakura and Sasuke felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, as if the scythe of death were poised at their throats. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping them. Fear washed over them like a tidal wave, causing their legs to weaken, and they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Sakura, overwhelmed, burst into tears, her fear evident in the streams of tears cascading down her frightened face. No, we cannot be afraid. Otherwise, we will all perish, Sasuke thought, wrestling with his own terror as he looked at Sakura. What's wrong, Sasuke? It's just a bit of killing intent, and you're this frightened? Naruto's voice dripped with sarcasm. Sasuke turned abruptly, finding Naruto still standing firmly in place, his demeanor calm, showing no signs of fear. Naruto, why aren't you the least bit afraid? Sasuke's mind swirled with confusion, questioning himself repeatedly. To be honest, this was the first time Naruto had faced such a terrifying aura of malice. This presence was undoubtedly born from countless brutal battles, a testament to hands stained with blood. Moreover, Orochimaru, in his pursuit of immortality, viewed human lives as mere fodder, making the terror of his killing intent all the more palpable. Yet, fortunate for Naruto, he had inherited the powers of Minato Namake's, Fugaku Uchiha, and Shisui Uchiha. Although Orochimaru's malevolence was formidable, it was not enough to intimidate him. In fact, Naruto had always held a certain disdain for Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru's desperate quest for immortality led him to engage in despicable acts such as stealing others' bodies and fracturing his own soul to seal it within others. Such foolish and self-destructive behavior had rendered his spirit increasingly fragile, easily susceptible to even a common Jinjutsu from Itachi. Oh, you appear to be different from the typical young ones. Orochimaru fixated his gaze on Naruto. Of course, I am the son of that man and you, by no means, stand a chance against me, Naruto replied confidently. Is that so? Perhaps not, Orochimaru retorted. Just then, the earth shook violently, and the ground beneath Naruto cracked like a spider's web, as a colossal serpent's head suddenly erupted from the earth, its gaping maw seemingly intent on swallowing Naruto whole. Oh, you dare to open your mouth at me? Naruto smirked coldly at the sight, quickly forming hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the serpent's head, igniting its maw in a furious blaze. At that moment, Orochimaru seized the opportunity. Appearing before Naruto like a specter, his kunai gleaming with deadly intent as it lunged toward Naruto. However, his attack was thwarted as countless fireballs rained down upon him. Orochimaru's expression shifted as he hastily retreated, narrowly evading the onslaught. In that instant, Sasuke darted to Naruto's side, a smirk gracing his lips as he declared, Naruto, I want to be outdone by you. Oh, just a word of caution, this guy is, in my eyes, truly no match for us, Naruto responded, brimming with confidence. Humph, keep boasting, Sasuke scoffed dismissively. At this juncture, Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Oh dear, have you truly underestimated me? Naruto met Orochimaru's gaze head-on, unflinchingly stating, No, you are indeed no match for me. After all, you are the weakest of the Sannin. If Jiraiya were here, it would indeed pose a challenge. However, I doubt he would resort to such underhanded tactics as you have. Wouldn't you agree, Orochimaru? The Sannin? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered looks, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Suddenly, Orochimaru threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha, I never imagined you would recognize me. After his laughter subsided, he slowly peeled off the human skin mask adorning his face, revealing his true, sinister visage. However, I must say, I have been gravely underestimated, to be called the weakest. Even less than that fool. Naruto continued to mock. I have not misspoken. Jiraiya is a man recognized by the entirety of Miyaboku Mountain and has inherited the powers of the sage. Not only you, but even the Hokage, when fully committed, might not match him. Huh, you are not entirely wrong. If Jiraiya were to wield that power, I would indeed be no match for him. Although I am uncertain how you have come to know of my affairs, do not forget, the Sannin are not solely comprised of us too. There is one more. Orochimaru said ominously. Ah, of course, I have not forgotten. She is the granddaughter of the god of shinobi, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, and a medical ninja of extraordinary strength, Tsunade, Naruto replied. The god of shinobi? Sakura was perplexed upon hearing this title. Wasn't it stated in the book that the third Hokage was the strongest? Then what was this so-called god of shinobi? It sounded as though he surpassed the third Hokage in power. Surely that couldn't be true? You are not wrong. But do you naively believe that a mere medical ninja could possibly be my match? Orochimaru scoffed. Tsunade, when fully unleashed, was a force to be reckoned with. Even the third Hokage was no match for her, Naruto asserted earnestly. Are you suggesting that I am inferior to that old man? Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Indeed, you are. Naruto met Orochimaru's eyes without flinching. If you refrained from resorting to those underhanded techniques, you would stand no chance against any of them. He recalled the earlier episodes of the anime, where the early battles in Naruto involved serious hand seals, employing ninjutsu and strategy, unlike the cataclysmic eye techniques and ninjutsu of Shippuden. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi had aged and had not fought in a long time, it did not imply his weakness. In battles against Hiruzen, he had typically held the upper hand. Had it not been for the first and second Hokage's peculiar immortality, Hiruzen would not have resorted to the Reaper Death Seal. At that moment, upon hearing these words, Orochimaru did not react with the anticipated fury. Instead, he slowly extended his tongue and licked his lips. Interesting. It seems the rumors hold some truth. Indeed, the fourth Hokage left behind some unique methods within you. A glimmer of greed flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Feel free to give it a try, Naruto provocatively challenged. The tension between them was palpable, as if a monumental clash was imminent. Just then, at this critical juncture, Sasuke suddenly shouted, "Wait, Naruto." All eyes instantly turned to Sasuke, curious about his intentions. Chapter 39, Sasuke's Challenge. As disciples of Senju Tobirama, none are ordinary, and Sarutobi Hiruzen undoubtedly stands as the most distinguished among them. Naturally, the apprentices of this formidable master are exceptional in their own right, each exhibiting unique traits. One is captivated by the allure of peering into bathhouses. Another is ensnared by the vice of gambling, perpetually facing defeat, while the third is engrossed in the study of ninjutsu and the essence of life. Despite their respective flaws, their combat styles are markedly distinct. Jiraiya champions brute force, adhering to traditional ninjutsu with steadfast determination. Tsunade, on the other hand, favors strength over cunning, dismissing intricate techniques and relying solely on her immense physical power to obliterate obstacles. Orochimaru excels in employing poison against his foes, with his battles heavily reliant on serpents and toxins, scarcely engaging in elemental ninjutsu. His vitality is astonishingly resilient, nearly impossible to extinguish, and he possesses an exceptional aptitude for evasion. If Naruto finds the first two opponents daunting, what about Orochimaru? He might concede that he cannot wholly vanquish Orochimaru, yet he is brimming with confidence in compelling Orochimaru to flee in disgrace. However, just as Naruto is poised to act, Sasuke suddenly halts him. What do you intend to do? Naruto, you must not interfere. This matter shall be resolved by me, Sasuke states as he strides forward. Resolve him? Are you acquainted with his intelligence? I require no such knowledge. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I shall not succumb to any adversary. From whence do you derive this confidence? Your Sharingan has yet to reach the level of the three Tomo. Less chatter. Do not underestimate the Uchiha's Sharingan. Naruto. After him, you shall be next. Await your turn. Naruto scoffs, feeling emboldened as the rain ceases and the skies clear. His good intentions are met with disdain. I offer you counsel, yet you turn it against me? Regardless, Orochimaru's target is Sasuke. The outcome is certain. Sasuke shall face utter defeat and fall prey to Orochimaru's cursed seal. Ah, will he think himself powerful once cursed? Such a nuisance. Very well, go on. It is truly futile to advise the damned. If you seek your own demise, I shall not intervene. With that, Naruto retreats to a tree, sitting cross-legged beneath it. Sakura glances between Naruto and Sasuke. Her instincts whisper that Sasuke will falter, yet her rational mind contests that it is Sasuke. How could he possibly fail? Ultimately, reason triumphs over instinct. And she cheers for Sasuke. Go, Sasuke. Sasuke smirks coldly, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru. Are you prepared? Ah, let me witness the Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru replies with a sinister chuckle. As their eyes lock, palpable sparks seem to ignite in the air, their chakras swirling like an impending eruption. A monumental clash is on the verge of unfolding. With a sudden, fierce shout, Sasuke lunges at Orochimaru like a tiger emerging from the mountains, kunai glinting ominously as it aims for Orochimaru's vital points. Orochimaru reacts with uncanny swiftness, evading the lethal strike effortlessly, retaliating with a cunning counterattack. Thus commences a fierce and extraordinary duel, with both combatants exchanging blows, the air filled with the sound of rushing fists and intertwining ninjutsu. Sasuke unleashes a fire jutsu, a roaring inferno surging towards Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru swiftly forms hand signs, erecting a wall of water that collides with the flames, generating a deafening roar and enveloping the area in steam, obscuring their figures. Each move mirrors the scenes from the original anime, leaving onlookers breathless. After an intense exchange, Sasuke seizes an opening in Orochimaru's defenses and executes a series of rapid assaults, driving Orochimaru into a disadvantageous position. On the surface, it appears that Sasuke is destined for victory. However, as Sasuke gasps for breath, his taut body begins to relax, believing the crisis has passed. At that moment, a sharp crack resounds. Orochimaru effortlessly breaks free from the bindings that restrained him. Swiftly, Orochimaru forms hand signs, murmuring incantations. In an instant, Sasuke feels an invisible force binding him, rendering his body immobile. Binding technique. Cursed. Sasuke exclaims, a mix of shock and fury overwhelming him as he struggles ineffectually. Oh, you have already harnessed the Sharingan to such an extent at a young age. Truly the descendant of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru cackles, approaching Sasuke with a glint of greed in his eyes. Indeed, I desire you. Sasuke screams in defiance, muscles taut as he exerts every ounce of strength against the abhorrent binding. You are indeed brothers. Your gaze harbors a power surpassing Itachi's. Orochimaru disregards Sasuke's struggles, continuing his taunt. The mere mention of Itachi's name ignites a blaze of fury within Sasuke, his eyes flooding with blood. Who are you? Curious, are we? If you truly wish to know, strive to pass this trial. Defeat my 3 subordinates. The sound ninja, Orochimaru cryptically smiles, tantalizingly withholding information. Curse you. Sasuke grits his teeth in rage. Ah, allow me to bestow a parting gift. Orochimaru shifts the conversation, forming a seal Sasuke has never seen. Suddenly, his neck elongates like a serpent, striking swiftly and sinking its fangs into the side of Sasuke's nape. Sasuke, Sakura, anxiously observing from the sidelines, rushes forward upon witnessing Sasuke's peril. A peculiar 3-tomo pattern materializes on Sasuke's nape, emitting an eerie glow. Just as everyone believes the ordeal has reached a conclusion, Orochimaru's menacing head swivels towards Naruto. Does he presume Naruto is ensnared by his binding technique as well? In a heartbeat, Orochimaru lunges at Naruto, fangs bared. However, as he bites down, Naruto's form suddenly disperses into countless crows, scattering chaotically. A cacophony of cawing crows fills the air, a surreal spectacle. As Orochimaru realizes the illusion, a flicker of alarm crosses his mind. A Jinjutsu? How intriguing. But mere illusions hold no sway over me, Naruto. Yet before Orochimaru can dispel the Jinjutsu, a sudden thud is heard as his left hand inexplicably falls to the ground. What is happening? Orochimaru stares in disbelief at the severed limb. Shock and confusion etched across his face. At this moment, Naruto's voice resonates from the void, cold and resolute. Whatever your intentions, be it the destruction of Konoha, the assassination of Sasuke, or any other goal, none concern me. However, if you choose to oppose me, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. As soon as the words leave his lips, Naruto appears before Orochimaru, conjuring a wind-style Rasengan, a colossal sphere of swirling energy that emits a menacing hum, distorting the surrounding air with an ominous presence. Faced with such a terrifying technique, a wave of unease washes over Orochimaru. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. What jutsu is that? This is dire. Even if I endure, I may not escape unscathed. In this critical moment, gritting his teeth, Orochimaru exclaims, I understand now. He swiftly vanishes into the branches above, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As Orochimaru departed, Naruto gradually retracted the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan, radiating an enigmatic glow. He gazed at Sasuke and Sakura, who lay unconscious on the ground, and couldn't help but softly exclaim. To be unaware of one's own frailty is, in itself, a manifestation of weakness. Chapter 40. The study of the spiraling sphere as the smoke gradually dissipated. The clamor of battle slowly fell into silence. The crimson glow of the Sharingan in Naruto's eyes quietly retreated. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, 3 clones appeared beside him, swiftly dispersing in various directions. In an instant, he flashed forward, arriving beside 2 individuals, patiently awaiting their revival from unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto rapidly entered a meditative state, his focus directed towards mastering the spiraling sphere. This technique, an unrefined ninjutsu left undeveloped by the Fourth Hokage, was well known among the circles of travelers, with its training methods almost universally recognized. With merely a few water balloons in practice, one could grasp it. Moreover, due to Naruto inheriting the Fourth's memories, his progress in mastering the spiraling sphere exceeded all expectations. Early in his training, he embarked on the arduous endeavor of developing the wind release, spiraling sphere shuriken. Countless days and nights were spent with numerous shadow clones cutting leaves and severing waterfalls. At long last, before graduation, Naruto successfully mastered the wind release, spiraling sphere shuriken, and skillfully modified it for throwing. However, despite its throwability, its power paled in comparison to the sage art spiraling sphere shuriken. Primarily, the wind blades could not be magnified, and the explosion's radius was significantly reduced. But it was still adequate for combat. Yet, like in the anime, there was a tricky dilemma when executing this ninjutsu. One could not infuse the wind chakra with one hand while utilizing the spiraling sphere. After all, human energy is finite, and Naruto was no exception. Maintaining the stability of the spiraling sphere required his utmost concentration. Enforcing the infusion of wind release was akin to attempting to look in 2 directions at once, an arduous task. Jiraiya and Minato had also recognized this predicament during their development of the spiraling sphere, and they had not devised a solution at that time. The only remedy was to enlist the assistance of shadow clones. It must be said that the Naruto from the anime was full of clever ideas, living up to his reputation as the #1 unexpected ninja. Afterward, Naruto galloped down the path of ninjutsu development. Upon becoming a genin, he acquired chakra paper and discovered he possessed the attributes of fire, lightning, and wind chakra. With 3 chakra attributes at his disposal, he could develop 3 types of spiraling sphere. Thus, after completing the development of the wind release chakra shuriken, Naruto turned his attention to the second most proficient attribute, fire chakra. As the fire chakra mingled with the spiraling sphere, a blue orb transformed into a blazing fireball. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto hurled the fireball, which erupted with a resounding explosion. Not good. I must retreat. As he employed the flying thunder god technique to escape, the immense force from the new technique drew numerous ninjas rushing to the scene. After a brief while, when Naruto returned to survey the aftermath, he could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, this has truly become art." Subsequently, he dubbed this new technique, fire release, bomb spiraling sphere. Next, Naruto focused on lightning release. He recalled that in Boruto had inadvertently infused lightning chakra into the spiraling sphere, resulting in the vanished spiraling sphere. Pondering this, Naruto was filled with curiosity. Lightning chakra was renowned for its penetrating and paralyzing properties, which Kakashi had utilized to develop the Chidori. But why did it vanish when infused into the spiraling sphere? Cautiously, Naruto injected lightning chakra into the spiraling sphere. To his astonishment, rather than disappearing as it had in Boruto, the spiraling sphere transformed into a dazzling orb of lightning. Within the sphere, the lightning writhed restlessly, akin to countless frenzied electric serpents, desperately twisting and struggling as if seeking to break free. The sound it produced was astounding. Reminiscent of a dragon's roar, reverberating painfully in the ears of those nearby, who could feel the terrifying aura approaching. Witnessing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he hurled the lightning sphere with all his might. In an instant, it shot forth like a released arrow, encased in lightning, surging forward at an astonishing speed. Trees and stones were no match for its ferocity, as they were pierced effortlessly, leaving behind charred, gaping holes, debris and sparks flying in all directions. After traveling a considerable distance, the lightning within the sphere ignited like a lit fuse, plunging into chaos and turmoil as it expanded at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the rampant lightning erupted, with surrounding trees being pierced by the thick bolts, and the air filled with the acrid scent of charred wood as remnants rained down in the wind. Seeing this scene, Naruto was certain that Boruto's spiraling sphere had not vanished due to the lightning release's influence. Gazing at his creation, a slight smile graced his lips as he named this new ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Lightning Burst Spiraling Sphere. Subsequently, contemplating the vanished spiraling sphere, Naruto recalled that Boruto possessed wind, lightning, and water chakra attributes. Could it be that during his training, he had unconsciously infused all three attributes simultaneously, resulting in its disappearance? Determined to uncover the truth, Naruto resolved to investigate. Despite lacking water chakra, he possessed both wind and lightning. However, since wind is a poor conductor of lightning, recklessly attempting this would be perilous. Thus, he first sought to combine wind and fire. He soon discovered that mastering the ratio of the two chakra types proved to be exceedingly challenging. Naruto questioned how the Naruto and Sasuke from the anime had succeeded in merging them at once. Suddenly, an idea struck him: Sharingan. Utilizing the powerful insight of the Sharingan, Naruto meticulously observed the chakra flow of the wind release spiraling sphere shuriken, slowly integrating the fire release chakra. After countless attempts, he finally found the perfect ratio and successfully completed the new technique. As for the name of this technique, it seemed the fourth Hokage had termed it Scorch Release, Light Will Swift Black Arrow Zero. A fine name, but I think I'll change it, he mused. Out of respect, he named it Scorch Release, Spiraling Sphere Shuriken. Afterward, Naruto immersed himself in the experiment of combining wind and lightning, yet he faced repeated failures. Even with his clones tirelessly researching day and night, they remained at a standstill. With time on his hands, Naruto revisited the mystery of the vanished shuriken. What could be the cause? Furrowing his brows, he murmured to himself. This vanishing ninjutsu had become an unsolvable enigma in his mind. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Sakura was the first to stir, awakening with a start as the terrifying visage of Orochimaru flashed through her mind. Frantically scanning her surroundings, she spotted Naruto quietly seated nearby, while Sasuke remained asleep not far off. Sasuke, wake up!" Sakura cried out, her voice laced with urgency and concern. At that moment, anguish crossed Sasuke's face, beads of sweat rolling down as he furrowed his brow in distress. Witnessing his painful state, Sakura's heart ached, and she helplessly turned to Naruto. "Naruto, what should we do? Why bother calling Naruto for everything? You never call Sasuke when there's nothing wrong." Naruto scoffed, glancing at Sasuke. He was not one to be trifled with. Naruto regarded Sasuke with disdain, remarking, "What do you want from me? Besides, he brought this upon himself." "How can you say that, Naruto? Don't you have any conscience?" Sakura glared at him, her eyes filled with reproach. "He chose this path himself. Who can he blame?" Naruto retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "He can't even withstand the pressure of his opponent's killing intent, yet he dreams of defeating them. It's sheer folly. Then why don't you step in? Didn't you say he wasn't your match?" Sakura's emotions flared, her voice rising in question. "Are you questioning me?" Naruto's icy gaze bore into Sakura, a flash of anger evident in his eyes. This time, he was genuinely furious. Sakura was taken aback by Naruto's cold demeanor, feeling once more the chilling aura of his wrath. "I was going to intervene, but that guy, Sasuke, wouldn't listen and even tried to attack me. Humph. Since he is determined to seek death, let him go. I am neither his father nor his brother, and certainly not his friend. If he wishes to embrace demise, then so be it. We are all ninjas. One must take responsibility for their own actions." "You!" Sakura exclaimed, rendered speechless by anger. Secondly, this may not be entirely unfavorable for Sasuke. He is a seeker of vengeance and must comprehend the extent of his own frailty. Do you understand how formidable his adversary is? Sasuke's enemy? Sakura questioned, gazing at Naruto with confusion. His enemy is the one who murdered his parents, and his father's strength surpasses even Kakashi's. Take Orochimaru, for instance. He would not dare to show his face before that individual, fearing for his own life. Naruto paused before continuing. What? How is this possible? Then Sasuke is in grave danger. Sakura's face was filled with terror, her voice trembling. That depends on Sasuke himself. If he is strong enough, he will emerge unscathed. If he remains this weak, he is doomed. No, I must stop Sasuke. I cannot allow him to walk into death. Stop him? Do you think that is feasible? The vengeance for his clan, witnessing his parents perish before his eyes, such profound hatred. Can you truly prevent that? Naruto scoffed, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Sakura fell silent, unable to fathom such a deep-seated hatred, fully aware of her own impotence to intervene. Sakura opened her mouth, but found no words to express. I will not give up. I will surely make Sasuke reconsider. Sakura clenched her teeth, resolutely asserting her determination once more. You are remarkable. You possess such lofty ideals, Naruto replied, curling his lip in disdain. Chapter 41. Karen, there is a profound adage that resonates deeply. Do not advise others to do good unless you have endured their suffering. Do not criticize others' shortcomings unless you understand their pain. Take Sasuke, for instance. It is baffling that some would presume to urge him to abandon his quest for revenge. Quite frankly, such notions are utterly fanciful. Pain and hatred may appear similar at first glance, yet they are worlds apart. Pain is an unavoidable thorn in the journey of life for everyone, while hatred is a raging inferno ignited deep within the soul upon the loss of what one holds most dear. Inner anguish may gradually be soothed through the intertwining of relationships and experiences, as exemplified by Kakashi, whose heart was shattered by the loss of friends and mentors. However, in time, he rediscovered warmth in life through the companionship of his students and Might Guy. But hatred, once sown, if left unresolved, it takes root within the heart and can never truly dissipate. The abhorrence held by Obito and Madara towards war, Sasuke's intense hatred for Itachi and the higher-ups of Konoha, and Nagato's resentment towards the great nations, all exemplify this truth. Even Naruto, who once failed to comprehend Sasuke's plight, naively believed that simply bringing Sasuke back would resolve everything. It was only when he faced the deaths of his master, teacher, and friends, and when his village was plunged into crisis, that he truly grasped the essence of hatred. Confronted with such feelings, he too would be consumed by rage, entertaining thoughts of ruthlessly eliminating his enemies, even at the cost of unleashing the Nine-Tails. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Fourth Hokage, offering him a glimmer of solace that somewhat alleviated his fury, he might have lost all reason and taken lethal action against Nagato. If Nagato had not resurrected the villagers of Konoha, Naruto's heartache may have remained forever unredeemed. Thus, for Sasuke's hatred to be alleviated, the truth must be revealed by Itachi, and the culprits must receive their due punishment. Yet, at this moment, it seems as though none of this concerns Naruto. Sakura, upon hearing Naruto's cryptic remarks, paid them no mind, her heart and gaze solely focused on Sasuke, gently wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Naruto sat quietly beside him, awaiting Sasuke's awakening. Soon, footsteps approached from a distance. Who could it be? Sakura quickly reacted, drawing a kunai and adopting a defensive stance, her eyes filled with vigilance. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, arms crossed, showing no sign of alarm. Naruto, what are you doing? Someone is coming. Can't you hear? You must protect Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed anxiously. Be quiet and wait until you see who it is before speaking. Naruto coldly replied. Confusion crossed Sakura's face, but then she realized the newcomer was Naruto. Wait, Naruto? She watched as Naruto calmly addressed his shadow clone, asking, Did you return? The three clones responded in unison. I obtained the Book of Earth. I got the Book of Heaven, then encountered Hinata and gave it to her. I rescued someone. Naruto nodded slightly, taking the Book of Earth from the clone before dispelling it. As the clone vanished, Naruto absorbed all its memories. The Book of Earth was seized from a Rain Village ninja, while the Book of Heaven was acquired from a Grass Village ninja. Shortly after obtaining the Book of Heaven, he encountered Hinata's group and learned they only had the Book of Earth, generously giving them the Book of Heaven before they hurried towards the tower. The other Naruto had rescued none other than Karen. At that moment, Karen had become separated from her companions and was beset by a bear. Just as danger loomed, Naruto appeared as if sent from the heavens, kicking the bear away and throwing a few shurikens to successfully repel it. Naruto gazed at Karen, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Red hair? Are you from the Uzumaki clan? What do you want? Karen asked warily. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, also of the Uzumaki clan, though I inherited my father's strong genes and did not receive my mother's red hair. Karen looked bewildered. What on earth? Uzumaki. Father has no red hair? Mother is red-haired? What does this even mean? Seeing her confusion, Naruto patiently explained, My father is not from the Uzumaki clan. My mother is. I take my mother's surname. She is, like you, from the Uzumaki clan. My mother is Kushina Uzumaki, and my father is Minato Namikaze. Oh, and he was the fourth Hokage. Wait, your father is the Hokage? Did you come here to experience life? Karen exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Thus, Naruto recounted the romantic tale of how his parents met, got to know each other, fell in love, and their heroic sacrifices to protect the village, alongside his lonely and challenging childhood. When Karen heard Naruto dream of becoming a truly free individual, her heart was deeply moved. After all, her life in the grass village with her mother was fraught with misery, the painful past unimaginable to others. Karen looked at her arms, beginning to envision a future filled with freedom. Naruto, gazing at her, sincerely extended his hand. What about you? What is your name? Me? I am Karen. Karen, would you like to come to Konoha? Konoha? You want to use me too? A flicker of fear crossed Karen's eyes. No, as a fellow clansman. I will protect you with all my strength and ensure that no one harms you. That is my promise. Protect? Let me think. Before Karen could finish her sentence, two of her companions approached, cursing loudly. Upon hearing their voices, Karen trembled, her face filled with terror instead of joy. Naruto's heart ached at the sight of her distress. To have reduced a girl to this state, treating her like less than a person, those people truly deserved condemnation. Naruto gently comforted her. It seems you have suffered greatly in the grass village. Do you mind if I take care of them? Whatever, Karen replied, her voice trembling. Naruto smiled, placing a reassuring hand on her head to soothe her emotions. Then, he suddenly turned. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A massive dragon of flames erupted from Naruto's mouth, immediately engulfing the two grass village ninjas. They left no last words, reduced to ashes in an instant. Watching the two perish, Karen's tension gradually eased. At last, she looked at Naruto and resolutely declared, I've made up my mind. Let me follow you. Follow me. Very well. If we encounter Tsunade, let her treat your wounds, as she is also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Konoha has Uzumaki clan members? She is similar to me. She is a descendant of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and she has blonde hair as well. Why is it that all the Uzumaki clan members in Konoha have blonde hair? Will my future children also have blonde hair? The future is a matter for another day. Right now, I still have exams to take, so you can rest at my home. With that, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing Karen back to his house. He prepared warm water for her to bathe, transformed into other people's appearances to buy her new clothes and food, and made arrangements for her to rest. Once everything was settled, Naruto hurriedly returned to the Forest of Death. Chapter 42. Sasuke's decision. At this moment, one of Naruto's shadow clones was racing along a secluded path. Suddenly, an eerie aura enveloped him. He keenly sensed something amiss and instantly halted, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. From the depths of the forest, three figures clad in distinctive attire emerged slowly from the dense underbrush. They were the Sound Ninja Trio. Their faces bore cold and cruel smiles, and their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Upon spotting Naruto's clone, the trio momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by the sight of him alone. They exchanged glances filled with calculation and malice. Recognizing Naruto as Sasuke's comrade, their lips curled into an even more sinister grin, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. Finally having found its prey, that guy seems to be Sasuke's teammate, right? If we take care of him, we might just witness an interesting expression on Sasuke's face. Tosuzan remarked in a hushed, gravelly voice. Let's not delay any longer. Let's get to it, Sakan concurred, a glint of greed evident on his face. Are you looking for me? Who is it? Who are you? The trio immediately reacted to the unfamiliar voice. As they dodged, the only woman among them, Kin, collapsed to the ground. You must be under Orochimaru's command, Naruto observed. You actually know Lord Orochimaru? Tosuzan's expression shifted, realizing Naruto's group had encountered Sasuke. Therefore, they needed to set off quickly to locate Sasuke. This meant that Naruto had to deal with them promptly. That woman is utterly useless, collapsing so easily, he scoffed. You think you can handle Sasuke? That's your concern. But how dare you lay your eyes on me? Haha, lament your own weakness, you, Sakan began. But before he could finish, Naruto appeared before him in an instant, delivering a punch that rendered him unconscious. Now only Tosuzan remained standing. Naruto regarded him with a chilling smile, slowly approaching. Don't come any closer. Tosuzan realized that Naruto was far from a mere genin. The speed he had just displayed was on par with Orochimaru himself. Seeing the wicked grin on Naruto's face, Tosuzan felt his life was nearing its end. In desperation, he decided to go all in. Soon, another figure lay unconscious on the ground. Their bodies sprawled haphazardly, clothes tattered by the fierce wind, faces contorted in agony. Naruto glanced at the fallen Sound Ninja trio, but chose not to kill them. After all, he recalled that Orochimaru had used them as living vessels to resurrect the first and second Hokage using the reanimation jutsu. Turning away, Naruto continued his swift journey towards his original self. This encapsulated the experience of Naruto's shadow clone. After confirming the situation, he patiently awaited Sasuke's awakening. Before long, Sasuke gradually opened his eyes. His first sensation was the surge of tremendous power within him, the strength bestowed by Orochimaru's cursed seal. A flicker of excitement and combativeness flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He was eager to duel Naruto to validate his own power. Naruto, let's fight, Sasuke declared, rising to his feet with a piercing gaze fixed on Naruto. However, Naruto flatly rejected him, his tone indifferent, yet laced with disdain. You're far too weak right now. You're no match for me. Instantly, Sasuke's expression darkened, feeling belittled. In a fit of rage, he wasted no time in launching an attack, determined to showcase his strength. His movements were swift and fierce, his fist whistling through the air towards Naruto's face. Yet, Naruto appeared unfazed. He countered with a punch that met Sasuke's, sending him flying. Undeterred, Sasuke pressed on, enduring the pain in his right hand to continue his assault. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Naruto effortlessly countered each of Sasuke's attacks with his own taijutsu and ninjutsu, neutralizing every strike. Despite having the power of the cursed seal, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage against Naruto. His onslaught was consistently thwarted, and he was gradually forced back. After an intense exchange, Sasuke was panting heavily, while Naruto remained composed. Suddenly, Naruto vanished from his view. Where did he go? Behind you. Before Sasuke could react, Naruto appeared behind him and struck the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Hee, the Flying Thunder God mark will never fade. Before the night of the Uchiha massacre, Naruto had the Flying Thunder God mark inscribed on the back of his head. Even with the Sharingan activated, Sasuke could not anticipate Naruto's movement to his rear. At that moment, Sakura witnessed Sasuke fall unconscious and immediately confronted Naruto. Naruto, how could you attack Sasuke? TSK. You should join him in unconsciousness. Naruto employed the same technique, striking Sakura's neck and knocking her out. Once both were down, Naruto waited a moment. Soon, Sasuke regained consciousness. As his mind cleared, he realized Naruto's strength far exceeded his expectations. A mix of reluctance and confusion filled him, prompting him to ask, "Why are you so strong? What have you done?" "None of your business." Sasuke fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Naruto's words pierced his heart like a dagger. He had always believed himself to be the most diligent, only to discover that Naruto had surpassed him long ago. Seeing Sasuke's dejection, Naruto sighed and advised, "Sasuke, every strong individual has walked the path of weakness. Becoming strong requires immense time and training. Your enemies did not attain their strength overnight, did they?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke lowered his head, the marks of the cursed seal gradually fading back into the seal. His inner turmoil subsided, returning to calm. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, determination in his eyes as he looked at Naruto. "Naruto, I have something to ask of you. Please, take me to train." Naruto regarded Sasuke and replied, "I refuse. I have my own pace for training. If you wish to grow stronger, seek out Kakashi. No, I have a feeling that only you can help me become strong." TSK. How troublesome. You're just like Konohamaru, aren't you? Chapter 43. Could this young man also be a time traveler? Sasuke, this young man, has been trailing closely behind. What could he possibly want? Naruto felt an overwhelming irritation. Recently, he had been swamped with tasks and now had to deal with this unpredictable individual whose emotions shifted like the weather in June. It was utterly exasperating. Faced with Sasuke's insistence, Naruto did not hesitate to refuse outright. To his surprise, Sasuke, like an unshakable piece of gum, coldly declared, "I will not give up." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, internally lamenting, "Seriously, dude, have I done something to provoke you? Why do you persistently hound me? Moreover, wasn't that line meant for me to say to Sasuke? What gives?" A ludicrous thought flickered through Naruto's mind. Could this young man also be a time traveler? With this notion in mind, Naruto scrutinized Sasuke from head to toe, then half-jokingly and half-curiously asked, "Odd numbers remain unchanged? Huh, what nonsense are you spouting?" Sasuke replied, puzzled. "You really don't understand?" Naruto pressed on. "I have no idea what you're rambling about. But wait for me. I will catch up and defeat you." Sasuke maintained his stubborn and resolute demeanor. "What a bother. Let's hurry and wrap this up. I long to return and enjoy a nice bath." Naruto waved his hand in exasperation. "Indeed, Sasuke, let us hasten. I can hardly endure this any longer. I have been yearning to return for a bath." Sakura chimed in, surprisingly aligned with Naruto. After enduring 2 days in this desolate wilderness without a shower, her fastidious nature was truly distressed. Thus, the trio sped towards the tall tower. As their figures faded into the distance, a figure emerged from behind a large tree. Kabuto, his brow furrowed in confusion. Strange, why are those three out so early? Originally, Kabuto had planned to approach Sasuke under the guise of a spy and seize the opportunity to reveal some crucial examination details, seamlessly integrating himself into their ranks. However, judging by their current state, they had likely already gathered the scrolls. Yet Kabuto was not one to easily concede. He schemed to find another opportunity to draw closer. At that moment, 2 of his teammates appeared. Kabuto glanced at them and quietly instructed, "You two go look for traces of those 3 nearby. I will continue with my task." With that, the trio split up, and Kabuto set off in pursuit of Naruto's direction. Before long, the night descended. Just as Naruto and his companions approached the tower, Naruto suddenly tensed, acutely sensing an unusual presence. "Humph, daring to cast illusions before me. How presumptuous." A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth as he swiftly performed hand signs, activating his Sharingan, illusion technique, mirror world transformation. A piercing scream shattered the night. Sakura, startled by the sudden cry, nearly jumped, her mind racing with exasperation. What on earth is happening now? Every day, it's something absurd. I am on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Sasuke remained silent, cautiously advancing. They had not traveled far when they spotted 2 ninjas clad in yellow jumpsuits lying lifeless on the ground. Those clothes and forehead protectors belonged to the same group as the one Naruto defeated earlier, Sakura remarked with a tense expression. "Sakura, stop dawdling. We need to move." Sasuke urged, his face grim. "Okay, I'm coming," Sakura replied, hastening to keep pace. The trio soon reached the base of the tower, where Naruto awaited them. Without a word, he opened the door and stepped inside. Watching Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura enter the tower smoothly, Kabuto's expression turned sour. Cursed be it. On the other side, once inside, the words of a poem left by Sarutobi Hiruzen adorned the wall, capturing their attention. Naruto hastily retrieved the Heaven and Earth scrolls, tossing them to Sasuke and Sakura, muttering, "Based on this poem, it seems we need to open the scrolls. This troublesome task is yours." Sasuke and Sakura took the scrolls without hesitation and opened them. To their astonishment, each scroll displayed a single character. Yet at the moment of opening, a dense cloud of smoke erupted from the scrolls. Sasuke reacted swiftly, recognizing the signs of a summoning technique, and seized the scroll from Sakura's hands, throwing it away with all his might. In the next moment, Iruka's figure began to materialize on the scroll. He proceeded to explain the reason for his appearance. First, congratulations on successfully passing the second exam. Before Iruka could finish, Naruto eagerly interrupted. "Teacher, if you have something important to say, please hurry. We're exhausted and just want to rest." Well, seeing how fatigued you all are, I'll be brief." Iruka chuckled helplessly before succinctly detailing the significance and responsibilities of a Chūnin. After enduring Iruka's lengthy discourse, Naruto finally entered the venue. Fortunately, their group had arrived relatively early, allowing them to find a spot to rest properly. As the day swiftly passed, Naruto enjoyed a refreshing sleep, rejuvenated, while Sasuke seemed trapped in a hellish nightmare, struggling in a pit of despair, unable to rest at all. Worried for Sasuke, Sakura went to check on him. Yet upon seeing Sasuke's pained and contorted expression, her face turned pale, nearly crying out, "Sasuke, What is wrong with you? Don't worry about me. It's not your concern. Sasuke gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. No way, Sasuke, you look terrifying. I need to find a teacher, Sakura exclaimed, her heart racing as she turned to dash outside. Meanwhile, Naruto was in another room, entirely focused on his training. He had assigned the research task of the Rasengan to his shadow clones while concentrating on physical training to enhance his strength further. Feeling the surge of power within him, Naruto felt a tinge of disappointment, sensing he was still not strong enough. While his current physical skills sufficed against Chūnin, they would be woefully inadequate against formidable Jonin, especially in a fair duel without any tricks. Yet Naruto understood that some opponents, regardless of any clever tactics or schemes, would be nearly impossible to compete with, like Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, Jiraiya, Minato, Obito, and Guy, those legendary ninjas. Against them, any cunning maneuver would be futile. Although Naruto was still young, with ample room for growth, he couldn't shake the thought of the immensely powerful Otsutsuki clan he would eventually face. He felt that his current pace of development was alarmingly slow. Putting aside other matters, Naruto yearned to surpass Otsutsuki Kagaya in physical prowess. Yet with his current rate of progress, that aspiration seemed utterly fantastical. What should I do? If only I had a gravity chamber or a room of spirit and time like in Dragon Ball, I could drastically enhance my abilities. Naruto furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation. Just as Naruto was racking his brain for a way to grow stronger rapidly, Sakura burst in, flustered, and called out, Naruto. Annoyance flared within Naruto. He muttered under his breath, what does she want now? Naruto, something serious has happened to Sasuke. You need to think of a way to save him. Sakura's face was filled with urgency, nearly on the brink of tears. Sasuke? Oh right, the curse seal issue. In an instant, Naruto grasped the situation. He surmised that Sasuke, much like himself, was fervently pursuing his training and had inadvertently neglected the curse mark, resulting in his current agony. Naruto couldn't help but smirk, pondering how relentless the challenges seemed. What were those higher-ups preoccupied with? They had returned early, yet had not dispatched Kakashi-sensei to address the matter. Nevertheless, if Sasuke truly mastered the power of that curse mark, he would transform into a grotesque figure, his skin darkened, hair wildly elongated, and a pair of wings sprouting from his back. Even the brilliance of his Chidori would morph into an ominous hue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Naruto's mind. A novel training approach emerged, Chidori. He recalled that when unleashing Chidori, the practitioner could harness the power of lightning release to invigorate the cells, significantly enhancing the speed of neural reflexes, thus achieving a terrifying velocity surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. Was this not precisely what he urgently needed? With this thought, Naruto let out a sigh. The memories of the fourth Hokage contained the hand seals for Chidori. One merely needed to sequentially form the seals of the pig, the hare, and the monkey, then concentrate chakra intensely in the right hand. Although he had grasped the transformations and properties of chakra, mere knowledge of the hand seals was far from sufficient. Take the tailed beast bomb, for instance. It merely appeared to be a super-dense energy sphere formed by compressing yin and yang chakra in an 2:8 ratio. Yet, without understanding these crucial details, blind practice could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, to delve deeper into the intricacies of Chidori's training, consulting Kakashi was imperative. However, Naruto was acutely aware that Kakashi would be reluctant to teach him. Of course, he could send a shadow clone to undertake the risky experimentation. Yet, to neglect the available shortcut and recklessly pursue hardship seemed rather foolish. Naruto, are you even listening to me? Sakura's voice pierced through his thoughts once more. Be quiet. I'm trying to think. Naruto retorted impatiently. Stop daydreaming and hurry to check on Sasuke. He is really at his breaking point. Sakura urged, her anxiety palpable. I just said. Yes. Sasuke, it's Sasuke. Let us go see him now. Naruto suddenly snapped back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. Chapter 44. Sasuke's choice. Sakura was utterly taken aback. Naruto's emotional shift was far too abrupt. One moment he was impatient, and the next he was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. The swiftness of his change was unprecedented, prompting her to ponder internally. Am I truly the woman here, or is it Naruto who embodies femininity? Noticing Sakura frozen in place, Naruto, without uttering a word, grasped her hand and dashed outside. Sakura felt herself lifted off the ground, propelled forward by Naruto as they raced through the woods. Naruto, slow down. She gasped, struggling to keep pace. I can't slow down now. If you can hold on just a bit longer, I'll increase my speed. Naruto called back, his pace quickening. I can't take it anymore. I truly can't. Sakura cried out in despair, feeling as though her body might fall apart. The commotion caused by their hurried passage reached a nearby room. Hanabi furrowed her brow and remarked, "What is that noise?" Kurama, equally perplexed, listened intently before saying, "It sounds strangely like a fight." Upon hearing this, Hanabi's face flushed crimson, and she scoffed, "Humph, in broad daylight, how shameless." Before long, Naruto suddenly skidded to a halt, as if recalling something crucial. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Where's Sasuke?" "Naruto, how can you not know where Sasuke is when you drag me out here?" Sakura fumed, ready to strike him. "Enough with the chatter. Where is he?" Naruto pressed urgently. "Sasuke is in his room, which is located." Sakura begrudgingly indicated Sasuke's whereabouts. Upon receiving the information, Naruto seized Sakura's hand once more and sprinted in the direction of Sasuke's room. This time, Sakura was too exhausted to protest, silently cursing to herself. "Fine, I'm tired. Let it all come to ruin." Before long, they arrived to find Sasuke sprawled on the floor of his room, his face contorted in agony. Naruto hurried to assess his condition. "Sasuke, the source of your suffering, I can help you seal it away," he stated earnestly. "Seal it?" Sasuke replied weakly, his voice laced with skepticism. "Indeed, I will employ a powerful sealing technique to banish it," Naruto assured him. "Humph, I don't need your meddling," Sasuke retorted stubbornly, despite his evident pain. "If you don't seal it, you won't be able to endure the pain and will fail the Chūnin exams," Naruto continued to persuade him. "Don't underestimate me." Sasuke gritted his teeth defiantly. "That is precisely what I wish to convey. Don't underestimate the ninjas participating in the exam. Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Gaara of the Sand, and I, all of us are formidable opponents. Do you truly believe you can challenge them in your current state?" Naruto shot back without reservation. Sasuke opened his mouth, yearning to assert his capability. Yet, no matter how proud he was, he recognized the harsh truth. In his current condition, tormented by the cursed seal, he was in no shape to fight at full strength. This cursed seal would significantly impair his combat abilities. However, recalling the overwhelming power he felt when the cursed seal awakened, Sasuke understood he needed that strength. To seal it away would be a tremendous loss. "Do you wish to grow stronger through this power?" Naruto inquired, gazing intently at Sasuke. Sasuke remained silent, yet his expression spoke volumes. "Humph, I cannot comprehend. Instead of training your body and honing your Sharingan, you seek external forces." Naruto could not help but criticize. "Humph, what do you know about me?" Sasuke snapped, irritation evident in his voice. "Enough with the bickering. Please, don't argue." Sakura interjected urgently, fearing an escalation between the two. Their quarrel halted at her plea. Naruto took a deep breath and said, "If you genuinely wish to grow stronger, I suggest two paths. The first is to consult Might Guy and train in taijutsu alongside Lee." Seeing Sasuke's puzzled expression, Naruto realized that, due to his interference, Sasuke had yet to experience a spar with Lee. He was unaware of Lee's terrifying prowess in taijutsu. Do not underestimate either of them, especially Might Guy. He is Rock Lee's sensei. In terms of ninjutsu, the third Hokage may reign supreme, but when it comes to taijutsu, Might Guy is second to none. Is it really that exaggerated? Sasuke expressed disbelief. Let me put it this way. Might Guy's father, during the Third Shinobi World War, faced the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and achieved a result of 4 dead and 3 escaped. Naruto explained earnestly. The 7 ninja swordsmen? What is that? Sasuke inquired curiously. The most elite force of the Mist Village. Legends say that 7 of them could annihilate a small nation overnight. What? Sasuke gasped in astonishment. At one point, I even considered training under Might Guy, but alas, my status is peculiar. He wouldn't dare accept me. Naruto shrugged helplessly. In any case, for ninjutsu, you could consult Kakashi, who possesses the most experience with the Sharingan. For taijutsu and other training, seek guidance from Might Guy. That is your first option. As for the second path, it involves following Orochimaru. However, this route is fraught with peril. You might perish before you exact your revenge. Naturally, the greater the risk, the greater the potential reward, Naruto elaborated. Why? Sasuke questioned, puzzled. He gives off a vibe as if he desires to claim your body for himself. Naruto expressed his speculation. Huh. Sasuke was taken aback. Sasuke's mind instantaneously conjured unsettling images of Orochimaru, lifting his chin and whispering, Sasuke-kun, I wish to possess you. Ugh, that Orochimaru is actually homosexual? Not in the way you think. What I mean is, he likely desires to take over your body. Naruto hastily clarified, noticing Sasuke's distorted expression. Take over? How is that even possible? Sasuke remained incredulous. No, it's highly plausible. Just moments ago, I discovered a soul concealed within that pattern, and it resembles Orochimaru. Naruto stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, both Sasuke and Sakura were rendered speechless, astonished by the existence of such bizarre jutsu and the enigma that was Orochimaru. If you wish to pursue him, you must wait for information, Naruto continued. What information? Sasuke asked. That Orochimaru has succeeded in taking over others. I don't believe that possessing another's body is a straightforward task. Once he has taken over someone, there will inevitably be a preparation period. This period will not be brief. Sasuke, if you wish to pursue him, you must act after he has taken over, and during his preparation time. You must do everything possible to grow stronger. Otherwise, you may seek vengeance only to become his vessel, Naruto analyzed meticulously. Sasuke sat in silence, brow furrowed, internally conflicted. On one hand, there was an urgent desire to grow stronger. On the other, an abyss of uncertainty and risk loomed before him. His eyes were filled with turmoil, making it exceedingly difficult to reach a decision. Meanwhile, Sakura was on the verge of exploding, her face flushed with anger, her eyes wide, convinced that Naruto was leading Sasuke into a trap. What are you plotting? She shouted, her voice trembling with rage as she stormed forward. Seizing Naruto's collar and pulling him close, her chest heaving, her eyes reddening, ready to unleash a punch. Are you trying to make Sasuke a rogue ninja? At this moment, Sasuke reached out to halt Sakura. Stop it. Sakura, he called out urgently. Sasuke. Sakura gazed at him, her expression a mix of concern and indignation. Sasuke gazed at Naruto and declared, I choose the first path. I must uphold the name of the Uchiha clan within the village. I cannot simply abandon it. Furthermore, I require Kakashi's assistance. Naruto, please help me seal the mark on my neck. Very well, Sasuke. I shall perform the sealing. And I will also provide you with the key. Should you ever need to unleash this power to confront a crisis in the future, you may undo the seal. Thank you, Naruto, Sasuke replied earnestly. There is no need to rush your gratitude. My assistance comes with conditions, Naruto said with a sly grin. What conditions? Sasuke inquired. If Kakashi teaches you the Chidori technique, you must teach it to me in return, Naruto stated plainly. Is that all? I agree, Sasuke responded without hesitation. All right then. I shall proceed to seal that mark now. Please remove your shirt and turn your back to me, Naruto instructed as he began to prepare the hand seals. Upon hearing this, Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, her inner self exclaiming, What? He is taking off his shirt. Sasuke is going to undress. Oh my. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming conflict. On one hand, she was deeply concerned for Sasuke's well-being, unable to shake her worry. On the other hand, this scene was charged with intensity, making it quite embarrassing for her to remain present. Yet, as Sasuke slowly removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined physique, Sakura felt her mind go blank. A deep crimson flush instantly spread across her face, her throat involuntarily constricting as she struggled to contain her emotions, even as saliva betrayed her composure. Flustered, she averted her gaze, attempting to mask her embarrassment, yet her wayward eyes still flickered back to Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto swiftly completed the hand seals, placing his right hand upon the cursed mark on Sasuke's neck, declaring, Sealing technique. For symbols seal. Chapter 45. Orochimaru's doubt days passed swiftly, and the preliminary rounds of the third exam commenced. The atmosphere of this examination mirrored that of the anime, as after numerous eliminations, only 21 participants remained. The three-sound ninja had also successfully advanced through the second round. Naruto, relieved to see them unharmed, mused that the subsequent proceedings would likely unfold similarly to the original narrative. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward with a composed demeanor, his expression serious as he announced, Now, we shall proceed to the third exam. However, before we begin, there are a few matters I must clarify. Naruto, lost in thought and inattentive, dismissed Hiruzen's words, presuming they would consist of the usual platitudes about the Chūnin exams being a microcosm of battles between nations. Yet, upon reflection, he realized there was a purpose behind it. The Leaf Village hosted this exam, with only the Wind Country participating, and its true aim seemed to be the destruction of Konoha. Other major nations appeared indifferent to this spectacle. To Naruto, Should war erupt, this so-called microcosm would hold no relevance. Conflicts would arise regardless. Thus, the genuine intent of the Chūnin exam was likely to showcase the talent of Konoha to the feudal lords of smaller nations, encouraging them to entrust their missions to the more powerful Leaf Village. Naruto contemplated how the Land of Waves had opted for Konoha's ninjas over cheaper options from smaller nations, drawn by the reliability and strength of Konoha's shinobi. This, he reasoned, was the true motive behind the upper echelons of Konoha orchestrating the Chūnin exams. Subsequently, the somewhat ailing Moonlight Gale made his appearance. After uttering a couple of sentences, he was seized by a fit of coughing, his dark circles and frail tone suggesting he might collapse at any moment. Amid his coughing, he inquired, "Is anyone feeling unwell?" The crowd fell silent, unsure of how to respond. As Naruto observed Moonlight Gale's condition, his thoughts wandered astray. Doesn't Moonlight Gale have a girlfriend? I think her name is Hinata. Has he been drained by her? He shook his head, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Seeing no hands raised, Moonlight Gale took a moment to gather himself and continued explaining the rules of the preliminary rounds. At this juncture, all eyes turned to Sasuke, who appeared relaxed and devoid of any signs of discomfort, leaving the others in disbelief. Red Bean furrowed her brow, thinking it best for Sasuke to withdraw. However, Kakashi promptly dismissed this suggestion, fully aware of Sasuke's nature. Moonlight Gale then asked, "Is there anyone wishing to withdraw?" The silence persisted as they awaited a response. Moments passed, yet no one raised their hand to exit. Naruto glanced at Kabuto, recalling that in the anime, Kabuto had withdrawn. Why was he not doing so this time? With no one stepping forward, Moonlight Gale declared, "Since there are no withdrawals, the preliminaries shall commence." He paused before continuing. The upcoming preliminaries will consist of one-on-one combat, or practical combat. However, one individual will be exempt from the fights and will advance directly to the third exam. The remaining 20 participants would engage in 10 rounds of combat, with the victors of each round qualifying for the third exam. There were no rules governing the matches. They would conclude only when one opponent conceded, fell, or perished. However, should I deem a victor evident, I will intervene to minimize casualties. As he spoke, a screen appeared on the upper left wall behind Moonlight Gale. This screen would display the randomly selected individual exempt from the combat, along with the names of the 2 participants for each round. Let us begin by announcing the fortunate individual. The large screen flickered to life, capturing everyone's attention as they eagerly anticipated who would be the lucky one exempt from the exam. As names scrolled, Hinata Hyuga's name suddenly lit up the screen. Naruto, seeing Hinata's name, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Hinata, huh? That's good. At least she won't have to face her brother. Yet, he pondered the butterfly effect, noting that Kabuto had not withdrawn. Why was that? After confirming the first selected candidate, the screen shifted once more, revealing 2 names, Chid KZ versus Uchiha Sasuke. True to the anime, the first match would be a duel between the 2. As they took to the arena, the other participants vacated to observe the battle. The Jonin on stage also descended to witness the fight. As Kakashi passed Sasuke, he whispered, "Sasuke, do not use the Sharingan. It could cost you your life." Sasuke smiled confidently, replying softly, "It's fine. Naruto has sealed it." "What? Sealed it? No wonder you seem so at ease." Kakashi was taken aback by Sasuke's revelation. Yet, contemplating it further, he realized that Naruto, having inherited the Fourth Hokage's teachings, would naturally possess sealing techniques. After all, aside from his mother, his teacher was renowned for his sealing prowess. As all participants vacated, the battle officially commenced. Sasuke wasted no time activating his Sharingan, the crimson eyes with swirling tomo. Observing Sasuke's activation, Orochimaru's calm demeanor shifted, intrigue flickering in his gaze. The Sharingan? What is this? Is he not concerned about the cursed seal's adverse effects? Orochimaru's expression darkened with doubt, yet he smirked inwardly. Interesting. Sasuke, let me witness your strength. As the battle commenced, upon making contact with his opponent's right hand, Sasuke sensed the ability to absorb chakra emanating from Chid KZ. Each encounter resulted in a siphoning of his chakra. Rest assured, this will conclude swiftly. Chid KZ retorted coldly. Humph, is this your capability? How utterly mundane. Sasuke scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. Chid KZ, taken aback by Sasuke's calmness in the face of danger, thought, if contact absorbs chakra, then I must avoid being touched. Then let us see you try. Chid KZ shouted angrily, lunging at Sasuke. However, unlike before, Sasuke, utilizing the dynamic vision bestowed by the Sharingan, deftly evaded Chid KZ's attack. Each attempt fell short, never grazing Sasuke. Though you possess a unique ability, your combat skills are laughably weak, Sasuke taunted, a smirk on his face. Fuming, Chid KZ ground his teeth. Disperse. Sasuke flickered away, launching a kick that sent Chid KZ flying. He then swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, soaring like a burning comet towards Chid KZ. Not good. Chid KZ, still reeling from the kick, was caught off guard. Just as the fireball was about to engulf him, Moonlight Gale, appearing in a flash, brandished his sword and cleaved the fireball in two, saving Chid KZ. Turning to Sasuke, Moonlight Gale proclaimed, the match is over. The victor of the first round is Uchiha Sasuke. Witnessing Sasuke's effortless victory, Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly dark. He initially believed that through this battle, Sasuke's use of chakra would trigger the cursed seal. However, not only did Sasuke awaken his Sharingan, but his chakra was also absorbed. And he engaged in combat, employing ninjutsu, all while appearing utterly unfazed. Orochimaru was filled with confusion. Could it be that he had not actually placed the cursed seal on Sasuke? This seemed impossible, as Sasuke had indeed lost consciousness. A fact confirmed by Kabuto. What could possibly be the explanation? Orochimaru fell into a deep contemplation, his gaze fixated on Sasuke, as if seeking to uncover some clue from him. Chapter 46. The preliminary selection witnessing Sasuke's flawless victory brought a sigh of relief to Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi could not help but exclaim, truly, he is the child of my mentor. Had it not been for Naruto's sealing technique, Sasuke would have faced significant danger this time. As he spoke, Kakashi's gaze shifted toward Naruto, whose dark attire and golden hair increasingly reminded him of his beloved teacher, Minato Namikaze. Soon, the second match commenced. Mirroring the events of the anime, as Shino Aburame faced off against Kankuro. After a fierce exchange, Shino emerged victorious, utilizing his unique insect manipulation techniques. In the third match, Kankuro displayed his exceptional puppetry skills to claim victory. The fourth match featured Sakura Haruno against Ino Yamanaka. The two began their duel, engaging in a battle of physical prowess that was evenly matched. As they both gasped for breath, their chakra reserves dwindling, Ino provocatively taunted Sakura, with Naruto and Sasuke being so powerful, aren't you the most superfluous member of Team 7? No, I am not. Sakura quickly retorted. Oh, then, enlighten me. What contributions have you made to the team? What have you done in this CHNIN exam? Ino pressed, relentless in her inquiry. Sakura found herself momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a response. An opening. Mind transfer technique. Taking advantage of Sakura's guilt-ridden state, Ino executed her technique, seizing control of Sakura's body. Consumed by her inner turmoil, Sakura's fighting spirit evaporated, leading her other persona to succumb as well. In an instant, she fell into a deep slumber. Subsequently, Ino, now controlling Sakura, effortlessly performed ninjutsu to secure victory. The unexpected winner was Ino Yamanaka, leaving Naruto quite astonished. He vividly recalled that in the anime, Sakura and Ino's duel ultimately ended in a draw. However, after a moment of contemplation, Naruto understood the underlying reasons. In the anime, Sakura, upon her teammates' incapacitation, had resolutely taken on the responsibility of protecting them, thus solidifying her determination. Even in the face of formidable foes, she never relinquished hope, fighting to the very end, even at the cost of her own injuries. With such resolve, Sakura's strength was undoubtedly on par with Ino's. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Naruto was not unconscious, and the curse mark afflicting Sasuke had been resolved. Sakura bore no heavy burden, thus she lacked the impetus for transformation. Watching as Sakura was carried away, Naruto murmured, in a certain sense, she has lost in matters of the heart, hasn't she? Sasuke, bewildered, responded, what? Nothing, Naruto hastily replied. By the way, once you complete your revenge, who will you choose as your wife? Sakura or Ino? I suggest you pick Ino. Sasuke retorted curtly, my future is my own to decide. All right, Naruto conceded. The subsequent match featured Tenten against Temari, and without a hint of suspense, Temari triumphed through her sheer combat prowess. Observing Temari's vast arsenal of shuriken, kunai, and scythes, Naruto could not help but internally scoff. What on earth does Tenten's family do? They must be incredibly wealthy, with such an abundance of weapons. It's simply beyond mere funding. Next up was Nara Shikamaru facing off against Kankuro. Shikamaru deftly employed his exceptionally high intellect, orchestrating a clever strategy to secure victory. Shortly after, the screen displayed the names of the next competitors, Naruto Uzumaki versus Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto? Naruto turned to Kabuto, his eyes filled with derision, silently contemplating. What should I do? Will you reveal your strength? Or concede outright? Or are you preparing for a staged match? However, before Naruto could step onto the field, Kabuto raised his hand and declared, I concede. As expected, he chose to forfeit. Yet, Naruto found himself puzzled as to why Kabuto did not concede earlier. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kabuto had intended to observe Sasuke during the match. During the second round of the Chūnin exam, he had been unable to interact with Sasuke and remained ignorant of his circumstances. After the second exam concluded, he approached Orochimaru at the tower, where Orochimaru specifically advised him to concede if he encountered Naruto. Kabuto was perplexed by this directive. Orochimaru, with a sinister smile and beads of cold sweat on his forehead, replied, That boy possesses talents rivaling Itachi's. As he spoke, Orochimaru glanced at his severed arm, and Kabuto followed his gaze, instantly comprehending the deeper meaning behind Orochimaru's words. Originally, Kabuto had hoped to face other contenders in the match, win, and then approach Sasuke as a third-round competitor. However, he never anticipated that his opponent would be Naruto. He could not help but mutter to himself, Is this a stroke of bad luck or a conspiracy? Now, let us commence the next round, announced Moonlight Wind. With the confirmation of the competitors, the match between Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Neji began. Those two. Naruto mused, inwardly predicting Kiba's imminent defeat. As Moonlight Wind declared the match to begin, the two swiftly engaged in combat. Byakugan, Neji exclaimed, activating his bloodline limit, his veins visibly pulsing as his Byakugan locked onto Kiba. As Kiba approached, he was met with a swift, gentle fist strike, rendering him momentarily immobile. Neji then danced his hands like phantoms, executing the 8 trigrams 64 palms technique. Arc, Kiba cried out in despair, casting a desperate glance at Akamaru, who had been struck and collapsed. Akamaru, help me. Akamaru weakly barked in response. Wolf, I can't do it. With a flurry of strikes, Neji completed the 64 palms, and Kiba fainted on the ground, granting victory to Neji Hyuga. Kakashi remarked, How pitiful. Ino added, Kiba, this is not your fault. Guy chimed in, It was unavoidable. Shikamaru commented, Wouldn't it have been better to concede? Choji stated, He didn't even have a chance to say anything. Ino, starry-eyed, exclaimed, So cool. I like him. Shikamaru and Choji stared at Ino in astonishment. Huh? Naruto, however, did not join the others in their commentary, but instead focused intently on Gaara. He recalled that the next match would be the fierce battle between Rock Lee and Gaara. At that moment, Gaara appeared unable to suppress the murderous intent within him, moving to the edge of the arena. Simultaneously, the screen displayed the names of the combatants, Gaara versus Rock Lee. Feeling the adrenaline surge, Lee was instantly invigorated. Beside him, Guy was equally excited. They huddled together, speaking in a language incomprehensible to others, pointing at the gourd on Gaara's back and exclaiming, That gourd looks suspicious. Understood. Go, Lee. Yes. Wait. Just as Lee was about to leap into the arena, Naruto stepped forward, blocking his path. Hearing Naruto call him, Lee halted, perplexed. Naruto, I'm about to compete. Why are you stopping me now? With a serious expression, Naruto approached Lee and earnestly said, Lee, you must concede this match. I refuse. Lee replied without hesitation. Naruto understood Lee's character well. He could not utilize ninjutsu, and physical combat was his only means of proving himself. Naruto was aware that Lee would never surrender easily. But if you have no chance of winning, would you concede? Naruto inquired once more. No. Lee responded resolutely. Even if it means death? Even in death. The fire of determination blazed in Lee's eyes. I see. Then go forth. Naruto said, resigned. All right, Naruto, just watch. I will emerge victorious. With that, Rock Lee leaped down from the arena, casting a cheerful glance at Gaara and saying, I apologize. Chapter 47. The preliminaries conclude the battle between Gaara and Rock Lee commenced with fervor. Initially, Lee refrained from unleashing his full strength, still bearing the concealed weights upon his person, seemingly reserving his capabilities, as if there remained room for maneuver. At that moment, Naruto, observing Lee on the field, turned to Might Guy, who stood behind him, and inquired, Guy-sensei, Has Lee also mastered the 8 gates? How do you know? Oh, it must be because of my eternal rival. Kakashi must have told you, right? Guy exclaimed, his face illuminated with realization. He then shouted towards Kakashi, Kakashi, I want to lose to you. With that proclamation, he flashed a thumbs up at Kakashi, his grin revealing a row of gleaming teeth, the sound echoing like thunder. Kakashi, bewildered, pondered internally, what on earth is wrong with him? Why is he suddenly acting this way? However, Naruto was too preoccupied to consider Guy's peculiar behavior. After all, Guy was behind him and out of sight. I didn't learn this from Kakashi-sensei, Naruto clarified. I see. It seems you have become quite the remarkable ninja, Naruto. Guy praised with a smile. Guy-sensei, I am not jesting. Although I can intervene as a friend, it may evoke his resentment towards me. Some matters are best handled by you. As a mentor, Naruto said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Guy's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression. What do you mean? According to the intelligence I have gathered, that individual, Gaara, known as the Sand Demon, is a maniac who proves his existence through murder, Naruto replied gravely. Is that so? I had no idea he was such a person. But it's fine. Lee will not lose. Guy remained steadfast in his confidence in Lee. No. Lee is destined to lose. For that, like me, he harbors a monster within, Naruto whispered. Nanny. Upon hearing this revelation, Guy understood the reason behind Naruto's certainty of Lee's defeat. If Naruto's assertion held true, then Lee truly stood no chance against Gaara. Furthermore, while the 8 gates wield tremendous power, they also come with a terrifying consequence. If Lee failed to decisively defeat Gaara, the latter would surely kill him. Naruto continued. If Lee persists without surrendering, the consequences could be fatal, or at the very least, result in broken limbs, leaving him unable to become a ninja for life. Guy's heart tightened at this thought, his face filled with shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guy nodded solemnly. I understand. I will intervene at the crucial moment. But, Guy-sensei, may I ask a question? Naruto inquired. Go ahead. Why can't you take me as your apprentice? Naruto asked curiously. Why is that? Ha. Guy struggled to find a suitable response to Naruto's question, resorting to awkward laughter to deflect. Kakashi, observing Guy's odd behavior, felt overwhelmed by the confusion. Resigned, he decided to retreat into his world of literature, preferring to ignore the spectacle, not overly concerned with Guy's antics. Naruto surmised he understood the reason. Never mind, I'm leaving. As Naruto departed, Guy smiled and said, Naruto, thank you for being Lee's friend. Naruto waved his hand and returned to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, seeing Naruto's return, could not help but ask, what did you say to him? I told him, Kakashi, that you have a crush on him, Naruto replied with a cheeky grin. Kakashi's expression turned to one of exasperation. Just kidding, Naruto quickly clarified. Kakashi could only shake his head in resignation. Soon, Naruto's attention shifted back to Lee's match. As Lee shed his weights, his speed increased dramatically, akin to a black lightning bolt racing across the arena. Sasuke, watching Lee's sudden surge in velocity, was filled with disbelief. Naruto, noticing Sasuke's reaction, grinned and asked, how about it? Can you keep up with his speed? Sasuke shook his head honestly, but then smiled. Interesting. It seems training with him will make me stronger. With that thought, he began to anticipate the future. Before long, realizing conventional attacks were insufficient to overcome Gaara, Lee resolved to employ the Lotus technique. Upon opening the 5th gate, Lee's speed reached its zenith, leaving Gaara momentarily unable to keep pace, subjecting him to a merciless onslaught. Lee overwhelmed Gaara, rendering him defenseless in midair, unable to retaliate. Witnessing Lee's astonishing speed, Sasuke could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in awe, is this the speed of a human? Just as Lee prepared to deliver the final blow, his body had already sustained severe injuries, with torn muscles and damaged tendons. With the final strike, Guy noticed Gaara's gourd beginning to turn to sand, forming a formidable shield. Realizing the dire situation, Guy thought to himself that Lee had indeed lost, and it was time to act. Sure enough, Lee, battered and bruised, still struggled to rise. The duel was not yet over, and he refused to abandon his ninja way. At that moment, Gaara manipulated the sand, forming a colossal hand that slowly approached Lee. Seeing this, Lee attempted to flee, but his body was unresponsive, immobilized by his injuries. Just as the sand was about to ensnare his left hand and foot, Guy dashed forward like a green flash, dispersing the sand with a swift motion. Upon witnessing Guy's timely intervention, Lee, confused, murmured, Guy-sensei, why? Before he could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion. Guy sighed in relief at Lee's injuries. That was close. Yet, Gaara was perplexed by Guy's actions, questioning, why save him? With unwavering resolve, Guy replied, because he is my most cherished subordinate. As Gaara prepared to leave the arena. Just as the announcer sought to declare the outcome of the match, Lee somehow staggered back to his feet, adopting a fighting stance. Of course, he was utterly drained. And it was not long before he succumbed to unconsciousness. His brief resurgence was merely a testament to his unwillingness to forsake his ninja way. Seeing this, Guy was deeply moved and rushed forward to embrace Lee tightly. Naruto watched Lee with a sigh of relief. Perhaps, upon awakening, Lee might harbor resentment towards Guy. But Guy was not only his teacher. He was akin to a mentor, even a father figure. The individual who understood Lee best was Might Guy, for they shared similar childhoods and experiences. Guy comprehended Lee's ninja way and aspirations, and thus knew how to guide him through this defeat. The Chūnin exams were not a life-or-death struggle. Losing this round was inconsequential, for there would be future opportunities. To risk everything in this battle, wagering his life, could lead only to despair. Such a gamble was hardly worth it, for the only outcome would be unending suffering. Although in the anime, Lee received Tsunade's assistance to recover, some pains are better left unexperienced. Moreover, this was merely a Chūnin exam. There would be many more chances to prove one's ninja way, no need to rush. As Lee was carried away, Naruto turned his gaze towards the screen. Behind him, Kakashi watched Lee being taken out and understood Naruto's earlier visit to Guy. Feeling a sense of solace as he silently mused, Naruto, you truly value the safety of your comrades. In the final confrontation, Dingzi regrettably faced defeat. Thus, the preliminary rounds came to a conclusion. The participants in the third examination are Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Aburame, Kankuro, Ino Yamanaka, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, Naruto Uzumaki, Neji Hyuga, Gaara, and Toshiro. Chapter 48. Kurenai's decision. The preliminary rounds had drawn to a close, and now all eyes were set on the highly anticipated third official selection. Scheduled to take place a month later, dignitaries and ninja leaders from various nations would gather to witness this pinnacle of ninja competition. For the participants, this month represented a precious interval, a rare opportunity for rest to rejuvenate their weary bodies and minds, as well as a golden chance to enhance their abilities through rigorous training. Striving for self-improvement, the order of combatants was determined by drawing lots. Naruto reached into the lot box, pulled out a slip of paper, and, to his dismay, found that he had drawn number 1 once again. Once everyone had drawn their lots, the order of the matches was established. Naruto Uzumaki, number 1, Neji Hyuga, number 2, Gaara, number 3, Sasuke Uchiha, number 4, Kankuro, number 5, Shino Aburame, number 6, Temari, number 7, Toshiro, number 8, Shikamaru Nara, number 9, Hinata Hyuga, number 10, and Ino Yamanaka, number 11. Consequently, Ino found herself without a match. She wore a puzzled expression and voiced her concern, asking, "What should I do?" The third Hokage smiled gently, reassuring her, "Do not worry, arrangements will be made in due course." Naruto, however, was indifferent. He was well aware of the inevitable outcome. His gaze drifted to the sound ninja Toshiro, and he thought to himself that this individual would undoubtedly meet his demise and would be unable to participate in the exam, leading to Shikamaru facing Temari instead. What a pity. Both voice actors have passed away, truly a testament to their bond as a couple. Yet, his opponent remained Neji Hyuga, which had not changed. As the crowd began to disperse, Neji approached Hinata, his tone frosty and devoid of warmth, stating, "You should withdraw while you still can." Despite her desire to forfeit, she had persisted thus far for the sake of her comrades. Neji continued, "Perhaps you might pass the third exam by sheer luck, but remember, without strength and resolve, luck alone is futile." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Naruto, listening to Neji's words, felt a peculiar expression cross his face. Did Neji truly believe that Shikamaru lacked the capability? What a jest! While Shikamaru may not be the epitome of physical prowess, his intellect was unparalleled. With a little thought, he could devise countless strategies to overcome challenges. Thus, it was unlikely that even Neji would prevail over Shikamaru. Scoffing at Neji's arrogance, Naruto resolved that a confrontation with him was inevitable. Afterward, Naruto exited the venue and began his journey home. Speaking of which, he still had to visit the Dragon Cave, as the old white snake had been seeking him. With this month of leisure at hand, it was the perfect opportunity to go. However, Kurenai needed to be properly settled first. Upon returning home, Naruto found Kurenai staring vacantly at the sky in his room. "I'm back," he said softly. "Oh, you've returned," Kurenai replied, snapping out of her reverie. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's fine. This tranquil life is what I aspire to pursue," Naruto responded. He then looked at Kurenai and suddenly asked, "Do you still wish to become a ninja?" "I don't know." "Then allow me to propose a few paths for you to consider." "Do tell." "First, you could become a medical ninja. I will endeavor to persuade Tsunade to take you as her apprentice, so you may become the finest medical ninja." Upon hearing this, Kurenai shook her head without hesitation. "No, I never want to save lives again." "All right. Second, you could become an ordinary ninja, taking on missions to earn a living." "That sounds decent, but I'm not interested. Besides, being a ninja requires knowing other people, which is too much hassle." "Is there anything else?" "Third, you could join my company and work alongside my team to manage it." "Oh, you have a company? Where is it?" Kurenai's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, are you interested in making money? That is certainly preferable to the first two options." "Very well, then I shall let you join my company." With that, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting Kurenai to his company and introducing her to Haku and Zabuza. Upon seeing Haku, Kurenai coldly remarked, "Oh, there's a handsome lady here. Naruto, is this your girlfriend?" Naruto coughed. "Ahem, he is a male." Kurenai's expression shifted abruptly, her face flushing slightly as she quickly appeared before Haku, breathless with excitement. "Why you? Hello? Handsome." Haku looked bewildered. Naruto slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that Kurenai was a complete beauty enthusiast, particularly fond of attractive men. Upon encountering Haku, who resembled a beautiful jade figure, her true nature was instantly revealed, transforming her into a lovesick admirer. "Ahem, Haku, Zabuza, I leave her in your capable hands," Naruto stated. Zabuza replied, "Understood, I'll take care of it." Naruto nodded in reassurance, then turned to Kurenai, saying, "If I locate Tsunade, I will take you to meet her so she can treat the scar on your arm." "It's all right, Naruto. It's fine. Let those scars remain." "Why? They mar your appearance." "It really doesn't matter. Having these scars serves as a constant reminder for me to take each day seriously." "Is that so? I understand." With that, Naruto returned indoors. After a brief rest and preparing provisions, he stood in his room and took a deep breath, shadow clone jutsu. With a puff of smoke, 1,000 miniature shadow clones materialized in the room. However, as soon as they appeared, they utilized the transformation technique to alter their sizes. After all, if they all manifested at their full size, the room would be utterly overcrowded. Naruto addressed the diminutive clones. "Okay, brothers, all eyes on me. Listen up. I have some announcements. First, if any issues arise, one shadow clone must be dispelled to inform me. Second, if Sasuke seeks me out, one clone can learn on my behalf, and once he has mastered it, he can be dispelled. Third, if I have not returned 2 days before the third exam, all clones must be dispelled. If I have not returned within 4 hours, continue to dispel. Fourth, if you encounter Jiraiya, do not hesitate. Dispel the shadow clone immediately, no need for conversation. For all other situations, use your judgment. Oh, and remember to send one clone out each day to avoid raising suspicions." All the little Narutos nodded in understanding, clearly grasping Naruto's directives. Once everything was arranged, Naruto gazed at his thumb, opened his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a kunai and made a small incision on his thumb, causing blood to flow forth. He promptly smeared the blood across his right palm, swiftly forming hand seals before pressing his hand against the floor. Summoning jutsu. At that moment, a small black snake appeared before Naruto. He addressed the snake. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I wish to visit the Dragon Cave to meet the White Snake Sage." The snake nodded and then vanished from sight. Naruto patiently awaited the outcome, and soon he heard a loud pop as his original self disappeared from the room. Chapter 49. Jiraiya. The streets of Konoha buzzed with their usual vibrancy, bustling with the ebb and flow of townsfolk, when a familiar figure returned quietly. It was none other than the illustrious Jiraiya, disciple of the Toad Sage and one of the legendary 3 ninjas. However, this renowned hero, upon his return to the village, inexplicably reverted to his old ways, sneaking into the bathhouse to spy. He crouched low, cautiously making his way near the bathhouse, his eyes darting around furtively. Yet, when he finally discovered a prime vantage point and peered in, he was met with the shocking sight of an elderly woman clad in a bikini. Jiraiya exclaimed in horror. What the? This sudden outburst betrayed his presence, causing the girls inside the bathhouse to freeze momentarily before erupting into shrieks, swiftly arming themselves and pursuing him. A peeping Tom. Get him. My innocence is ruined, cried the elderly woman. Everyone attack. Overwhelmed with fear, Jiraiya scrambled to evade the furious mob of girls, finally managing to escape and lean against a wall, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow in relief, grateful to have narrowly avoided disaster. After regaining his composure, he straightened his clothes and made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon pushing open the familiar door, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at his desk, diligently sifting through a mountain of paperwork. Noticing Jiraiya, the Hokage set down his pen and greeted him with a warm smile. You've returned, Jiraiya. Ah, old man. But you seem to be aging more by the day. I'm getting on in years, and you refuse to take up the Hokage mantle. What else can I do? Why not let me become the 5th Hokage? Absolutely not. You know my temperament. After exchanging pleasantries, the atmosphere grew weighty as Hiruzen broached the topic of Orochimaru's troubling reappearance. Sasuke has developed a cursed seal similar to that of Anko's, which suggests that Orochimaru has set his sights on him. However, his intentions remain unclear, he expressed with evident concern. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brow and inquired, where is Naruto now? At that moment, Naruto was in the mysterious dragon cave, seeking unknown powers. Meanwhile, a shadow clone sat by a stream, meditating as per Naruto's instructions. Soon after, Jiraiya arrived at the stream's edge. I didn't expect someone else to appreciate this place as much as I do, he remarked nonchalantly, feigning a chance encounter with Naruto, adopting a pose of carefree ease. However, upon spotting Jiraiya, the shadow clone merely cast a brief glance his way before dismissively dispelling itself. In an instant, with a soft puff, the clone vanished into a cloud of smoke, leaving Jiraiya agape, his mouth agape in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon cave, Naruto instantly absorbed the clone's memories. He frowned slightly and murmured, Jiraiya, have you returned? Humph, my fate has already shifted. I wonder if yours has changed as well. Not one to give up easily, Jiraiya attempted several other methods to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter with Naruto. However, each time, Naruto either vanished in an instant or dispelled the shadow clone without granting him a moment's chance. Out of options, Jiraiya hurried to the Hokage's office to inquire about Naruto's home address from Sarutobi. Upon acquiring the address, he rushed to Naruto's doorstep. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Undeterred, he climbed upstairs to peek through the window. Inside, he saw Naruto quietly engrossed in a book. Noticing the commotion outside, Naruto looked up, saw Jiraiya, and put down his book with an exasperated sigh. What do you want? It's not that, Naruto. I'm genuinely interested in you and wish to learn more. Jiraiya replied sheepishly, scratching his head with a grin. Seeing Jiraiya's foolish demeanor, Naruto felt a wave of irritation and reached to shut the window. Quick as a flash, Jiraiya blocked the window, saying, Come on, Naruto, don't be so heartless. Why not seek your destined path instead of coming to find me? Why are you here instead of looking for your destined child? Naruto retorted bluntly. At this, Jiraiya's playful facade vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he fixed his gaze on Naruto and asked, Naruto, how did you know about this? How did I know? You dare to ask. My despicable father even named me after a character from your novels. How could I not know? Naruto replied, annoyance palpable in his voice. Minato, huh? Well, I suppose that makes sense. But it raises another question. If you know who I am, why are you avoiding me? Naruto shot him a cold look, replying, Because I don't want to see you. Why not? I deserve a reason. Jiraiya implored innocently. You know why? Naruto gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. I don't understand, Naruto. Please, don't keep me in suspense, Jiraiya said, growing increasingly anxious. Leave. I don't want to see you. Naruto ordered, dismissing him. Naruto. Jiraiya attempted to protest, but was met with a furious shout, Leave. The anger in Naruto's voice echoed with deep resentment. Defeated, Jiraiya left. Perplexed and unable to fathom how he had offended Naruto, he returned to the Hokage's office to inquire about Naruto's upbringing, hoping to uncover the truth behind his behavior. Sarutobi, upon understanding Jiraiya's intent, recounted Naruto's difficult past, his struggles with hunger, cold, and relentless bullying from others, which ignited a fierce anger within Jiraiya. How could you allow Naruto to endure such hardships? I should have taken him away long ago. he chastised vehemently. The Hokage, bearing a face of regret, lowered his head and confessed, "That was indeed my fault. I had no idea Naruto was living such a life. I was negligent." Hearing the Hokage's remorseful words, Jiraiya's fury subsided slightly. Yet, had Naruto been present, he would have scoffed, thinking, "This old fool is quite the actor, as Hokage. How could he not be aware of the village's affairs?" In a sense, he was just as foolish as the fourth Kazekage. Chapter 50. The nourishing properties of frog meat. After a careful analysis, Sarutobi Hiruzen speculated that Naruto might be lamenting the absence of Jiraiya, his father's teacher, who had never been by his side. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya found the conjecture quite plausible. From that moment on, Jiraiya endeavored in various ways to approach Naruto, seeking to compensate for the years of lost companionship. However, after a fortnight, Naruto resembled a frightened hedgehog, vigilantly guarding himself against Jiraiya, making it difficult for him to even approach Naruto's doorstep. In desperation, Jiraiya stood beneath Naruto's residence and bit his thumb, invoking the summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a massive red toad, wielding a weapon akin to a harpoon and holding a large bowl, materialized amidst a cloud of smoke. The sheer size of the toad shook the ground upon its descent. Startled by the sudden tremor, Naruto angrily flung open the window and shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to destroy my home?" The surrounding neighbors, disturbed by the commotion, peered out to join Naruto in berating Jiraiya. Yet, upon glimpsing the immense toad, they were rendered speechless. Seeing the situation unfold, Jiraiya felt a wave of embarrassment and instructed the toad to depart. As it left, the toad, dejected, remarked, "Indeed, I am still too foolish." Returning to the Hokage's office, Jiraiya recounted the incident to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who scolded him directly. "Jiraiya, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Do you wish to destroy the village?" Acknowledging his missteps, Jiraiya quickly soothed, "I apologize. I merely wanted to connect with Naruto. After so many years apart, I hope to make amends." "Very well, I shall assist you in arranging this," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with resignation, realizing there was no other option. The following day, Sarutobi Hiruzen accompanied Jiraiya to Naruto's doorstep. Upon opening the door and seeing the two men, Naruto's expression instantly turned icy, and he brusquely inquired, "Are you done yet? Naruto, do you harbor any misunderstandings towards Jiraiya?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked kindly. "Grandpa Hokage, since you wish to mediate, allow me to pose a question." Naruto retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Go ahead, Naruto," he replied. Why was he absent from the village the night the Nine-Tails attacked? Had he been present, would the fourth Hokage still be alive? Anger flickered in Naruto's eyes as he glared at Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, also turned his gaze toward Jiraiya. Indeed, why had Jiraiya not been in the village during Kushina's pregnancy? The Nine-Tails were of utmost significance to Konoha, and Kushina was the beloved of Jiraiya's disciple. The moment of childbirth for a female Jinchuriki was perilous, as the seal was at its weakest, yet Jiraiya had chosen to leave the village at such a critical juncture. Had he remained, perhaps the fourth Hokage and his wife could have been spared. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Jiraiya had been pursuing the prophecy of the great sage toad for the future of the ninja world, he couldn't help but question why he had left the village at such a crucial time. Even he shared Naruto's confusion, his gaze fixed intently on Jiraiya. Jiraiya opened his mouth, eager to explain that he had left the village in search of the child of prophecy. However, the words faltered on his lips. After years of searching, he had no leads on the whereabouts of the prophesied child. How could he express that? After a long pause, he could only sadly utter, "I'm sorry." Seeing his disciple so dejected, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart ached, prompting him to fabricate an excuse. "Naruto, Jiraiya was on an important mission." Naruto scoffed at this and dismissed the comment, allowing the matter to fade away for the moment. However, a few days later, Jiraiya appeared once more at Naruto's doorstep. "Are you ever going to quit?" Naruto exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. "Naruto, I truly apologize. The events concerning your parents were my fault. Allow me to make amends by teaching you some techniques," Jiraiya said sincerely. Not interested, Naruto flatly rejected without hesitation. "Please, Naruto, I am your father's teacher, and I possess many powerful jutsu to share with you." Jiraiya persisted in his attempts to persuade Naruto. "I said no," Naruto reiterated firmly. "Don't be so obstinate, Naruto. Allow me to demonstrate some impressive techniques. I assure you will find them intriguing," Jiraiya continued without relent. As Jiraiya rambled on, Naruto's forehead began to throb with frustration, a prominent vein appearing. At the perfect moment, as Jiraiya was animatedly speaking, Naruto seized the opportunity to conjure a Rasengan and hurled it at Jiraiya. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya was struck by the Rasengan, soaring through the air like a kite with its strings severed. Watching Jiraiya fly away, Naruto remarked, "I truly admire your tenacity." He began to understand Kakashi's feelings towards Guy. Such a relentless pest was truly exhausting. Upon landing, Jiraiya felt as if his insides had been rearranged, and he couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, he made his way to find Sarutobi Hiruzen after receiving treatment at the hospital. "Old man, what is going on with Naruto? How did he suddenly master the Rasengan?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a swell of pride and replied, "Ah, that is also thanks to Minato." Minato? Through Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Jiraiya learned that Naruto had not only encountered the fourth Hokage within himself, but had also inherited his legacy, mastering the Rasengan and sealing techniques. Furthermore, Naruto had trained diligently over the years, reaching the level of a special jonin in taijutsu and excelling in jinjutsu, effectively becoming a versatile warrior. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it seems I have little left to teach him. No, wait, I still have something." Thus, undeterred, Jiraiya approached Naruto once more. Naruto, gazing at the stubborn old man before him, felt utterly exasperated. Wary of another potential attack from Naruto, Jiraiya quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Naruto, today I wish to teach you a jutsu." "Absolutely not," Naruto replied without a moment's thought. "How about that massive toad I summoned last time? Isn't it impressive? Would you like to learn?" Jiraiya enticed. "A toad, you say? That could work." Naruto pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. "Fantastic. Then it's settled. Let us go learn," Jiraiya exclaimed with excitement. As they walked, Naruto muttered to himself, "Frog meat is indeed beneficial. It enhances immunity, aids digestion, improves skin, and regulates endocrine functions. A toad that large would last me quite a while." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya abruptly halted, his mouth twitching in disbelief, and turned to scold Naruto, "Stop right there. That toad is not for eating. Cast aside those ridiculous thoughts." Naruto shot him a cold look and replied, "There's no way I'd throw that idea away. How about you give me 2 toads since I'm feeling a bit peckish?" "Absolutely not," Jiraiya fumed, his face turning red with indignation. Naruto smirked, "What a shame. Frog meat is highly nutritious. If you won't eat it, why have a toad at all? Hey, that's incredibly rude. Toads are not for consumption. They are our companions in battle," Jiraiya retorted, his face flushed with anger. "Huh. Only you and the fourth Hokage could consider a toad a companion," Naruto scoffed. Jiraiya took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself, "Stay calm, stay calm. This is the child of Minato." After a considerable effort to suppress his rising ire, just as he was about to engage Naruto in a debate, the boy vanished without a trace once more. "Ah, that insufferable brat," Jiraiya fumed, seething with rage. While Jiraiya was preoccupied with seeking out Naruto's shadow clones, the real Naruto was busy in the Dragon Cave. He had spent some time passing the trials of the 3 goddesses and had finally encountered the White Snake Sage. At that moment, the White Snake Sage did not appear as an elderly woman, but rather as an enormous white serpent, exuding an aura of mystique and ancient wisdom. Naruto respectfully inquired, "I have heard you were looking for me, White Snake Sage." Chapter 51. Xianya the Great White Snake Sage fixed her enormous gaze upon Naruto. Her eyes filled with perplexity, and inquired in a measured tone, "Child, you are not of the Uchiha clan, so how do you possess such sinister eyes?" Naruto's lips curled into a cryptic smile as he responded, "Well, that remains my secret." The White Snake Sage inclined her head slightly, her voice gentle as she conceded, "It is quite all right if you prefer not to share it with me. Since you have already entered into a pact with my Ryuchi cave, I presume you have yet to forge an exclusive contract with one of our great serpents here, correct?" A spark of curiosity flickered in Naruto's eyes as he promptly asked, "Do you have any recommendations?" A sense of certainty permeated the White Snake Sage's gaze as she declared, "I have a premonition that there is one among us who would resonate with you exceptionally well." "That one? Who might that be?" Naruto pressed eagerly. "Xianya," the White Snake Sage replied succinctly. That sounds acceptable. He seems formidable, which should suit me well," Naruto mused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thereupon, the White Snake Sage, in her benevolence, divulged some of Xianya's vulnerabilities to Naruto. However, Scarcely had these words left her lips when her tone shifted abruptly, and she requested with a hint of anticipation, "Once you have subdued Xinya, remember to bestow his reverse scale upon me, won't you? Are you issuing me an order?" Naruto retorted, his eyes instantly gleaming with an eerie light, transforming into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The light, imbued with an aura of malevolence, pierced the White Snake Sage's memory like a sharpened arrow, evoking recollections of harrowing events from her past. The White Snake Sage recoiled inwardly, hastily plastering on a smile and waving her hands dismissively. "No, no. If you wish to keep it, by all means, do so." Subsequently, the White Snake Sage summoned a small serpent, instructing it to guide Naruto. Before long, Naruto espied a colossal crimson serpent slumbering peacefully ahead, Xinya himself. "Very well. The rest is up to me. You may return," Naruto whispered to the serpent sent by the White Snake Sage. The small serpent nodded nimbly and slithered away with incredible speed, like a bolt of black lightning. Naruto cautiously advanced, halting a short distance from Xinya, and called out, "Are you Xinya?" Upon hearing his name, Xinya's sole remaining left eye fluttered open, revealing a glint of wariness and animosity. Upon realizing that it was a human addressing him, his rage surged, and without hesitation, he unleashed his crimson maw, lunging furiously at Naruto like a tidal wave of crimson wrath. Reacting swiftly, Naruto nimbly evaded Xinya's assault, relying on his agility. Then, with a focused gaze, he activated his Sharingan. At the instant their gazes locked, Naruto bellowed, "Jinjutsu, Sharingan." In a fleeting moment, Xinya's eyes were flooded with the very scene he had strived to bury, his master's betrayal and the agonizing torment he had endured. Witnessing the figure he so loathed, Xinya emitted a deafening roar. "Die, you detestable ninja!" As he lunged to devour the illusionary man, time seemed to grind to a halt, frozen by an unseen force. What is happening?" Xinya exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror and bewilderment. Now, Xinya, there's no need to rush," Naruto murmured, materializing above Xinya's head like a specter, gently patting him as he sought to quell his raging emotions. "Get off me, you wretch. I'll swallow you whole." Xinya roared, writhing in fury, his voice echoing through the cavern, causing pebbles to rain down from the ceiling. "I said, there's no need to rush," Naruto repeated softly, his voice like a soothing breeze, attempting to pacify Xinya's inner turmoil. With a soft snap of his fingers, the illusionary scene morphed once more. This time, the image encompassed not only the man, but also another version of Xinya himself. The past unfolded before Xinya's eyes like a somber film, and the hatred within him threatened to engulf him entirely. "Humans, I will slaughter every last one of you," Xinya bellowed, his voice laced with unbridled resentment. At that moment, Naruto spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "That man sacrificed himself to save you." Upon hearing these words, Xinya's rage seemed to find an even more ferocious outlet, threatening to shatter the heavens as he roared, "All I want to do now is kill you. Release me. That man had every opportunity to kill you when you were vulnerable and trusted him, but he merely wounded your right eye. Do you know why?" Naruto inquired patiently, endeavoring to calm Xinya. "I refuse to listen to your deceitful words," Xinya retorted, writhing in fury, his scales scraping against each other, producing a rustling sound. "First, compose yourself and observe the man's expression," Naruto urged, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. As Naruto spoke, the scene before them shifted again. A man and a serpent stood shoulder to shoulder on a battlefield, but the situation was dire, with an atmosphere of despair blanketing the entire area. They appeared to be the only ones tenaciously holding their ground. Their cooperation was seamless, yet the man's expression suddenly turned grave, indicating that he sensed the peril of continuing the fight. However, Xinya persisted in battling relentlessly, even with his body riddled with wounds and his crimson scales stained with blood. As the man sought to retreat, Xinya adamantly chose to stay and fight. He knew that remaining would mean certain death for both of them. In a decisive moment, the man struck, blinding Xinya in one eye, causing him to collapse. When Xinya finally awoke, he found himself in an endless desert, surrounded by desolation, with no sign of the enemy. Upon witnessing this, Xinya, still trapped in the illusion, could not help but exclaim, "Humans, vile humans. I should never have placed my trust in humans. Especially you treacherous ninja. You are not to be trusted." At that moment, Naruto interjected softly, "He injured you. causing you to lose consciousness, thus giving the enemy the impression that you had been slain. Even the most savage of foes would not bother with the corpse of a summoned beast. And the reason you did not see the enemy upon awakening is that he drew them all away. Hearing these words, Xianya froze, as if petrified. Impossible. This cannot be. Xianya stammered, his voice trembling as he struggled to reject the truth. If it were not possible, why are you still alive? Why were there no enemies when you awoke? Naruto pressed, seeking to compel Xianya to confront reality. This. Xianya faltered, unable to find a retort. Xianya, you are fortunate to have known a companion who valued you and sought to protect you. He must have yearned to explain his actions and apologize, but alas. He is no longer with us, Naruto said softly, his voice tinged with regret. Xianya remained silent, the fire in his eyes gradually dying down, replaced by a complex expression. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, Naruto released Xianya from the illusion. Naruto conversed with Xianya for a considerable time. Though he could not fully comprehend the pain Xianya had endured, he deeply understood the man's desire to safeguard his comrade. Understanding this sentiment, Naruto vowed that if Xianya were to become his friend, he would do everything in his power to protect him. Upon hearing Naruto's heartfelt words, Shinya fell silent for a moment before huffing, "Suit yourself." After uttering this, it slowly began to crawl away, but after a short while, it turned away from Naruto and said, "If you ever need me, do not hesitate to call." Upon hearing Shinya's words, a radiant smile graced Naruto's face as he replied, "Really? Thank you, my friend. By the way, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. You may also call me Naruto." "Understood, Naruto," Shinya responded. With Shinya's acknowledgement, Naruto beamed with satisfaction. As he continued on his path, Naruto encountered a charming large serpent. "Are you the green serpent?" Naruto inquired curiously. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The green serpent asked, a flicker of confusion passing through its eyes. "So cute," Naruto exclaimed without thinking. "What?" The green serpent was taken aback, incredulous at the unexpected compliment for a male serpent. "What a peculiar human," it mused. "I am Naruto, here to make friends. I just befriended a powerful ally," Naruto explained with a smile. "Oh," the green serpent responded nonchalantly before slowly slithering away. As Naruto watched the green serpent's retreating figure, he remarked, "Until we meet again, Green Serpent." He then continued on his journey. Upon reaching the white serpent sage, he respectfully stated, "I have returned." "Oh, did you obtain Shinya's reverse scale?" the white serpent sage inquired. "No, that item can remain with it," Naruto replied. "Have you thus failed?" the white serpent sage asked, a hint of perplexity in their tone. With a cold chuckle, Naruto resolutely bit into the skin of his thumb, causing blood to flow forth. He swiftly formed seals, and then struck the ground with force. Bang! Amidst a cloud of smoke, Shinya suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Glaring at the grand white serpent, Shinya furiously shouted, "I heard you wish to possess my reverse scale? Be wary, lest I end your life." The white serpent, upon seeing Shinya manifest, smirked slightly and replied with a mocking chuckle, "Heh, I see. You are indeed impressive." The white serpent sage then turned to Naruto and said, "You are Naruto, correct? Should you wish to learn sage techniques, you are always welcome." Naruto shook his head. "No need. I have other avenues to learn sage techniques." "Oh, it seems you possess quite a few secrets," the white serpent sage noted, curiosity glimmering in their eyes. "Hee, who knows?" Naruto replied with a mysterious smile. Naruto then turned to Shinya and said, "Shinya, I must return as I have an exam to attend." "Oh, do come by often," Shinya responded. "Understood," Naruto replied. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and in a puff of smoke, they each returned to their respective places. Upon returning home, Naruto gazed at his multitude of shadow clones and gently waved his hand to disperse them. After absorbing all their memories, he soaked in the warm water, contemplatively reflecting, "Sigh, now it's my turn to face Jiraiya." Chapter 52. The Art of Lightning Release and Body Refinement. As the third round of the Chūnin exam draws ever closer, with less than 10 days remaining, everything unfolds as Naruto had anticipated. Kakashi ultimately imparts the technique of Chidori to Sasuke. Immersed in the rigorous training of Chidori, Sasuke grapples with his thoughts regarding the Sharingan. After much contemplation, he sets aside his usual pride and seeks Kakashi's guidance on the usage of the Sharingan. "Kakashi, after all these years of using the Sharingan, you must possess a wealth of experience. Would you teach me?" Kakashi is taken aback by Sasuke's humble request. In his memory, Sasuke has always been solitary and aloof. So this approach is unexpected. Seeing his students so eager to learn, Kakashi generously shares his invaluable insights accumulated over the years regarding the Sharingan. Well, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. First, the Sharingan. As Sasuke listens, he is filled with awe. He never imagined that Kakashi, not of the Uchiha clan, would have such profound knowledge of the Sharingan. After a day of intense and focused training, dusk quietly falls. Under the moonlight, Sasuke approaches Naruto as shadow clone, intending to impart the training methods for Chidori. From that moment, Naruto's shadow clone immerses itself in the study of Chidori. One cannot deny the astonishing power of Chidori. Its formidable strength rivals that of the Rasengan. However, after a period of practice, the results achieved by the shadow clone do not meet Naruto's expectations. It appears that to truly harness the full potential of Chidori, the original body must engage in the training personally. Consequently, the shadow clone, having completed its phase of training, transmits all experiences and memories related to Chidori back to Naruto, who resides in the Dragon Cave. Upon receiving these memories, Naruto immediately embarks on his own practice of Chidori within the Dragon Cave. When he successfully unleashes Chidori for the first time, an overwhelming surge of lightning release energy floods through him like a torrential wave, remarkably invigorating the vitality of his cells. Naruto instantly perceives a significant enhancement in his reflexes, as if time itself has slowed in his perception, granting him a terrifying speed that surpasses that of ordinary ninjas. In the ensuing days, Naruto, drawing from his recollections of ninjutsu from the anime, uses Chidori as a foundation to continuously explore and develop various related techniques. Upon his return to Konoha village, he finds himself confronted with two dilemmas. On one hand, he must devise ways to evade Jiraiya's enthusiastic pursuit. On the other hand, he begins to experiment with body training utilizing the power of lightning release, hoping to further unearth his potential and enhance his abilities. One day, after returning to Konoha, Naruto ascends a towering cliff, ready to commence a new round of training. He takes a deep breath and gradually channels the lightning release chakra within him. In an instant, the chakra surges like a racing current, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Ah! Naruto screams in agony. This formidable power does not bring the exhilaration of strength, but rather an excruciating pain. He feels as though he is engulfed in a raging inferno, his skin beginning to scorch, emitting a sizzling sound. While his entire body tingles as if every muscle has lost control, an overwhelming sense of weakness crashing over him. Instinctively, Naruto glances at his hand, witnessing the damage inflicted by the intense electric shock, with charred skin visible on the surface. Fortunately, the Nine-Tails chakra reacts swiftly, beginning to heal his injured body. Under the careful nurturing of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto gradually feels his strength returning, while the relentless pain begins to subside. Once he regains some semblance of strength, Naruto, feeling his legs weaken, slowly sits down, exhaling deeply in an attempt to dispel the agony he has just endured. At that moment, a familiar figure appears along the mountain path. It is Jiraiya. Observing Naruto, his eyes brim with concern and empathy. Naruto, you don't have to torment yourself like this. What I do is none of your business. Naruto retorts sharply, his tone laced with evident resistance and detachment. Naruto, you are the original body now, aren't you? Jiraiya keenly senses something unusual about Naruto before him. Oh, you noticed? Naruto is momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Where have you been? Do you understand that while you are away from the village, you could be in danger at any moment? Jiraiya expresses anxiously, his voice tinged with unmasked worry. At this point, Jiraiya is aware of the Akatsuki's existence and begins to suspect their intentions regarding the tailed beasts. Thus, he is deeply concerned for Naruto's safety. What danger could there be? Even you wouldn't be able to catch me, Naruto boldly counters, his eyes shining with defiance. Naruto, don't be naive. Jiraiya attempts to continue persuading him, striving to make Naruto recognize the gravity of the situation. However, before he can finish, Naruto suddenly vanishes before him, leaving Jiraiya in stunned silence. This instantaneous disappearance is all too familiar to Jiraiya. The Flying Thunder God technique. He exclaims, then chuckles at himself. If he can use the Flying Thunder God, then not only would other village ninjas be unable to catch him, even I wouldn't be able to. Surprisingly, Jiraiya is not angered by Naruto's attitude. Rather, he feels a swell of pride and relief. Witnessing Minato's child grow into such an exceptional and increasingly powerful individual fills him with genuine happiness. Moreover, this flying thunder god technique is indeed an invincible ninjutsu. Even if Naruto were to find himself at a disadvantage in battle, should he wish to escape, no one could hinder him. After spending days in Naruto's company, Jiraiya has gradually come to understand Naruto's temperament, recognizing that forcing him to do anything is futile. Since that's the case, I suppose I should let him be. Well, I'll just go have a drink, Jiraiya sighs in resignation, turning to leave at a leisurely pace. Subsequently, Naruto does not relent in his rigorous training regimen. Each day, he employs lightning release chakra for physical conditioning. Every session is akin to being forged in the fires of hell, excruciatingly painful. Yet, astonishingly, each time he recovers, the improvements are significant. During his training, Naruto realizes that the lightning release chakra must not be recklessly applied to the internal organs. After one such attempt, he nearly met his end. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the Nine-Tails chakra activated fully, swiftly restoring his body and enabling him to narrowly escape disaster. Thus, Naruto adjusts his strategy, focusing on strengthening his skin, muscles, and bones. Surprisingly, this method proves effective. Despite each training session being as painful as facing death, he distinctly feels his body becoming increasingly resilient, as if clad in an invisible armor, with his strength continually augmenting. When enveloped in the lightning release chakra, his speed becomes astonishingly swift, resembling a streak of black lightning. Observing his hands, Naruto smiles confidently. Though I may not yet match the speed of the Raikage, this is merely the beginning. He firmly believes that as long as he perseveres in his practice, one day, his physical strength and speed will reach the caliber of the third or fourth Raikage. However, for today, his training shall come to an end. The highly anticipated third round of the Chūnin exams is set to commence the day after tomorrow. He must ensure to rest well tomorrow in order to confront this challenge in the best possible condition. Chapter 53. The third selection match. The formal selection for the third Chūnin exam was about to commence. Naruto arrived at the venue quite early. As he surveyed the surroundings, he spotted the likes of Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Aburame, Kankuro, Ino Yamanaka, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, Neji Hyuga, and Gaara, those exceptional ninjas who had previously shown in the exams, now gathered in neat formation. Lifting his gaze, Naruto was met with a throng of exuberant spectators, their cheers resonating in a cacophony that seemed capable of uprooting the very venue. As he glanced around, taking in the familiar yet slightly antiquated atmosphere, images of an arena flashed through his mind. At that moment, he noticed another figure atop the highest platform in the center of the arena, dressed in attire identical to that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The only difference was that while Hiruzen wore red, this person donned blue. Seeing this individual, a weight lifted from Naruto's heart, and he exhaled in relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness, Orochimaru has indeed come." However, his thoughts quickly shifted to another matter. Where was TS? Ah, yes, he remembered. In the previous exam, the three of them had passed, but that fool had overestimated his abilities, attempting to take down Gaara, only two. What a silly mistake. With TS's absence, the battle arrangements were adjusted. The new matchups were as follows: Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga, Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha, Kankuro vs Shino Aburame, Temari vs Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga vs Ino Yamanaka. Naruto's gaze flickered toward Sasuke, contemplating that since Sasuke had not been late due to training, it seemed Orochimaru's plans were likely to unfold sooner than anticipated. Soon after, Kakashi Hatake announced, "Let the first match commence. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. The rest may return to the waiting room." With that proclamation, the other contestants turned and walked orderly toward the waiting area, leaving only Naruto and Neji, their gazes locked. The air thick with tension. The crowd generally held little hope for Naruto in this confrontation. After all, Naruto's encounter with the fourth Hokage was a closely guarded secret, and most were unaware of it. Although rumors circulated that Naruto possessed extraordinary talent, even surpassing that of Sasuke Uchiha, such claims remained unverifiable. In contrast, Neji's prowess and ranking were well documented, having graduated a year earlier than Naruto, and his outstanding performance in the Ninja Academy and subsequent missions left no doubt about his capabilities. At that moment, Neji and Naruto stood facing each other, both radiating a fierce determination for battle. Neji, with a serious demeanor, stood firm in a traditional stance of the gentle fist style, his gaze laced with scorn, as if victory was assured. Meanwhile, Naruto struck an exceedingly peculiar pose, which elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. What on earth is that pose? It looks like something a girl would do. No, he must be in pain. Naruto retorted, you're the ones in pain. He had adopted a stance with his feet turned inward, arms spread wide, right hand forward and left hand back. His appearance decidedly comical. Neji frowned, visibly irritated, and questioned, are you mocking me? Naruto, with utmost sincerity, replied, don't mind it. This is a new technique I've learned. Though Neji remained skeptical, he did not press further. As Kakashi announced, begin. Both participants sprang into action. Naruto's friends watched in anxious anticipation as he charged directly at Neji, each feeling a pang of dread. After all, the Hyuga clan was renowned for its expertise in physical combat, making a close-quarters battle with Neji seem unwise. However, the fight unfolded in a manner that defied expectations. The two engaged in an intense exchange of martial arts. Neji's speed akin to lightning, his strikes powerful and fluid, each move imbued with tremendous force, targeting Naruto's chakra points. Surprisingly, Naruto matched Neji's speed, his unique stance granting him agility and rapid transitions between offense and defense, embodying both strength and finesse. Under such tight defense, Neji found it exceedingly difficult to land a strike. Instead, seizing the moment, Naruto landed a solid punch to Neji's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. The arena, once filled with raucous noise, fell into an awe-stricken silence, as the spectators struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Some were astonished by the nearly indistinguishable speed of the combat, while others simply could not fathom how Neji, the strongest and most talented of the younger Hyuga generation, had failed to gain any advantage in close combat. Among those particularly stunned were Hinata, Hanabi, and Hisashi Hyuga. Slowly, Neji rose, his demeanor more cautious now as he fixed his gaze on Naruto, inquiring, what is this technique? With a proud smile, Naruto replied, it's called Wing Chun. Following this clash, the crowd no longer dared to underestimate Naruto. Each individual now harbored a profound interest in the Wing Chun technique. At that moment, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru watched in astonishment, their curiosity piqued by Naruto's display of skill. Neji, regaining his composure, stared at Naruto and coolly stated, Wing Chun, is it? Very well, I shall remember that. Naruto Uzumaki, allow me to witness your Wing Chun once more. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Neji surged forward like a gust of wind, and the two engaged once again in fierce combat. Neji unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, attempting to overpower Naruto with sheer force. Yet, Naruto expertly maneuvered within Neji's striking range, continuously countering. Each time Neji sought to create distance, Naruto deftly matched his pace, thwarting Neji's strategies. Suddenly, Neji seized an opportunity, leaping back to create space. In an instant, a massive green hexagram appeared beneath his feet. Try to withstand this. Gentle Fist, 64 Palms. Chapter 54, Lightning Armor. As Neji prepared to strike Naruto's pressure points, Naruto smirked. You dare create distance between us? Naruto swiftly executed a series of hand seals, bellowing, fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Instantly, a colossal fireball hurtled toward Neji with astonishing speed, closing the gap in a heartbeat, nearly scorching his face. Seeing the impending inferno, Neji decisively halted his advance. 8 trigrams, revolving heaven. In a flash, Neji expelled a torrent of chakra from every tenketsu across his body, initiating a rapid gyration. The chakra coalesced into a spherical bulwark, enveloping him entirely. The fireball collided with the barrier, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Before Neji could regain his footing, Naruto materialized before him like a phantom. In his right hand, a swirling azure sphere crackled with energy. Without hesitation, Naruto lunged, thrusting the Rasengan toward Neji. Rasengan! Damn it! Revolving heaven! Neji exclaimed, his countenance paling as he desperately spun, conjuring the chakra shield once more to deflect Naruto's assault. The instant the Rasengan met Neji's chakra defense, an apocalyptic collision ensued, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Blinding light and ferocious gusts radiated outward, pulverizing the surrounding terrain and sending debris spiraling into the air. As the afterglow subsided and the dust settled, Naruto and Neji were once more visible. Neji inwardly marveled at Naruto's prowess. In such a brief span, Naruto had demonstrated not only formidable taijutsu, but also a mastery of diverse ninjutsu and an uncanny battle acumen. Each time he attempted a decisive strike, Naruto deftly countered and retaliated. Naruto, in turn, held Neji in high regard. Despite enduring multiple blows, Neji remained resolute, a testament to his status as a Hyuga prodigy. Neji inhaled deeply, composing himself as he resumed his gentle fist stance. He knew that to prevail against Naruto, he could afford no complacency and must exert his full potential. Neji initiated the next exchange, his velocity and precision amplified. He lunged like a raptor, each strike resonating with palpable force. Naruto remained composed, evading Neji's onslaught with nimble footwork and Wing Chun techniques, seeking an opening to counter. The two combatants blurred across the training ground, their movements a mesmerizing dance of fists and evasion. The spectators were spellbound, witnessing a spectacle of unparalleled intensity. Hinata clenched her fists, her gaze unwavering, torn between cheering for Naruto and fearing for his safety. Hayashi Hyuga frowned slightly, scrutinizing the battle with rapt attention, astonished by Naruto's display. Despite the ferocity of their engagement, both remained remarkably composed. Naruto was acutely aware that subduing Neji was not a significant challenge. Jinjutsu and ninjutsu were his trump cards, more than sufficient to vanquish his opponent. Had Neji not been Hinata's cousin, Naruto would have unhesitatingly unleashed fire style, Rasengan bomb or lightning style, lightning blast Rasengan, or even wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Such devastating techniques would have left Neji, even with his revolving heaven, utterly defenseless. Moreover, true taijutsu masters were a rarity in Konoha. Hayashi Hyuga, Kakashi, Gai, and Neji were among the few who had truly mastered the art. Given the context of the Chūnin exams and the presence of a taijutsu expert like Neji, Naruto saw an opportunity to test the fruits of his own taijutsu training. Judging by the current state of the fight, it was evident that Naruto's taijutsu had indeed reached new heights. However, it was time to unveil his hidden weapon. Seizing an opportune moment, Naruto delivered a forceful blow that sent Neji staggering backward. He then rapidly wove together an intricate hand seal. In an instant, Naruto was enveloped in a maelstrom of chakra, crackling with bolts of lightning that danced around him like a raging dragon. Accompanying the electrical discharge was a distinct avian cry. The assembled Jonin, including Orochimaru, Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Asuma, were visibly shaken by this display of raw power. Orochimaru, that's the Raikage Nin Taijutsu. Hiruzen, how does Naruto know the Raikage Nin Taijutsu? Has he been in contact with Cloud Village spies? But the reports make no mention of any avian cry associated with the Raikage technique. Could it be? Kakashi, there's a hint of Chidori there. Did Naruto learn it from Sasuke? Neji watched in trepidation as Naruto was consumed by the tempestuous chakra, a primal instinct warning him of imminent danger. He fixed his gaze on Naruto, demanding, "What is that technique?" Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile. "This is a new technique I developed based on my teacher's ninjutsu. I call it lightning armor." Neji scoffed, his eyes unwavering. "Whatever it is, your fate is to fall before me." "Is that so, Neji? Then by all means, entertain me," Naruto taunted, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Humph," Neji retorted, adopting a combat stance. "Ready?" Naruto inquired, assuming his own posture. "Bring it on, you little brat." Suddenly, Naruto vanished, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone. Neji's eyes widened in alarm. Before he could react, Naruto reappeared before him like a specter, Iron Mountain leaning. Naruto's roar echoed as he slammed into Neji with the force of a cannonball. Neji felt a fleeting shadow pass before his eyes, followed by the sensation of colliding with an unyielding wall. A tidal wave of force washed over him. With a deafening crash, Neji was sent hurtling backward, impacting the distant wall with a sickening thud and losing consciousness. Hey, Gecko instantly materialized beside Neji, embedded in the wall. He swiftly assessed Neji's condition, finding him unharmed but unconscious from the impact. Confirming Neji's status, Hade announced, "Naruto wins." A thunderous ovation erupted from the crowd. Spectators rose to their feet, applauding Naruto's spectacular performance and triumph. Naruto's friends were ecstatic, chanting his name and reveling in his victory. Chapter 55, On the Hokage Indeed. The battle had been exhilarating, a true spectacle of unbridled combat. Naruto reveled in the aftermath, every fiber of his being invigorated by the sheer intensity of the clash. The stiffness in his neck had vanished, his posture straightened, and his mind felt remarkably sharp, as if on the cusp of some profound revelation. Reflecting on the duel, Naruto acknowledged the formidable prowess of Neji's gentle fist technique. Had his own speed not been superior, he might have fallen prey to its debilitating pressure point strikes, rendering him immobile. Yet, even if incapacitated, the indomitable Kyuubi lay dormant within, ready to unleash its torrent of chakra. As Neji was carried away, Hashirama rose, casting a pensive gaze upon the arena before departing. Scarcely had Naruto left when Gunma Shiranui's resonant voice echoed, announcing the commencement of the second round. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara. Naruto, however, remained indifferent to their contest, its outcome predetermined in his mind. Gaara would inevitably succumb to his monstrous transformation, attempting to subdue his adversary with the arcane art of the Tanuki sleep, only to be pierced by Sasuke's Chidori, a crimson testament to its power. Lost in thought, Naruto ambled towards the spectator stands, settling into an unoccupied seat, his eyes casually scanning the arena. Gaara had already enveloped himself in a sphere of sand, while Sasuke perched gracefully upon the wall, his hands weaving a complex sequence of seals before firmly grasping his left wrist with his right. In an instant, the air crackled with electricity as Sasuke's left hand became a conduit for surging lightning, a serpentine manifestation of raw power. With a thunderous dash, he unleashed his Chidori, its piercing shriek rending the air as the wall behind him crumbled under the force of the electrical assault. As Naruto watched, a masked figure intruded upon his vision. A spark of recognition ignited within him. Could this be Kabuto? As if sensing his gaze, the masked individual turned his head, and Naruto cheerfully waved in greeting. Startled, the figure recoiled, betraying a sense of guilt that further fueled Naruto's suspicion. It was indeed Kabuto. Lost in contemplation, Naruto was jolted back to reality by a muffled explosion emanating from the Hokage's direction, followed by a cascade of white feathers drifting from the heavens. Release. Naruto swiftly joined the assembled Jonin in dispelling the Jinjutsu, turning to witness billowing smoke engulfing the central rooftop. In the blink of an eye, the Kazekage seized the Hokage, leaping onto the rafters with uncanny speed. Simultaneously, four shadowy figures materialized, each occupying a corner of the structure. A formidable purple barrier erupted, sealing them within. So, their scheme has begun, Naruto mused inwardly. True to form, Kabuto initiated his machinations, his hands blurring as he executed a series of hand seals. In response, the ninja of Otogakure materialized beside him, their presence as unsettling as specters. Casting a cursory glance at the unfolding chaos, Naruto's attention returned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose face betrayed a mixture of shock and realization as he recognized the true identity of the Kazekage. He's finally going to meet his end, Naruto thought with disdain. Of all those in Konoha, the Sandaime Hokage was the one he despised most. He recalled Orochimaru's audacious suggestion that the aging Hokage choose a successor, only for Sarutobi to proclaim his intention to remain in power for another 5 years. How absurd! Were there not others within the village worthy of the mantle? Jiraiya and Tsunade, of course, but even Shikaku and Kakashi possessed the necessary qualities. Though their experience might be lacking, Sarutobi could have emulated the Nidaime Hokage, decisively appointing an heir. Had he dared to face opposition, he could have silenced dissent with the authority of the Hokage. With either Shikaku or Kakashi as the acting Hokage, the Uchiha clan massacre and Hinata's near abduction by Kumogakure, followed by the humiliating reparations, would never have transpired. The brazen intrusion of a Kumo ninja into Hyuga territory, a blatant attempt to steal a Byakugan, was an affront to Konoha. Such an act warranted immediate execution. The Yamanaka clan possessed the means to extract information directly from the perpetrator's mind, providing irrefutable evidence to silence any denial from Kumogakure. Instead, Sarutobi had shown weakness, deferring the matter to Hayashi Hyuga. This act reeked of appeasement, as if pleading with the Raikage, "Please, spare us. It was all a misunderstanding. You desire the Byakugan? Take one of ours." While Konoha had suffered greatly during the Kyuubi attack, this was no excuse for such timidity. The ninja of Kumogakure, known for their arrogance, had long held Konoha in contempt, a consequence of the Sandaime's conciliatory approach. Had the Shodai, Nidaime, Yondaime, or Godaime Hokage faced such a situation, would they have cowered? Never. The Shodai would have declared with unwavering resolve, "All within this village are my comrades. You threaten them? As their leader, I shall protect them, and you shall not be spared." The Nidaime would have retorted without hesitation, "If you seek conflict, then so be it. The ninja of Konoha fear no foe. The Yondaime would have affirmed with conviction, every villager is my ally. Dare to harm them, and prepare for war. The Go-Dame would have proclaimed with equal defiance, as Hokage, it is my duty to safeguard this village. Each and every one of its inhabitants is essential. If you seek war, we shall not yield. Even the Rokudaime and Nanodaime Hokage, products of a more peaceful era, would have staunchly defended the village's honor. Furthermore, Sarutobi's policy of decentralization was a grave error. Rather than consulting with clan heads or experienced jonin, he confined his decision-making to the council of his so-called F4, yielding nothing of value. In contrast, after the death of the Nidaime Raikage, the Sandaime Raikage consolidated power, mitigating the shortcomings of his singular authority by appointing a sagacious advisor. Just as Naruto, despite his occasional idiocy, relied on Shikamaru's strategic acumen, the Raikage ensured a steady hand at the helm. The Sandaime Raikage decisively designated his son as his successor, quelling any potential dissent. Despite the turmoil of the Shinobi World War and the Sandaime sacrifice, the Yondaime Raikage ascended to power seamlessly, maintaining stability and strength within Kumogakure. The ninja of Kumo united in their dedication to the village's prosperity. In contrast, Konoha was a laughingstock. Despite the existence of the Umbu, Sarutobi had allowed Danzo to create the root organization, absolving himself of responsibility while burdening Danzo with the village's darkness. As a result, Konoha was plagued by the Root's ideology, a perversion of the will of fire, Root ninja, loyal only to Danzo, and a Root leader, a rival to the Hokage. This was a ticking time bomb, creating endless problems for future Hokage and causing untold suffering for countless Konoha ninja. What is even more infuriating is that during the three great calamities of Konoha, the chaos of the Nine-Tails, the assault of Orochimaru, and the invasion of Pain, this old wretch and his Root ninjas consistently chose to remain at a safe distance. During the tumult of the Nine-Tails, when the Uchiha clan sought to provide support, he had the audacity to issue orders to thwart them. Subsequently, he emerged to accuse the Uchiha clan of suspicion, persistently ensnaring and persecuting them. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have been oblivious to the manipulations orchestrated by Danzo behind the scenes. Yet he opted to turn a blind eye. Having such a leader is indeed a lamentable fate for Konoha. However, it is a relief that this detestable third Hokage has finally met his end. Next, it will be the turn of that old cur, Danzo, to face the consequences. Once the memories of the third are confirmed, it will be time for his reckoning. Chapter 56. Pursuit. The scene at the Chūnin exam was engulfed in chaos. Naruto sat in his seat, lost in thought, when he observed Gaara being taken away by his brother Kankuro and sister Temari. Without hesitation, Sasuke pursued them. Seeing this, Naruto immediately sprang to his feet, eager to follow suit. However, at that moment, several sound ninjas brandishing kunai lunged at him like phantoms. Reacting swiftly, Naruto sidestepped to evade a fatal blow and then delivered a powerful kick, sending the lead sound ninja flying. Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding bang, numerous shadow clones materialized, engaging the sound ninjas in fierce combat. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto directed his gaze towards the wall behind him and unleashed a mighty punch, obliterating the structure and sending debris flying. Utilizing the force of the impact, he leaped out of the audience area, sprinting towards the direction Gaara had vanished. As he leapt, Naruto glanced over at Orochimaru. Within the confines of a violet barrier, the battle between Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi had commenced. Naruto contemplated that with his lightning release, Rasen Shuriken, he could easily shatter this barrier. Yet, he knew he must refrain. If the barrier were to break, the Hokages would escape the clutches of death, thus altering the course of the battle entirely. At that moment, amidst the tumult, one of Naruto's shadow clones concealed itself in the shadows, activating its Sharingan to closely observe their confrontation. After all, he might soon need to contend with Shikaku, and learning some ninjutsu would be advantageous. He watched as Hiruzen and Orochimaru shed their cloaks, prompting Naruto to mutter, "How grotesque." Orochimaru's attire exuded an unsettling oddity, while Hiruzen's garb, though reminiscent of traditional Japanese ninjas, was the most peculiar among the Hokages from the first to the seventh. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Hiruzen launching ninjutsu first, Shadow Shuriken technique. Countless shurikens rained down upon Orochimaru. Naruto's Sharingan whirled, instantly replicating the technique. Following suit, Orochimaru executed his own ninjutsu, clapping his hands gently to summon two coffins that rose slowly from the ground. Just as a third coffin was about to ascend, Hiruzen summoned all his strength to drag it back underground. The coffin doors swung open, revealing the lifeless forms of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. In contrast to the later improvements made by Orochimaru on the impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru's version retained the corpse's characteristics. The two were hollow-eyed, devoid of souls, their limbs rigid. Orochimaru approached, inserting something into the back of their heads. Instantly, a white mist enveloped their bodies, their faces gradually taking on a semblance of life, though their eyes remained eerily vacant. Soon, the first and second Hokages sprang into action, launching an assault on Hiruzen with the agility of leopards. Although they were but corpses, their attacks were remarkably nimble. Hiruzen, undeterred, engaged them with his superb taijutsu. Rapidly, the two sides found themselves embroiled in a fierce ninjutsu duel. A torrent of fire release erupted from the first Hokage, while the second Hokage unleashed a swift water release without even forming seals. Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight. These were techniques he could utilize later. Yet, he was intrigued. How had Tobirama achieved this? Before long, Hashirama began forming hand seals rapidly, first the tiger seal, then transitioning to the snake seal. In an instant, trees erupted from the rafters, a secret wood release technique. Wood style, birth of the world of trees. Thick branches coiled like serpents around Hiruzen, binding him and rendering him immobile. The fight unfolded as if scripted in an anime. Hiruzen, recognizing the predicament, summoned the Monkey King, Enma. Meanwhile, Orochimaru expelled the Kusanagi sword from his belly, its cold gleam reflecting ominously. After a brief yet intense exchange, the tension escalated. Hiruzen brought his hands together, seemingly preparing to cast a powerful jutsu, while Orochimaru removed his human skin mask, revealing a woman's visage. Naruto, intrigued, mused aloud. If he transforms into a woman, does she not experience her monthly cycle? He then recalled that in the world of Naruto, he had never witnessed a female character dealing with such a matter. Observing their combat movements, Naruto sensed the climax of the battle approaching. Consequently, his clone retrieved a pre-prepared mask and cloak. Aside from that, he was resolute in acquiring Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Meanwhile, Naruto's original self was swiftly pursuing Sasuke. Shortly thereafter, a horde of sound ninjas appeared behind him. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a shadow clone that charged at the sound ninjas. The shadow clone, after forming seals, summoned lightning in its right hand, emitting a sharp, bird-like cry as it surged forward. The anguished screams of the sound ninjas echoed in the air. Activating his Sharingan, Naruto surveyed the situation behind him, confirming no one was tailing him before continuing his pursuit of Gaara. He had not received any memories from his clone, indicating that matters still required attention in the rear. However, with the absence of combat sounds, he speculated it was likely due to the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha. I should hasten my pace. I cannot afford to make Shikaku anxious, Naruto chuckled to himself. He formed an unusual hand sign, and in an instant, electricity surged around him, enhancing his speed with lightning armor, propelling him towards Gaara like a bolt of lightning. Accompanied by a bird's cry, his body transformed into pure electric light, reaching unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, Naruto spotted Sasuke ahead but chose to disregard him, continuing his relentless pursuit. Sasuke merely felt a flash of lightning streak past him. Momentarily stunned, murmuring, "What was that?" Up ahead, Temari sensed the approaching pursuers and resolutely halted to prepare a counter. She swiftly set traps, awaiting the arrival of her foes. When Naruto arrived, he inadvertently triggered an explosive tag. However, before the tag could detonate, he had already dashed out at incredible speed. Naruto's velocity was such that stepping on a single explosive tag set off a chain reaction. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions ensued. Temari, bewildered, muttered to herself, "Is there really such a large number of pursuers? Why did all the traps explode?" Suddenly, a voice echoed beside her. "Too slow." Startled, Temari exclaimed, "What was that sound?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, she shouted, "Not good. Gaara." Just as Temari prepared to turn back and give chase, Sasuke arrived, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Anger surged within Temari as she cursed, "Damn it. It's that Uchiha Sasuke." She then brandished her enormous fan, swinging it fiercely, conjuring a powerful gale. No matter how many kunai or shuriken Sasuke hurled, They were swiftly swept away by the fierce winds. Observing the fan, Naruto felt a surge of inspiration, thinking, I want a fan like that. Perhaps I could ask someone to craft one for me. Right. I remember asking Zabuza to create 100 similar weapons last time I saw him. He mentioned hiring a blacksmith from the Land of Iron for the job. It should be ready in a couple of days. Once it's complete, I'll have Zabuza make a large iron fan as well. Lost in thought, Naruto finally spotted Gaara ahead and mused, all right, I found Gaara. It's time to make my move. Chapter 57. The Aberrant Reaper. As Hiruzen Sarutobi executed the shadow clone technique, two duplicates materialized beside him. Swiftly, his hands wove through a rapid succession of hand seals. A veritable illusion: snake, boar, ram, hare, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake, clasp. As the intricate sequence concluded, the grotesque visage of the Reaper emerged behind Hiruzen. At the moment of the Reaper's manifestation, Hiruzen beheld its full, ghastly form. Is this the Reaper? Yet, an anomaly occurred. The Reaper's gaze initially fixed upon Hiruzen, then shifted towards Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Its movements possessed an uncanny sentience, both agile and macabre. Subsequently, the first Hokage invoked the Dark Release technique, as per the manga's depiction. Following a discourse between Orochimaru and Hiruzen, the latter resolved himself to a fatal course. Perhaps Itachi Uchiha was correct. One perceives oneself most clearly in the face of death. Having ascended to the position of Hokage, Hiruzen had, with the passage of years, shed his youthful ardor, his character becoming timorous, duplicitous, and consumed by a hunger for power and prestige. Now, confronting his mortality, he rediscovered his sense of purpose, facing death without trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, another observed these events from the shadows, in addition to Orochimaru. The Reaper, displaying a hideous grin, extended its left arm, mottled with dull, dark blemishes, reaching for the humanoid chakra forms before it. Nanny. Hiruzen was aghast to find the Reaper acting independently, contravening his will. He had issued no command, but there was no time for contemplation. Hiruzen's two shadow clones lunged towards the bodies of the first and second Hokage, seizing them firmly. Now, he bellowed. Instantly, two incorporeal hands emerged from the abdomens of the clones, plunging into the bodies of the Hokage. As the hands withdrew, they extracted the chakra of the first and second, channeling it into Hiruzen's abdomen. Seal. With the souls of the two Hokage sealed away, the Reaper's countenance grew increasingly deranged, its sinister laughter echoing through the surroundings. Though unnerved by the dreadful sound, Hiruzen knew time was of the essence. Orochimaru must be dealt with swiftly. The true Hiruzen acted decisively, seizing Orochimaru by both shoulders. Concurrently, the Reaper's hand protruded from Hiruzen's body, grasping Orochimaru's soul. At the instant his soul was seized, Orochimaru beheld the grotesque, spectral arm emerging from Hiruzen's abdomen. It was the first time in his existence he had confronted the palpable specter of death. Overwhelmed by terror, he desperately wielded the Kusanagi sword, driving it through Hiruzen's heart. However, Orochimaru's attempts at self-preservation through ninjutsu proved futile. He was horrified to find himself unable to manipulate chakra. Cold sweat streamed down his brow, his body increasingly uncontrollable. Observing the azure energy surging from his abdomen, a profound sense of impending doom washed over him. As Hiruzen elucidated the nature of the dead demon-consuming seal, Orochimaru's terror intensified. He lifted his gaze, beholding the Reaper behind Hiruzen. The Reaper drew the short sword from its mouth, cleaving the soul in two before devouring it whole. That's the Reaper. Orochimaru shrieked in terror, but despite his struggles, Hiruzen would not relinquish his grasp. As the Reaper's blade descended, Orochimaru's soul was bisected. Seal. Hiruzen swiftly sealed the severed portion of Orochimaru's soul within his own body. Subsequently, Orochimaru's arm, chest, and neck underwent a grotesque transformation. Orochimaru was seized by excruciating pain in his arm and upper body. Observing Orochimaru's neck, Hiruzen realized the Reaper was more than it seemed. He had only intended to seal Orochimaru's arms, depriving him of his ninjutsu, but the current state of Orochimaru suggested that more than his arms had been forfeit. He glanced at the Reaper, who returned his gaze with a knowing smile. Indeed, forbidden arts are not to be trifled with, Hiruzen murmured to himself. However, he turned to Orochimaru, who was now spewing curses, and uttered his farewell words before collapsing. At the moment of his demise, the Reaper vanished, its eerie smile lingering in the air. Meanwhile, Naruto, in rapid pursuit, swiftly overtook Kinkaro, who was burdened with Gaara. Kinkaro, witnessing Naruto's sudden appearance, broke into a cold sweat. He had experienced Naruto's formidable taijutsu firsthand, and alone, he doubted he could escape with Gaara. "Put me down," Gaara croaked, regaining consciousness. Enduring the pain, he fixed his gaze on Naruto. "You are strong as well. By killing you, I will prove my existence." "Pitiful," Naruto sneered. "To require proof of one's existence? How feeble. And you are no match for me, considering your diminutive Shikaku possesses but a single tail." Gaara's face cracked, a sharp pain piercing his mind. "Gaara, cease!" Kinkaro cried out. At that moment, Sasuke arrived on the scene. The sight of Sasuke caused Gaara's condition to deteriorate further. As he raved, "You are mine." "Uchiha Sasuke. Arg. Naruto, what's wrong with him?" Sasuke inquired, perplexed. Him. He's losing control of his little Shikaku, and his current state is exacerbating the pain." "Shikaku? The weakest of the nine-tailed beasts, the one-tail, Shikaku. Tailed beast? Is it powerful?" "Powerful? As the village's most potent weapon, what do you think?" "Nanny." Gaara's right arm and the right side of his face gradually assumed Shikaku's likeness. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief at Gaara's transformation. "Is that Shikaku?" Sasuke asked, his body trembling slightly. "Not quite, but I must say, Shikaku is rather weak, failing to manifest even a chakra cloak." "Huh? What?" Sasuke stared at Naruto, bewildered by his intimate knowledge of Gaara's situation. Suddenly, he recalled Naruto's earlier words. "Naruto, if that guy is the Sand Village's ultimate weapon, does our village possess weapons like Gaara?" Naruto paused, then replied, "You certainly have a knack for tactlessness. Though you speak the truth. Yes, our village does. And that weapon resides within my own belly, the nine-tailed fox." "What?" Sasuke was aghast. Chapter 58. The monster. At that moment, Gaara leaped into the air with the formidable power of Shikaku in his right arm, lunging towards Sasuke. Quick-witted, Naruto grasped Sasuke's left shoulder and instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the attack. Gaara's strike unleashed a violent shockwave, wreaking havoc on the surrounding trees. "Sasuke, as a fellow monster, I shall handle him," Naruto declared. Sasuke, observing Gaara, unconsciously nodded in agreement. Yet soon, a jolt of realization struck him. Am I truly afraid? Have I consented to Naruto's words out of fear? He quickly countered. "No, let me face him myself." Naruto replied, "Sasuke, acknowledging your own weaknesses is the path to true strength. To act recklessly, knowing you are outmatched, is akin to courting death. Those who seek death will forever remain weak and unable to avenge themselves." "Are you underestimating me, Naruto?" Sasuke retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. "Are you not afraid? Look at your hands," Naruto pointed out. Sasuke glanced down, noticing his trembling hands, trembling from fear. It was only natural to fear the disparity in strength. Do not feel shame. This is a rare experience, akin to the lessons Orochimaru imparted. These experiences will fuel your drive to grow stronger, allowing you to comprehend the heights you aspire to reach. Through relentless effort, you will ascend to that pinnacle, transforming into a formidable force before you even realize it. If you seek revenge, then let them be your target, and strive to grow stronger, Naruto imparted earnestly. Sasuke fell silent, his heart brimming with reluctance. Observing Sasuke's dissatisfaction, Naruto chuckled. "Do not despair. You have merely begun your arduous journey. I commenced my own trials during my time at the Shinobi Academy. Is that why you've become so powerful?" Sasuke pondered. He recalled his own time at the academy, where he sought to impress others rather than genuinely train. He had only pushed himself for praise from his father, and upon reflection, those efforts paled in comparison to his current struggles. Since training with Kakashi, his left arm had never fully healed from the rigors of Chidori, and with Might Guy, he often fainted due to excessive training. Yet, through these arduous days, he felt the undeniable sensation of growing stronger. He understood that if he continued down this path, he would accelerate his growth. He just needed time. "I understand now, Naruto. I leave him to you," Sasuke conceded. At that moment, Gaara screamed in madness. "Are you afraid of me?" "Ah, Sasuke, you are my prey." Hearing Gaara's cries, Temari crouched behind a tree, weeping in terror, while Kankuro, equally frightened, dared not reveal himself. Naruto appeared before Gaara, jesting. Hey, look at you now. You look ridiculous. No girl would ever like you like this. Get lost. I'm after Sasuke." Gaara roared in fury. "Not a chance, for you are my prey," Naruto responded, unyielding. "Die." Gaara, saliva dripping, swung his hand of Shikaku at Naruto. In an instant, lightning surged around Naruto, allowing him to effortlessly dodge the attack. With a swift kick, he sent Gaara crashing to the ground. Naruto looked down at the dust cloud surrounding Gaara and asked, "How does it feel? Are you awake now?" "Ha ha ha. You are quite amusing. Then I shall kill you." Gaara cackled, his eyes wild. Naruto regarded him coolly. "You cannot kill me, for you are too weak to affirm your own existence. What do you know? If I kill you, my mother will be pleased, and I will prove my existence, knowing I am alive." Gaara bellowed in rage. "I certainly understand," Naruto replied, as the lightning-like chakra surrounding him gradually receded, replaced by a fiery red chakra enveloping his body. Upon seeing the crimson chakra, Gaara's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Because I am also." Before he could finish, Naruto's form transformed instantly, sprouting 4 tails as he became enveloped in dark red chakra. "Monster!" Witnessing Naruto's metamorphosis, everyone present was taken aback. Sasuke exclaimed in shock, "Naruto, is that the 9 tails? Such terrifying chakra. But why only 4 tails?" Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro were equally horrified, realizing that another monster was present alongside Gaara. Temari cried, "What do we do? I want to go home." "Why, Kankuro cursed, "Damn it, why is there another monster here?" After transforming, Naruto suddenly let out a deafening roar. The unexpected sound wave generated an immense shockwave, instantly demolishing the nearby trees. As everyone felt the force of the shockwave, they were filled with awe. Gaara sensed the chakra emanating from Naruto, more fearsome than the beast within him. And instead of feeling fear, he grew increasingly exhilarated. "So it is, Naruto. You and I are both monsters." At that moment, Naruto's face was obscured by the cloak of the tailed beast. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I shall fight you in my monstrous form. Though I cannot fully unleash my power due to the seal, it should suffice to handle you. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not unleash your inner monster completely, for when you do, it shall mark your defeat," Naruto warned. Just then, Naruto seemed to sense something, pausing briefly. "Ah, I see. How intriguing. I never expected to have to intervene personally." With that, Naruto's consciousness entered the ceiling space. He approached the 9 tails, who was under the control of his Sharingan, standing before its cage. The 9 tails lowered its head, gazing at Naruto, its eyes still reflecting the Sharingan. "Now, I can finally enhance your power, Kurama," Naruto stated, directing the 9 tails to extend its right hand. Upon contact, he transferred the soul sphere of the 9 tails from the Shinigami's realm into its body. In an instant, the 9 tails grew to twice its size, breaking free from its confines, which now appeared exceedingly small. Thankfully, the 9 tails' eyes retained their Sharingan state. Outside, Naruto spoke in a deep voice. "Oh, does that not feel like Shikaku?" Gaara, feeling the voice resonate within him, scoffed. "Humph, is that you, Kurama?" Indeed, Naruto controlled the 9 tails to taunt Shikaku, knowing that these two would always clash upon meeting, with the 9 tails frequently mocking the weaker Shikaku, a fact Naruto was well aware of. Thus, Naruto temporarily relinquished control of his body to the 9 tails, shifting his consciousness to the Shinigami. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself before the Third Hokage and Orochimaru, adorned in the Shinigami's attire. He glanced at his body, realizing he was now wearing the Shinigami's garments, with a soul hovering before him. Moving his tongue, he discovered he was biting down on a cylindrical object, likely the hilt of a sword. Naruto remained silent, observing Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others with a calm demeanor. Internally reflecting, "Indeed, I am the Shinigami." Chapter 59. The despicable Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon the Shinigami, only to be astonished to discover that the Shinigami was likewise regarding him, its eyes exuding a lifelike quality, imbued with an air of superiority, as if observing a mere insignificant ant. What was happening? Could it be that this Shinigami was alive? A chill coursed through Hiruzen's heart. Yet he was acutely aware that the situation was dire, leaving no room for further contemplation. It was imperative to seal Orochimaru without delay. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take action. In an instant, his shadow clones darted forth through the darkness like phantoms. 2 of these clones, akin to hunters in the night, deftly captured the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Simultaneously, Hiruzen's original form channeled his chakra with all his might, striving to maintain control over the Shinigami summoned by the Shiki F gene. At that moment, Naruto felt the urgency of Hiruzen's intent, as if receiving a signal to act. Oh, is it time to make a move? A subtle smile graced Naruto's lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. He decided not to hold back. Swiftly, he raised his left hand, slipping a peculiar string of beads onto his arm. Immediately, a dense wave of chakra enveloped his left hand. In the blink of an eye, dark markings resembling the palm of the Shinigami appeared, rapidly spreading across his arm. Yash, Itadakamasu. He was well aware of the actions he was about to undertake, having watched this anime extensively in his previous life. Slowly, he moved his arm forward, plunging it into the mass of humanoid chakra before him. As his arm fully submerged, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The arm of Sarutobi's shadow clone mirrored his own. Naruto delved deeper, soon reaching the bodies of the first and second Hokage. He felt as though he had grasped something peculiar, akin to rubber, soft and yielding. With a firm grip, he began to pull it outward, sealing. As he successfully extracted the souls of the first and second Hokage, Sarutobi's shadow clone promptly sealed these formidable spirits. In an instant, the dark space dissipated like bubbles, revealing Orochimaru's somewhat disheveled figure before the onlookers. Naruto held the souls of the first and second Hokage, their spirits radiating an unusual light, appearing to him as delectable fruits. Irresistibly tempting. Unable to resist, Naruto licked his lips, mimicking Orochimaru's usual demeanor, before consuming the souls. Delicious. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was witnessed by Orochimaru, who was now ensnared by Sarutobi. Naruto's gaze met Orochimaru's, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Internally, he mused, "Brother, thank you." Orochimaru, sensing a wave of inexplicable dread, screamed, "Why is he smiling at me? Why is he smiling at me?" No. Once again, Sarutobi conveyed a message to Naruto. Contemplating, Naruto thought, "Oh dear, my apologies, brother, just taking a little benefit, alleviating a disaster for someone." With that, Naruto repeated his earlier action, reaching for Orochimaru's soul. However, after some effort, he sensed Sarutobi's intention. Please, just seal his arm. Naruto's heart raced as he pondered. Oh, this old fool realizes he is alive. But how utterly despicable. How could Tobirama, with his keen insight, have taken on such an apprentice? Orochimaru, ruthless and malevolent, had undoubtedly slain countless villagers to fulfill his warped ambitions. Furthermore, he had orchestrated this entire affair with the intent to obliterate Konoha. At such a critical juncture, how could one still cling to the bonds of master and disciple? Hesitating to deliver a decisive blow? Why do you not consider the lives lost because of him? The anime portrays a united front among Konoha's ninjas against adversities. Yet, the leader intends to spare the architect of this calamity. The more Naruto thought, the angrier he became, cursing inwardly. Damn it. The bandits from the land of lightning caused chaos, and you rush to offer peace. After the arduous victory in the Ninja World War, instead of seeking reparations, you sign contracts to deliver goods to other ninja villages. Are you truly Konoha's Hokage, or a spy sent from another village? And what of Kakashi Hatake? Amidst the village's blatant hostility, he remained as if unaffected, merely spectating. Knowing full well that Danzo was the instigator, he did nothing, allowing a life to be extinguished. Reflecting on his own life, he recalled days of hardship, hunger, inadequate clothing, and the disdain of others, facing scorn, abuse, and even violence. As a descendant of heroes, he, the son of the Hokage, received far worse treatment than his illustrious grandson. The latter enjoyed abundance and guidance from his teachers. Even Tsunade, despite the loss of her parents and the passing of the first and second Hokage, led a life of luxury, possessing immense wealth. Being the prized student of the third Hokage. Instead, she became arrogant, callous, violent, and addicted to gambling. Why? Damn it. And that Danzo, whatever he says, you blindly accept. Does he truly care for Konoha? What a farce. Once Danzo's selfish desires take hold, all his ambitions serve only himself, seeking the Hokage title to satisfy his vanity and prove himself to the second Hokage, while the village and its people are of no consequence. Damn it, if you refuse to see Orochimaru die, fine, watch me. With a fierce resolve, Naruto yanked at Orochimaru's soul, intentionally leaving a fragment behind. As the upper half of Orochimaru's soul was consumed, he gasped for air, as if half his life had been siphoned away, struggling to breathe, on the brink of death. Orochimaru assumed this was all orchestrated by the third Hokage, and he unleashed a torrent of profanity directed at Sarutobi, each vile word providing Naruto with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, He could not help but admire Orochimaru for his tenacity. Even with half his soul lost, he still clung to life. Observing Orochimaru's agony, Naruto turned to Sarutobi and chuckled coldly. Sarutobi, I shall not hold back with your soul. In that moment, Sarutobi met Naruto's gaze, witnessing the eerie smile upon his face. It was at this juncture that he fully comprehended the gravity of his teacher's warnings against the reckless use of forbidden techniques. However, there were no remedies for regret. His time had run out. Gradually, Sarutobi closed his eyes, his breathing ceased. As Naruto extracted Sarutobi's soul, his consciousness swiftly returned to his own body. Chapter 60. The Bagua Seal. After completing all operations, Naruto let out a few cold laughs, and his consciousness returned to his body. At that moment, he beheld Gaara, whose upper body had transformed entirely into the likeness of Shikaku, tightly bound by one of his own tails, rendering him immobile. Oh, it seems Gaara is being bullied by the Nine-Tails, Naruto teased. Ah, Gaara shouted in fury. Naruto gazed at Gaara, now in Shikaku form, and couldn't help but burst into laughter at the peculiar sight. Ha! Gaara, infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his ears, angrily questioned, "What are you laughing at?" Between fits of laughter, Naruto playfully responded, "As a fellow Jinchuriki, how can you be so ridiculous? Look at your tail beast mode. With hair still intact, and that character love on your forehead, your bulky body paired with those slender legs. Don't you find it comical? Let me go? I command you." Gaara struggled desperately, the sand around him swirling violently in response to his anger. "I won't let go," Naruto mockingly retorted, continuing to provoke him. "Within me resides the most powerful Nine-Tails. I am currently in a Four-Tails form, and I'm only using one tail against you. Imagine if I unleashed all four tails. What do you think you could do? Don't underestimate me," Gaara shouted, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, numerous mouths appeared on his body, all inhaling simultaneously. When he exhaled, all the mouths released a torrent of sand, bellowing, infinite sandstorm breakthrough. In an instant, a whirlwind filled with sand surged towards Naruto like a ferocious beast, accompanied by a deafening roar. The sand obscured the sky, raising clouds of dust with every step it took. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, calmly positioning a second tail in front of him. That tail acted like an indestructible shield, effortlessly blocking all the sand, which crashed against it like waves against an invisible wall. "Yuck! What foul breath!" Naruto exclaimed disdainfully, and then, the tail binding Gaara suddenly sprouted an upper body identical to Naruto's, delivering a flurry of punches to Gaara's side, shouting, "Pegasus, Meteor Fist." The speed of Naruto's punches was so swift that they appeared as mere phantoms, leaving only a blur of striking winds in their wake. Gaara's face was instantly obliterated, his original features almost unrecognizable, and his body began to disintegrate under the relentless assault, putting him in a precarious situation. Temari and Kankuro watched in shock, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief, filled with concern. They understood that Gaara had yet to unleash his ultimate technique. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose control completely. As expected, the suppressed fury within Gaara finally erupted. His body swelled rapidly, and a dense, almost tangible cloud of dust enveloped the area, creating a massive sandstorm. As the dust began to settle, the enormous and corpulent form of Shikaku loomed before them, exuding an aura of dread. Sasuke could not help but exclaim, "Is that Shikaku?" Temari blurted out, "Maru." Kankuro gritted his teeth in frustration, "Damn it." Yet Naruto maintained his composure, saying, "We're just one step away." At that moment, Gaara's murderous gaze locked onto Naruto, and he raised his right claw, shouting, "Sign." In an instant, countless grains of sand ensnared Naruto's body, binding him tightly. "Roar!" Naruto bellowed, his voice imbued with immense authority and strength. The shockwave from his roar surged outward, dispersing the sand that had ensnared him. Then, Naruto leaped into the air, vanishing from everyone's sight. His speed was so incredible that he left behind only an afterimage. Gaara barely registered the movement before Naruto appeared before him like a wraith. With a swift turn of his body, her tails expanded rapidly, striking Gaara, now in Shikaku form, forcefully across the face. Bang! Ah! The impact was tremendous, creating a deafening sound, and Shikaku's massive body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, carving a deep trench into the ground. Temari and Kankuro stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how the formidable Shikaku could be so easily overwhelmed by Naruto. Once Gaara regained his footing, He looked at Naruto, not with rage, but instead, he began to laugh. Interesting, truly interesting. As he spoke, a chrysanthemum slowly blossomed in the center of Shikaku's forehead. From it emerged a person, Gaara, completely overtaken by Shikaku's consciousness. To thank you for allowing me to enjoy this so thoroughly, let me show you the true power of the Sans embodiment. Gaara lifted his head, his pupils vanishing entirely, leaving behind an abyss of emptiness. He formed hand seals, losing all consciousness, fully controlled by Shikaku. Finally, I can emerge. Shikaku was entirely unleashed. Its malicious gaze fixated on Naruto as it roared, "Damn you, pesky fox. Watch how I destroy you this time." With that, it slammed a fist into its own belly. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A massive, powerful wind bullet erupted from Shikaku's belly, streaking toward Naruto like a whistling cannonball, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Naruto reacted swiftly, his figure flashing like a phantom, evading the attack with remarkable speed. Not done yet, foul fox. After Naruto dodged, Shikaku unleashed another 2 vacuum spheres in rapid succession. The 2 wind bullets, one after another, surged toward Naruto in a pincer attack, faster and more potent than before. Realizing the imminent threat, Naruto extended his right hand, forming 2 additional hands made of tailed beast chakra atop it. A shuriken, resembling a blazing fireball, materialized in his grasp. Blazing release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto hurled the spiraling shuriken forward. It soared like a burning meteor, radiating an aura of destruction as it sped toward Shikaku. The air ignited in its wake, creating a long trail of flame. Don't underestimate me. Wind release, vacuum continuous bomb. Shikaku relentlessly struck its belly, unleashing a barrage of wind orbs. These wind orbs, like a pack of frenzied beasts, lunged at the blazing release, spiraling shuriken with ferocity. However, upon the moment of contact between the wind orbs and the spiraling shuriken, a colossal explosion erupted. A deafening roar resonated, as if the very heavens trembled with flames. High temperatures, blinding light, and thick smoke rapidly spreading outward. The flames surged like a turbulent ocean, scorching everything in their vicinity, warping and twisting it with intense heat. The blinding light made it impossible to see, and thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. As the smoke began to dissipate, Shikaku caught sight of Naruto on the ground, a purple sphere appearing in his mouth. That is, Shikaku felt a surge of dread, an ominous premonition swelling within. As Naruto swallowed the sphere, smoke began to emanate from his mouth. Oh no, Shikaku thought, realizing it was too late to evade. In an instant, a red beam of light erupted from Naruto's mouth, striking directly at Shikaku's belly. Subsequently, a more tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing the body of Shikaku in a momentary blaze. The shockwave generated by the blast radiated outward with a devastating force, shattering the ground and uprooting trees in its wake. Gradually, as the thick smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, onlookers beheld the pitiful state of Shikaku, its body battered and covered in sand that fell like snowflakes. Once a formidable entity that inspired fear in many adversaries, Shikaku now appeared disheveled, its body marred by cracks from which sand continually trickled, resembling a sand sculpture on the brink of collapse. Witnessing such a tragic sight, Temari and Kankuro, who had accompanied Gaara for many years, were taken aback. They had never seen Shikaku in such disarray. The once mighty and terrifying creature had been defeated. Their gazes shifted toward Naruto, who maintained his four-tails form in the distance. And they marveled, is that the monster of Konoha? But the spectacle was far from over. Naruto was unwilling to grant Shikaku a moment's respite, bellowing, fire style, Rasen Shuriken. A massive fireball swiftly took shape in his hands before he hurled it forcefully toward Shikaku. Upon contact, the fireball erupted, unleashing a torrent of energy that spread like a raging tide, culminating in a colossal mushroom cloud that soared toward the heavens, seemingly striving to pierce the sky. Astoundingly powerful. Even Naruto was momentarily taken aback by the magnitude of the explosion. The last time he had unleashed this technique, he had hurriedly fled, unaware of its full potential. How astonishing it was. Indeed, the power was remarkable, but he mused to himself. If that mushroom cloud were a tad larger and had a hint of radiation, it would be truly fascinating. As the mushroom cloud gradually faded, the scene was left in chaos, thick smoke billowing everywhere. At that moment, Naruto vanished like a gust of wind before their eyes. His speed was so extraordinary that even Sasuke's Sharingan could only discern a fleeting shadow, entirely unable to track his trajectory. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto had already arrived before Gaara. Releasing the chakra of the Nine-Tails, the crimson energy receded like a tide, revealing his typically sunny and handsome visage. He then gently placed a hand on Gaara's head, his consciousness instantaneously entering Gaara's mental realm. Upon entering the mental space, Naruto found it shrouded in darkness, enveloped by a thick haze. Gaara lay nearby, locked in a troubled slumber, his brow furrowed as if enduring endless torment even in dreams. Observing Gaara's peaceful yet troubled state, Naruto knelt and softly spoke, "Poor child. How long has it been since you had a sound sleep?" Just then, a furious voice interrupted. "You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Get out of here." Naruto turned to see Shikaku glaring menacingly at him, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, as if intent on devouring him. With a cold smirk, Naruto replied fearlessly, "That is not for you to decide." In an instant, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan, the crimson orbs swirling with 3 tomo. "Submit, one tail." The sight of those eyes incited a furious roar from Shikaku, yet the sound quickly faded as its own eyes morphed under the power of the Sharingan. With determination, Naruto approached Gaara, gently opening his eyes. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Naruto activated the illusion, projecting his memories into Gaara's mind, allowing him to witness his own experiences within the dreamscape. Naruto had always admired Gaara as a character, becoming a leader at such a young age, and a remarkably capable and handsome one at that. Although Gaara had once seemed mad, Naruto believed that if healed and his personality transformed, they could become the best of brothers. Meanwhile, outside, Shikaku gazed upward, its unusual behavior unnoticed by the gathered crowd due to the obscuring smoke, and they remained oblivious to the transformation of its eyes. Within Gaara's consciousness, Naruto walked slowly to face Shikaku, glancing back at the sleeping Gaara, and said, "Thank me, Gaara. You will finally be able to sleep peacefully." Sealing technique, 8 trigram seal. In an instant, Shikaku swiftly flowed into Naruto's abdomen, and upon seeing only a tail remaining, Naruto halted the absorption, allowing the tail to drop to the ground. Concurrently, Shikaku's body outside transformed instantly into sand, cascading down and leaving behind naught but a cloud of dust where the once mighty creature had stood. Chapter 61. The despicable father. Upon witnessing Shikaku's disappearance, Sasuke, Temari, and Kankuro hastily sprinted towards the direction from which he vanished. When they found Gaara seated on the ground, enveloped in silence, Temari and Kankuro instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Temari, with a vigilant tone, inquired, "What do you intend to do to Gaara?" Kankuro resolutely added, "I will not allow you to harm him again." Naruto observed the two with a gentle smile, remarking, "What is this? Don't you care for your loved ones? I, on the other hand, have lost all of mine. You are far luckier than I, Gaara." Temari and Kankuro exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Naruto's words. Just then, Gaara broke the silence, asking why? "Why are you so strong? Why do you protect those who have harmed you? And does the beast within you not affect you?" Temari and Kankuro turned to Gaara, noticing that the ferocity in his gaze had been replaced by sheer confusion. Temari softly called out, "Gaara." After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, "Since you have sincerely asked, I shall answer. Why am I so strong? Because my arduous training has never ceased. As for why I protect them, what a ridiculous question. I have no intention of safeguarding them. Should disaster befall them, I might even assist in their demise." Gaara appeared utterly baffled. Naruto continued, "Of course, if my comrades are in trouble, I will help them. After all, they are quite decent individuals. We share meals and enjoy outings together." Temari interjected, "Wait a moment. Then why were you pursuing us?" Naruto answered, "Well, it's simply because I wish to spar with Shikaku." Temari and Kankuro looked at each other in confusion. "Is that all?" "Yes," Naruto affirmed. Temari pressed on, "Is it not because we are invaders?" "Indeed," he replied. "As for your question about whether it affects me, do I seem affected to you?" Gaara pressed further, "How did you manage that?" Naruto smirked inwardly, "That's my secret. However, I inadvertently resolved your sleeplessness issue. You can now sleep soundly." Gaara, somewhat skeptical, asked, "I can truly sleep normally now?" But Shikaku Naruto assured him, "Do not worry, he will not dare to emerge. After all, his essence is now within me, leaving only a tail within you, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil." Yet, as a precaution, Naruto had taken certain measures. "If you don't believe me, you may inspect your abdomen," he suggested. Gaara lifted his clothing to gaze at his midsection, where a swirling pattern had emerged. This is the four-symbol seal. Shikaku has been thoroughly sealed within, Naruto explained, tossing a scroll to Gaara. Gaara caught the scroll, silently contemplating its significance. Naruto, I have one final question, Gaara said, his eyes filled with hope. Yes? Naruto replied. Can I be like you? Can someone truly believe in me, love me? At that moment, Gaara desperately sought an answer from Naruto. Naruto looked at him and said, What are you talking about? Look at the two standing before you. Do they not love you? Gaara turned to Temari and Kankuro, but shook his head. No, they fear me, they hate me. Naruto countered. Then why do they stand before you, protecting you? I do not know, Gaara replied, his expression one of confusion. If you wish to know the answer, return and ask them yourself. Observing Gaara's turmoil, Temari and Kankuro felt for the first time how fragile he truly was. Naruto continued. There is one more thing you may have misunderstood. The sand that protects you possesses a gentle chakra. I can assure you it is not Shikaku's chakra. Gaara gasped in astonishment. What? Naruto elaborated. So the question arises, where does this chakra originate from? Why does it seek to protect you? Gaara's eyes widened as he began to grasp a potential answer, yet he hesitated to believe it, recalling his uncle's words. Your mother never loved you. I can sense that chakra is imbued with profound love and a powerful will to protect you, Naruto stated earnestly. But he told me my mother hated me, Gaara exclaimed. Agitated, Naruto sighed. Although I do not know whom you refer to, I suspect he was merely following orders. However, if that is the case, that individual is as despicable as my own father. Temari and Kankuro gasped in disbelief. No way. Gaara inquired, Your father? Naruto replied, My father is the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Gaara suddenly comprehended everything, and then burst into laughter. Ha! What a coincidence, Naruto. We are so alike. We both have despicable fathers. And they were both the fourth S leaders. Naruto chuckled. It seems you have come to an understanding. But you are correct. The fourth was indeed a scoundrel. The fourth Hokage made his son a Jinchuriki, subjected to the scorn and humiliation of the village. The fourth Kazekage deceived and harmed his own son by making him a Jinchuriki. The fourth Mizukage was a Jinchuriki, yet was controlled by a Beto, committing numerous vile acts. The fourth Raikage was a thief, notorious for his deceitful ways. And the fourth Tsuchikage, while somewhat decent, was not particularly strong, had a fierce temper, and was rather arrogant. Listening to Naruto, Gaara displayed a rare smile tinged with bitterness, shaking his head as he said, if I am not mistaken, that man commanded Yoshimaru to deceive me. How laughable that such a person could be a father. Naruto pretended to ponder, then remarked, If the fourth Kazekage is indeed your father, then he must be dead by now. He proceeded to share his deductions, having witnessed the Kazekage transform into Orochimaru and piecing together various clues from the Chūnin exams. Upon hearing that the Kazekage had perished, Gaara felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. This wretch was finally dead. He felt as though he had never received such delightful news in his life. Gaara erupted into manic laughter. However, as his laughter crescendoed, it abruptly ceased, replaced by a deep, sorrowful sob. Initially faint, the sound grew increasingly louder until it transformed into a heart-wrenching wail. Whoa, Gaara wept freely, seemingly releasing all his pent-up grievances and anguish through his cries. Temari and Kankuro stood by, their hearts aching at the sight of Gaara's profound sorrow. Temari's eyes welled with tears as she bit her lip, striving to suppress her own emotions. Kankuro bowed his head, fists clenched tightly, struggling to contain his own feelings. Naruto thought to himself, what a scoundrel, to inflict such pain on his own child. Even a tiger does not eat its young. He is indeed lower than a beast. TSK, he deserves every bit of this fate. Chapter 62 would release in a brief moment. Naruto urged Gaara and his companions to leave swiftly. At that moment, Gaara's eyes reflected none of the madness of the past. Instead, they bore a serene clarity, as if he had genuinely transformed into a flesh and blood being, brimming with emotions. Temari and Kankuro perceptively noted this profound change in Gaara, their hearts swelling with both surprise and sentiment. Naruto addressed the trio, saying, All right, we will have opportunities to converse later. You should depart now. Kankuro nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Understood. Temari sincerely expressed, Thank you. With that, the three hurried away, vanishing into the night. During their journey back, the trio initially remained silent. After a prolonged pause, Gaara broke the stillness, softly uttering, Temari, Kankuro, Apologize for everything. Temari paused in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Kankuro reassured him, no need to apologize. We never held it against you. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Konoha, Orochimaru and his subordinates hastily fled the scene, while Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes for the final time. The entire village was enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow, the faces of the villagers etched with grief, and the streets permeated with a heavy, oppressive air. At that moment, Naruto sat alone in his dimly lit home, quietly perusing a book, his expression void of emotion. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the silence. Rising to open it, he found Sasuke and Sakura clad in black mourning attire, their expressions grave. Naruto, it is almost time, Sakura whispered. I understand, Naruto replied calmly. Together, the three stepped outside. As they walked, Sasuke observed Naruto's silhouette, his thoughts a tangled mess. He had clearly heard the conversation between Naruto and Gaara, and the revelation that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage struck him like a thunderbolt, stirring tumultuous waves within him. In his mind, the fourth Hokage was undoubtedly a hero, having saved the village from peril. Yet, it now seemed incomprehensible that such a hero would seal a monster within his own son. Was this truly something a father could do? Sasuke recalled memories from his childhood, when merely glancing at Naruto would provoke wrath from the mask shop owner. Through careful observation, he discerned that the entire village seemed to harbor animosity towards Naruto. He had previously inquired with his brother and father, but received no answers. Now, he finally understood that it was due to the Nine-Tails sealed within Naruto, a terrifying presence that instilled fear in the villagers, who in turn transformed that fear into hostility toward him. It was no wonder Naruto had always been on high alert, tirelessly honing his skills. In a village filled with malice towards him, if he were not sufficiently strong, he could face danger at any moment, with anyone potentially wielding a weapon against him. Reflecting on this, Sasuke drew parallels to his own life. After the loss of his family, he too felt the hostility from the entire village. However, fueled by the raging fire of vengeance within him, he had instinctively overlooked this animosity. Now, in hindsight, he recognized how terrifying that hidden malice, cloaked beneath a calm facade, truly was. Is this the reason for your incredible strength, Naruto? Sasuke pondered silently as he gazed at Naruto's back. Before long, they arrived at the memorial stone. With solemn expressions, they laid flowers in tribute to the departed Third Hokage. Holding the flowers, Naruto gazed at the photograph of Sarutobi Hiruzen, silently proclaiming, Hiruzen, may you rest within me, forever at peace. And that death god mask must be brought forth. After the ceremony concluded, the three returned home, each grappling with their complex emotions. Days later, under the cover of night, Naruto swiftly performed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location. His destination the land of waves. Zabuza, he called upon arrival. Ah, Naruto, you've come. Zabuza responded. Yes. Are the kunai ready? Naruto inquired, spotting a box filled with kunai identical to those of Minato. Indeed, they are, Zabuza confirmed. Eagerly, Naruto shared his vision for a new weapon, presenting Zabuza with meticulously drawn blueprints. As Zabuza unfolded the designs depicting a fan, confusion crossed his face. Why use a fan when you have blades? He questioned. Because. It looks cool, Naruto asserted. Cool. Zabuza echoed, bewildered. Yes, it will be very stylish, Naruto insisted. With a resigned shrug, Zabuza replied, all right, you are the boss. I'll defer to you. With the matter settled, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Collapsing onto his bed, he closed his eyes, consciousness slipping into the mysterious realm of the Death God. Upon entering, he beheld the Death God exuding an eerie aura, a confident smile gracing his face as he declared, as expected, I have arrived. Unsurprisingly, for soul orbs gradually materialized before him. Naruto's gaze swept over them, finally resting on the soul orb of Hashirama Senju. Deep within, he harbored a significant question. Why was it that, throughout the ages, only Hashirama had mastered wood release to such an extraordinary level? Wood release was immensely powerful. Yet Tobirama and their father could not wield it. If it were merely due to Ashura's chakra, why could Naruto, a reincarnate, not do the same? Furthermore, wood release was starkly different from the Sharingan, whose renown had persisted through millennia, universally acknowledged. Particularly, the enigmatic and formidable Manjikyu Sharingan had consumed Tobirama's efforts and research, leaving him troubled by its overwhelming might. Ultimately, It was through his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique that Tobirama was able to covertly eliminate Izuna Uchiha. Naruto's focus returned to Hashirama's soul orb, contemplating that perhaps today he might unravel the enigma that had perplexed the shinobi world for a millennium. He slowly extended his hand, gently touching Hashirama's soul orb. In that instant, a peculiar force surged through his arm into his body, and Naruto distinctly felt a transformative change within himself. His cells rejoiced as if quenched after a long drought, voraciously absorbing the power contained within Hashirama's soul. Simultaneously, a deluge of information flooded his mind, presenting all the ninjutsu mastered by Hashirama in vivid clarity. Haha, is this would release? Incredible, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. However, before he could revel further, his expression shifted as he sensed something amiss. No, this feeling isn't right. As he spoke, a seed materialized in his hand. He tossed it forward, swiftly joining his hands together and declaring loudly, would release. Birth of the forest. The seed struck the ground and began to grow rapidly. Yet to Naruto's astonishment, it culminated in a slender, short tree. What is this? Is this the Yamato version of wood release? Why does it differ from Hashirama's? Naruto stared at the small sapling, disbelief etched across his face. Faced with this perplexing dilemma, Naruto hesitated not a moment and immediately delved into Hashirama's memories for answers. As the memories flashed rapidly in his mind, Naruto was left astounded. So that is why? He murmured, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions.